Diaz found himself on an endless, majestic plain, which even the most attentive eye could not discern. This spacious place was now his territory. Despite this honor, he saw before him only endless grass covering the entire land without exception. His mother often told him that he must remain a person who can protect those dear and close to his soul, and this became her last wish before death. His father, in turn, repeated that he must become a person ready to protect the weak, and these words became his last request to his son. Trying not to tarnish the good name of his parents, who tragically died when he was still young, he decided to live by their last instructions. With a heavy heart and sadness in his soul, he said goodbye to their memory and left. When he turned 15, a bloody war broke out between his country and neighboring states. Following his parents' will and wishing to protect the innocent, he voluntarily joined the army. This protracted conflict lasted 20 long years. When the war ended, he was 35 years old. Then the parties signed a peace treaty and ceased active offensives and hostilities. Finally, the long-awaited peace came and the opportunity to rest a little. Later, he was awarded the title of hero as official recognition of his merits, possibly due to his outstanding combat skills and high performance, and reports that distinguished him among other soldiers. His Highness personally thanked him for all the victories won, and decided that he deserved an even greater reward. He was given the title of feudal lord and allocated a land estate. He was uneducated and valuable only as a warrior on the battlefield. He did not understand why he was given such honor and responsibility. Later, he was explained that his main task now was to guard his lands, protect their inhabitants, and collect taxes for the kingdom. The first step he considered necessary was to visit his new possessions, and despite internal resistance, he gathered the necessary things, loaded them onto a cart, and set off. He had almost no time to prepare because the departure from the capital happened very soon. During the entire trip, an official watched him, who probably had to control his actions. Eventually, they reached the destination, approached the very center of the new territory, stopped, and the official began showing him the boundaries, outlining the perimeter of the plot. Ahead, he saw only an endless plain, completely covered with grass, so his domain mostly consisted of a flat, grassy plain. The official thought that this was a suitable place for someone like Diaz, and all he could do was try to do his best. The official named the plain Natros and said that the man's name was Diaz. Since then, he was called Diaz Natros. Diaz told with relief that he had found a source of clean drinking water. During the war, he had to drink dirty, muddy water, so the spring became a great comfort to him. Having traveled a considerable distance, he was surprised that he did not see a single tree. He wondered if this grass had any practical use, but in reality everything looked depressing, and the surroundings were simply terrible. He decided that tomorrow was the time to think everything over carefully. It was necessary to find a way to avoid death in these lifeless conditions. He gave himself 2 more days. He planned to stay here briefly, and then leave the plain. He hoped that somewhere he could help someone, and thus fulfill his parents' last will. After some time, suddenly a voice called him and demanded that he wake up. He opened his eyes and saw a girl in front of him. At first he thought that a person was standing before him. His gaze fell on the horn sticking out of her head, and this completely changed his first impression. So the girl insisted that he explain who he was and why he was here. Diaz introduced himself and explained that, as was obvious, he had been sleeping. The girl asked why he had chosen this particular place to sleep. He honestly admitted that he could not spend the night anywhere else. Then she expressed her outrage that he ended up in this plain. He calmly replied that he was told to live here. She reacted offensively and called him an idiot. He did not object and added that this was now his home. Then she asked what his purpose was on this land. He said he had to survive if the situation became critical. In response to his words, the girl drew a bow and aimed an arrow. Diaz was frightened and asked her to stop. She said that if he wanted to live, he had to tell the truth. He replied that he was sincere, and added that his main goal was to fulfill his parents' last will and help other people. He aspired to protect those weaker than himself. That was how he saw his life path. The girl accused him of lying. Diaz confidently said he had no reason to lie to her. Then she wanted to find out if he was an enemy or a friend. Diaz solemnly declared that he was a friend and protector of the girl standing before him, added that whoever stood before her was not her enemy, and confidently promised to protect her and keep her safe from any threat. At that moment, unexpectedly for both, the girl's horn began to glow with a mysterious light, and Diaz noticed with surprise how a strange blue glow emanated from it. The girl said with embarrassment and anxiety that the blue fire should not have appeared, and that it was all a mistake because such a thing simply could not be true. Suddenly, she grabbed Diaz by the hand and pulled him. He tried to stop her and understand her intentions. The girl said she would take him to her village and asked him to just follow her without questions. Hearing the word village, Diaz thought that it was unlikely that there could be a settlement anywhere on this desert plain. He followed the girl until evening. Later they reached the village. What he saw surprised him. The village was very beautiful. He had never seen anything like it. They began to lead him to the village chief. The chieftainess, who stood before him, noticed that Aruna had brought a stranger with her, and wondered if this man had caused the appearance of the blue light. Aruna confirmed this and said that she found him sleeping, interrogated him, but he was stubborn and behaved strangely, asking, in her opinion, nonsensical questions. And at some point, when she asked whether he considered himself an enemy or a friend, suddenly a blue light appeared. The chief asked again if there was any other shade of light, perhaps red. Aruna replied that the light was purely blue without any admixture, and the chief showed surprise and interest. She addressed Diaz, called him the Blue Man, and asked him to explain the meaning of his name. He hesitated a little but introduced himself as Diaz. Hearing this, the chief paused for a moment and said that the name Diaz echoes in the depths of mystery. She noted that Diaz called himself Aruna's friend and asked him to show the same kindness to her. At that moment, Diaz finally learned that the girl's name was Aruna. Diaz explained that everyone on this land, including the peasants, by definition could be considered his friends because the entire plain now belonged to him, and he treated everyone on his territory as friends. When the chief asked why he thought so, Diaz replied that it was his duty. Then the leader did not ask from whose authority he received such an important assignment. Diaz hesitated a little, but said that he probably received it from the king himself, His Highness. Suddenly, Aruna raised her bow and aimed an arrow at Diaz. The chief asked her to calm down and be patient. She again addressed Diaz and asked him to tell in detail how everything happened from the very beginning and how he received such an order from the king. Diaz thought that he did not fully understand this story from beginning to end, but still told them about his childhood, especially about the time after his parents' death. After the story, the chieftain said that now she understood everything, admitted that she did not expect to meet a person with such a soul, except those born with a horn, called him Diaz the Blue, and recognized him as a feudal lord whose duty is to protect all subjects. Then the chief expressed a complex and important doubt about what Diaz would do if the peasants did not recognize him and did not want to be his people. Even if they did not become his subjects, they could be considered friends. Diaz confidently said that if he had no choice, he would share the plain with them as a neighbor and help them if needed as a good neighbor. In his opinion, such coexistence would make them friends. After these words, doubts began to arise in Diaz. He wondered why the chief started asking such questions and assumed that perhaps the inhabitants of this village were actually not his subjects, although they were on his territory. This thought shocked him because logically everything on his land should belong to him. The chief confirmed his suspicion. She explained that the peasants really were not Diaz's subjects. Besides, they were enemies of his king. For many years they fought against the state of Diaz. Although they were previously hostile to Diaz, they are now ready to become his friends. And she emphasized that Diaz belongs to the rarest blues, so he can live peacefully among them. Then the chief called him to raise his head and offered to listen to his story. She called herself Moro, the chief of the Oni people. The Oni people fought for control over these lands for years, war after war for 50 years. Eventually, they were defeated and driven out of these lands. He wondered how it could happen that after the expulsion the inhabitants still lived on the plain. Moro explained that they had magical power concentrated in their horns, and thanks to it, they could use abilities unavailable to ordinary people. One of these abilities is fog magic, with which they can hide themselves, their homes, and the entire settlement. Using this magic, they returned and began to live secretly from the royal authority. Diaz admitted that he was impressed by what he heard and hesitated whether to report it to the king he served, and Moro replied that she decided to share the secret because Diaz was glowing with blue light. She added that the magic called soul judgment would show any hostility with red light. But during all this time, nothing like that happened. Red means the person is evil and dangerous. White means the person is not dangerous, and blue brings luck and happiness. Moro noted that people his age are rarely so devoted to fulfilling their parents' last will, confessed that in his long life he had never met a more stubborn but sincere person, and Diaz wondered if this could be considered a compliment. The chief did not admit that their people were lucky to have such a feudal lord. Although their people could hardly hide, Diaz noticed that they could go far and live in peace without fear of persecution. Moro explained that they cannot leave this world because they live thanks to the Memu cattle, which exist only here, so relocation is impossible, and she urged Diaz to protect his subjects and become a worthy feudal lord, because if he fails, no one knows who will replace him. When Diaz asked about the previous feudal lord, Moro explained that he really existed but lived in another place, was a man prone to vices and recently died of illness. And then the elder approached Diaz and offered help, saying that he had no house or supplies, so the village was ready to share everything necessary, even cattle. But the chief did not set the condition that no one from the capital, not even the king himself, should know about the existence of the village. From now on, its existence will be protected by Diaz's silence. She also said that Diaz can use Arunas's help. The girl was surprised. Moro explained that to live on the plain, one needs certain knowledge, and Aruna will live with Diaz to teach him everything he needs. Since she brought a stranger to the village, the responsibility for his fate now lies with her. Diaz thought to himself that this moment was his first step as a feudal lord, and the beginning of life under one roof with a girl named Arun. He thought about the animals called Mimu. It was a special breed of livestock with 2 horns and completely covered with soft, thick, fluffy wool, whose value was not in the meat but in the wool, which was sheared and exchanged for other useful supplies. Aruna explained that the more Memu ate the local grass, the faster their new fur grew, and after shearing, the villagers exchanged it for food and other necessities for survival. Diaz, hearing this, was genuinely surprised, but his tone suggested he did not fully grasp the importance of what was said. Aruna became irritated, thinking he was mocking or did not understand anything at all, and reproached him for his inattentiveness. Then Diaz hurried to assure her that he understood everything and was speaking sincerely. Diaz mentally realized that he really needed to learn a lot, including taking care of Memu, managing the household, and building and repairing yurts. And he understood that Aruna might have been there not of her own free will, but she was still responsible and diligently teaching him survival skills, as Chief Moro had promised. To confirm the trust people showed him, he was given his own memorandum. Diaz took it as an incentive and decided that as a feudal lord he had the duty not only to govern but also to develop his lands. So he began thinking about how to increase the population of these territories. Turning to Aruna, he asked her if she could advise what he should do to increase the number of people in his territory. Aruna sarcastically replied that he seemed to want too much at once. He mentally noted that her answer sounded dissatisfied. He also understood that the local culture did not keep accurate records of the population, so the number of people in this area was still unknown. Aruna reminded him that there are more important things than just population growth, and said that he needs to take care of supplies because he has only 1 yurt and enough food for only 1 person. She emphasized that if Diaz gathers many people around him and gives them nothing, they are doomed to hunger, disease, and death. She insisted that he realize the seriousness of the situation. Diaz understood the essence of her words too late. He admitted that he had hoped for more help from the village if he could gather more people. Aruna sharply cut off these hopes and sternly told him not to even dream about it. Then Diaz regretfully acknowledged the mistake and asked to forget this conversation. He realized that first he needed to solve the issue of housing and supplies. Aruna, calling him a foolish feudal lord, handed him a sack and Diaz asked what was inside. Aruna explained that in the sack was earth metabi, a substance from a special herb that wild animals love very much. If this mixture is scattered on the ground, animals quickly come running for the scent, and Diaz was surprised again, but Aruna was already used to his reaction. She explained that hunting with matabi brings not only meat, but also valuable skins and horns, which can be taken to the village and exchanged for food or even a yurt, so hunting could become the basis for developing his territory. Diaz found this idea attractive and enthusiastically said that he feels confident during hunting because in such situations he does not need to think much. Aruna gave him the last instruction to keep the wind at his back, and use matabi only at a sufficient distance from the village, because otherwise the animals might attack the settlement. Later Diaz found a suitable place and decided that he could start. He hesitated about how much matabi to use because Aruna did not specify the exact amount, so he did not delay, and immediately poured the entire pouch onto the ground. Having finished, he thought that now all that remained was to wait for the animals to come. He became curious about how many animals would be needed to exchange for 1 yurt. Maybe 1 animal would be enough, or maybe 10 would be needed. Then, to build 10 yurts, he would need 100 animals. Diaz realized that the task might take more than 1 day. Suddenly, a whole herd of wild animals appeared before him. He was amazed. He could not understand where they all came from, but if he could handle them, he could immediately achieve his goal. Diaz was confident. His tactic was simple. He swung the battle axe with all his might and relied only on instincts. Maybe it was not the most sophisticated method, but it worked for him. Once he had been taught to use a sword and bow, but it seemed too complicated. He poorly understood the opponent's movements and could not choose the right moment to attack. Everything seemed confusing and unclear. He did not want to call himself stupid, but he understood that he struggled with such tasks. The battle axe opened new possibilities for him. With this weapon, he did not need to think about tactics. If the enemy had a shield, the axe pierced it. If the enemy had armor, the axe cut through it. No matter what the enemy was wearing, the result was the same. When some animals started to flee, he realized that he had killed at least half of the pack. It was even easier than he expected because they moved predictably. Then he realized how big the loot was. He did not know how to carry everything to the village. He could have carried one at a time, but he did not think about it and started the fight, not considering how to carry everything. Diaz predicted that Aruna would call him a stupid feudal lord again, and knew he would not be able to withstand her cold gaze. Soon, Aruna appeared. She was impressed and said that his first hunt deserved praise because he killed a black buffalo, which was considered a worthy deed for a man. Diaz, hearing this, was a little puzzled. He didn't even know that among the animals there was a black buffalo. He said he didn't manage to catch everyone who ran up and killed only half. Aruna asked how many exactly he killed. Diaz, quickly counting, replied that he probably destroyed about 30 or 40 animals. Aruna looked at the hunting results with sincere admiration, was impressed by the number of animals killed, admitted that she saw Diaz in a different light, sincerely admired his deed, and noted that he handled it perfectly without boasting. Aruna insisted that she was telling the truth because she had never before met such a brave and strong man, and promised to tell the other boys in the village and inform them that the black buffaloes killed by Diaz would now be given to him. Moro respectfully acknowledged Diaz's strength and said that hunting 30 black buffaloes at once truly impresses with courage and bravery. And Diaz thought about it and clarified for himself what courage is, because he realized that his perspective differs from the village's notions. Moro explained that in their culture masculinity is a holistic concept, meaning a set of qualities such as diligence, reliability, and ingenuity, all of which together form one important trait, the value of a man. Diaz tried to find out if Aruna's attitude towards him had changed because he showed such courage. Muro confirmed with a slight smile that in the village Aruna was considered the most attractive girl, and it was quite natural that she would be interested in a man with such traits. She even added ironically that if he were a little younger, she might have tried herself. Diaz asked if he understood correctly that masculinity would make him popular among women. Moro replied that for women in the village, masculinity was the only criterion. Other traits like physical beauty or eloquence did not matter. She explained that a beautiful face will not feed the family, and sweet words will not add livestock to the table. The women of the tribe believe that if you marry a man without courage, then the husband, wife, and their future children will starve. Diaz at that moment realized that in this culture there are completely different ideas about common sense, value systems, and social norms. Moru changed the subject and said that if Diaz really wants to marry Aruna, he needs to prepare a bride price, and this made Diaz tense inside. Moru explained that Aruna is not only beautiful but also hardworking, so a high price should be asked for her. The chief suggested that all the trophies Diaz had obtained during the day should be a worthy bride price for her hand, and Diaz was very surprised because he did not expect such a turn. Moru confirmed that to form a union, individual conditions must be met. Diaz understood that the views of the Oni people on marriage are very different from what he was used to. His inner voice suggested that now is not the time to think about family. For now, he needed to set priorities, namely to settle in, strengthen the household, and stock up on supplies. Moru tried to calm him by saying that the Oni people are biologically compatible with many races and can have offspring. But Diaz quickly said that this was not at all what he was talking about. Morning came. Aruna greeted Diaz and said she had prepared breakfast for him. He noticed with pleasant surprise that the food looked very appetizing. Aruna, hearing this, felt embarrassed but was glad. Diaz tasted the food and confirmed that it was delicious. After the meal, Aruna asked about their hunting plans. Diaz said they already had everything necessary, but reminded that if more people came to the village, they would need a well, a storeroom, and equipment for raising water. Aruna explained that they could hire craftsmen, but for that they needed more trade goods. Diaz suggested hunting the black buffalo again, but Aruna noted that the village no longer needed them. She recalled that Diaz had told her about monster hunting and suggested doing that. Thoughts about monsters immediately appeared in Diaz's mind. He knew that these creatures could appear from black miasmas, dungeons, or forgotten ruins. They hated life itself and, going mad, attacked all living things, destroying everything in their path. Their meat and blood are poisonous and unusable, but their skin, claws, horns, and especially the demonic core in the organ located near the heart are valuable and used in everyday life. Diaz expressed concern about monsters in this area. Aruna replied that monsters do exist, though there are few, and assured that she can find them with magic and accompany him to make the hunt safe. Diaz initially tried to dissuade her, thinking the hunt was too dangerous. He suggested that she simply show the way. Aruna confidently said that if she goes with him, the hunt will be like a simple walk through the village. In the morning, Diaz greeted Francois and Francesca, two memo given to him by Chief Moru. One was male, the other female. Diaz noticed the villagers approaching and realized they had brought supplies exchanged for a buffalo. He felt awkward because he had not shaved and looked unkempt. Meanwhile, Aruna came up and said she was fully ready. Diaz briefly replied that he was ready too. However, all the men froze when they saw Aruna. Her appearance was completely different. She had put on makeup unlike usual and looked different. Diaz quickly understood what was going on. Even he, who considered himself a simpleton, grasped the essence. Aruna said she had entrusted the other boys to watch over Mimu, so she would spend the whole day alone with Diaz. Seeing the reactions of the other men, Diaz realized they needed to leave the village immediately and decided they should quickly set out to hunt the monster so that nothing awkward or dangerous would happen. Diaz recalled that in the northern part of the plains, monster activity hotspots appeared from time to time. The area was famous for the appearance of dangerous creatures, and Diaz was confident that if they could extract useful parts from at least one or two such monsters, it would be enough to start building a well in the compound. Aruna said she was ready to search for monsters using magic and emphasized that her skills were not limited to household chores, as she also had great power in magic. Diaz, understanding her mood, allowed her to use magic, and Aruna immediately began to read the spell with concentration. After some time, she discovered a creature. The monster was large, and she thought there were no others nearby, possibly because it suppressed them with its presence. Diaz decided that the enemy was a serious threat and suggested moving forward to scout. He asked Aruna to find a safe place to hide for now, but Aruna refused to stand aside and reminded that she had camouflage magic, which would help them hide or retreat if it became too dangerous. Diaz thought to himself that the girl had an unwavering character. The most important thing for him was that Aruna was safe. Eventually, he agreed to go with her. When they approached the place from where the noise came, Aruna realized in horror what they would have to deal with. Diaz initially thought it was a giant turtle, but Aruna explained that it was not just a turtle, but an earth dragon. It was an especially dangerous monster, and she did not understand why such a creature was here. Diaz did not waste time and immediately rushed into battle, ordering Aruna to hide and not interfere. But she objected and called him reckless because fighting such an enemy alone was very risky. If necessary, they could retreat, but if the dragons started pursuit, the consequences could be catastrophic. Diaz promised himself that he would not let the monster catch them. He considered tactics. Perhaps if he struck the legs near the neck, the monster would try to hide in its shell to protect itself. It remained to check whether his axe could pierce the creature's defense. Only practice could show that. He began the attack. With the first blow, he felt how hard the enemy's shell was, so he decided to change the target and struck the neck. But the creature immediately hid in its shell. Diaz was surprised. He did not expect the monster to be able to so reliably cover its vulnerable spot. Aruna screamed and begged him to retreat because she believed it was impossible to kill an earthly dragon alone. But Diaz decided otherwise. He was not going to run away without doing everything possible. He expected Arunas to call him a foolish feudal again, but he had no other choice. He thought that if the first strike does not yield results, one must strike again, and if the second does not help, strike a third time. So he was used to fighting as long as his body could move. Diaz kept hitting the armor. Over time, a crack appeared on his weapon. Diaz noticed the damage, closed his eyes, and mentally gave the command repair. A magical beam ran across the surface of the weapon, and the cracks began to disappear. Aruna did not hide her surprise and watched what was happening with interest. Diaz recalled that he first used this ability during military service. He took that axe as a trophy from a warrior of an enemy country in battle, and kept it for himself because its strength and appearance made a strong impression on him. The axe had a rare function. It could automatically repair minor damage, and if needed, Diaz could mentally reactivate the repair. Inspired, he said he was ready for the second round. His strength waning, sweat dripping down his forehead. But he did not give up. Despite all efforts, the shell remained impenetrable. Twilight was becoming a real threat, and they would have to retreat. He reproached himself for not being able to handle the turtle, even though it was so strong. Diaz noticed that Aruno began to shiver from the cold. This alarmed him. He struck again, and this time he succeeded. The shell cracked. It was a turning point. Aruna noticed with surprise that Diaz had really managed to break through the monster's armor. The dragon jumped out of cover. Its body began to glow, and it immediately went on the attack. Diaz, falling to the ground, immediately jumped up and struck back. The creature tried to hide again. Aruna noticed that the earth dragon began to emit a magical miasma, which reached her even from afar and caused dizziness, but she could not understand why it did not affect Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz methodically struck at the crack. He noticed that the dragon showed no aggression at all, and probably no one had harmed it before. Angered, he began to attack fiercely and chaotically. The movements showed that the creature was furious. Diaz realized that if this continued, he could win and obtain the most valuable loot. During another powerful attack, Diaz suddenly noticed Aruna nearby on the ground. He immediately understood that something was wrong with her. Her body was weak, and she was clearly in very bad condition. Diaz became angry. He realized that the monster was not targeting him. He was not the target. Instead, the monster directed its aggression at Aruna, and this made him furious. Diaz could not stand aside. He promised to protect her. It was not only a duty, but a promise from the heart. She was not just an acquaintance, but his friend, for whom he felt responsible. Diaz decided that no matter how strong the enemy was, he would stand his ground and fight to the last. With these thoughts, he rushed into battle and dealt the monster a devastating blow with full force. His determination was at its peak. Every muscle in his body obeyed only one goal: to protect. Then he ran to Aruna to understand her condition. He bent over her and spoke with anxiety and hope that she had regained consciousness. Aruna, trembling from what she had experienced and weakness, hugged him tightly, pressed against him, and could not hold back the tears flowing from her eyes. She cried quietly, her whole soul responding to what had happened. Diaz was taken by surprise. He did not know how to react to such strong feelings. He quietly uttered her name, trying to understand what was happening to her. Aruna, without taking her eyes off his shoulder, whispered words that turned his world upside down. She said she wanted to marry him. These words were sincere, pure, and confident. At first, Diaz did not believe what he heard. He was surprised because he did not expect such a confession. But Aruna repeated her words, this time more confidently. At this tense moment, one of the villagers approached them and loudly called out, trying to attract attention. He addressed Diaz and Aruna and said that they had been gone too long. Other villagers also came, worried and not knowing what had happened. When they approached, they were shocked because the earth dragon lay defeated on the ground. Their faces showed surprise. They could not believe that such a creature could be defeated. Meanwhile, Diaz was still holding Aruna in his arms and trying to understand what had happened. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he noticed how tightly she held him. Her embrace seemed even stronger than the dragon's blows. Diaz tried to break free a little, but all his efforts were in vain. He realized it was practically impossible to escape her embrace. Diaz cautiously addressed her, hoping to calm her down a bit, called her by name, and tried gently to bring her to her senses. But Aruna, still holding him tightly, continued to repeat the same words and resolutely and sincerely said she would marry him. The men of the village were stunned when they saw the fallen earth dragon, a powerful creature lying before them, and the fact that a man had defeated it caused a strong reaction. Upon learning that the monster was defeated by Master Diaz, they sincerely shared this news with each other. Diaz recalled mentally how difficult the battle was. Even when all the men of the village united to drag the fallen dragon back, it took the whole night, and only the next morning did they manage to bring the body to the center of the settlement. When they arrived, they were greeted by Moru. She was genuinely impressed because no one thought that one person could defeat such a mighty enemy, and she was especially struck that the magical mist emitted by the dragon did not affect Diaz, although it was in a deadly concentration nearby. Diaz noticed that most of the monster's body could be processed. These materials were very valuable, but the village could not buy them at full price, so he proposed to process the carcass for a small fraction of the cost and used the proceeds to immediately build a well, a warehouse, set up a yurt, and arrange a place to store the remaining materials. Moru agreed but added that part of the materials should be kept for themselves. They could be exchanged with visiting merchants, and as a feudal lord, it was beneficial for him to establish profitable connections with them. She began to consider the next steps. However, Moru reminded him that it was time to talk about a wedding gift for Aruna, and suggested that Diaz give the girl's family at least part of the dragon because, in Moru's opinion, this would evoke sincere admiration and respect from her parents. Diaz tried to object and clarify what was meant by a wedding gift. Moru smiled slightly and said directly that the wedding would take place even if Diaz himself was against it. After all, now he had become a dragon hunter, a stranger to the village, and this could cause distrust. In such places, distrust can quickly turn into fear, and after the victory over such a monster, Diaz literally radiated courage, and refusing to marry Aruna would only encourage other girls to seek his favor. To confirm Moru's words, a little girl ran up to Diaz's leg, hugged him tightly, and looked at him with loving eyes. Other girls in the village also looked at him with sincere admiration. Ma'aru explained that the girls hold back because they know that the men of the kingdom take only one wife and are sure that it is Aruna. Diaz realized that he had no other choice. He proposed an engagement as a temporary solution to avoid rushing the wedding. But Moro explained that in their culture, such a concept simply did not exist. Meanwhile, Aruna had already gone to her parents to inform them about the upcoming wedding. Diaz only had to set the exact date or find a compromise that would satisfy both parties. At that moment, Diaz also understood where Aruna had disappeared to. So without delay, their union became official. He realized that he liked everything about her. She was beautiful, kind, attentive, sweet, and always treated him with tenderness, managed the household excellently. And the more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that the idea of marriage was not so bad after all. Remembering that he was already 35 years old, he thought it was time to start a family, and decided to find out how old Aruna was, asking a local who respectfully called him the Dragon Slayer. And he replied that Aruna was 15 years old. She had just reached marriageable age and met Diaz when she was ready to marry. Diaz shuddered inwardly. He thought she would be young, but the reality was different. The age difference seemed too great to him, almost like between a father and daughter. According to the laws of the kingdom, a girl can marry only at 18 years old. That is, marriage would only be possible in 3 years. Diaz decided that during this time he would manage to become a worthy feudal lord. He would be fully ready for the official marriage. However, he immediately realized that simply accepting this as a delay would be disrespectful to Arunas's feelings. So Diaz decided to take it very seriously and prove his loyalty both as the feudal lord of this land and as a husband. A month had passed since Diaz and Aruna became engaged. During this time, they dug a well and built a warehouse. Life improved and conveniences appeared. However, one thing remained unchanged. The total number of new inhabitants of his domains never increased. He had ideas on how to increase the population, but was not sure of their effectiveness. Despite this, he now perceived Aruna not only as an assistant, but also as a family member. Once he thought it would be good if new settlers simply fell from the sky. He behaved frivolously, but in his soul he felt unrest. At that moment, Aruna ran up to him with a radiant face and said that they were going to have a child, and he was shocked and asked again to be sure. She confirmed with a smile. Now they would have a baby. They were both happy and joyfully celebrated the news. Inspired, Diaz approached his memu, gently praised the woman named Frances, said she was a good girl, and enthusiastically noted that she was pregnant. He addressed Francois, the male, and thanked him for his efforts. He realized that nature had done its work. He recalled how Aruna said that memu were very intelligent and could understand human language. They were resourceful and survived in a harsh world. Even a wild memu understood the basics of human language within a week, which explained why they were tamed. It was a conscious choice because with humans, they received protection, food, and care. But Aruna warned him that it was not that simple. Despite their intelligence, memu were still vulnerable and timid, especially during pregnancy. But sometimes, to cope with anxiety, they needed the presence of the strongest member of the pack. And that leader was Diaz, so she advised him to spend as much time with them as possible, especially at night, because in his presence they felt safe. Diaz calmly accepted her words. He understood that now his job was not only to care for people and the land, but also for every creature that trusted him. He took this as a new responsibility and began sleeping next to the memu so they would feel safe. Aruna calmly explained that despite all the inconveniences, they would have to take the pregnant memu directly to the yurt. This practice was customary, but not all men in the village welcomed it. Many found it unaesthetic, and some complained about the smell from the animals. Others felt uncomfortable because the memu seemed to be constantly watching them and never looked away. This disturbed their peace and did not allow them to relax. But Diaz took it calmly, laughed, and said that for him it was not a problem at all. He sincerely believed that both Frances and Francois were full members of their family, and since they would soon become parents, any discomfort seemed insignificant compared to the importance of their well-being. His words deeply moved Aruna. They brought not only support, but sincere care. She was happy to realize that her husband had such rare kindness and at the same time courage. Her heart was filled with joy because this was the man she called her husband. Diaz thought to himself that the language of the memu sounded strange. To him, all their sounds were the same and indistinguishable. But Aruna said that the intonations and timbres of these creatures' voices differed, and it seemed she recognized them, sometimes even responding to their language as if she understood what they were saying. At a certain moment, Aruna reacted with surprise to what Francis supposedly said. Her reaction was emotional. She began to explain that there was nothing serious yet between her and Diaz. She shyly asked the animal to stop making hints, and her words almost sounded like an attempt to convince another person not to interfere in her personal life. Soon her horn began to glow. Diaz noticed this and mentally noted that he was seeing a green gleam for the first time. He realized that the magical barrier had reacted to something outside. Aruna immediately reported that from the east, where people from the kingdom usually came, a group of horsemen was moving. She could not say their exact number, but estimated there were about 10 of them. He realized that the green color of the magic horn meant invasion, and thought that if someone was approaching from the east, it could be a delegation or a threat, especially if they were bandits. And if they were armed horsemen, the situation could become serious. He said he would go alone to check who was approaching. At the same time, he asked Aranit to use her magic to disguise the settlement and everything that could attract attention. Memo began to worry about the tension of the situation, but he calmed them down and promised that he would return soon. He was confident in himself. There were only 10 enemies, and he believed they could not be more dangerous than the dragon he had recently defeated. Aruna, in turn, assured him that she would take responsibility for the house and was counting on him. These words filled Diaz with determination. Walking, he looked around. He noticed 3 horsemen and 4 on foot. Aruna spoke of 10 figures, so she probably counted the horses too. Diaz decided that they probably did not come with peaceful intentions, especially if there were archers among them. In that case, he intended to attack first to avoid possible losses. However, as he approached, he heard a familiar voice. One of the men joyfully and surprisingly called him by name. It turned out that it was Klaus, his former comrade in arms. This man had respected Diaz from the very beginning of the war, although he was from ordinary people. Klaus was always a reliable ally whom Diaz could trust even with his life. Diaz was glad to see him. He sincerely rejoiced at the meeting with Klaus and asked what he was doing here. Klaus explained without hesitation that he now works as a guide and guard. He accompanies these people because they are nobles, and they have a request for Diaz personally. Diaz tensed. He immediately understood that nobles do not come to such places just like that, and began to think about who these people were and what exactly they wanted from him. Klaus politely and respectfully asked Diaz to lead them to his estate, adding that he would be very grateful because the people he was escorting were very tired after a long journey and needed rest. Diaz agreed without hesitation, and added that if this was his place, he would gladly take them there, and suggested they follow him. Klaus laughed, pleased with what was about to happen. He began to imagine with admiration what Diaz's place could be like. In his imagination, images of impressive buildings in a wealthy country were already forming. When they arrived, they saw only a modest yurt, which embarrassed the newcomers because everyone expected something bigger, considering the status of the man who had called them. Diaz noticed that almost everything was camouflaged except the yurt, which was originally built only as a training exercise. He had to admit that the camouflage turned out to be very effective. He did not expect such a result, but was pleasantly surprised. Diaz tried to remain calm as he invited the guests inside and told them to come in. One of the girls stepped forward, introduced herself as Diana, the 3rd princess, said she was glad to meet the hero, noted that before her was neither a fortress nor an estate, but only a tent, guessed that the estate was probably still under construction, and was embarrassed by the absence of workers or signs of construction. But before he could finish, the man next to her was outraged and rudely reproached Diaz for what he considered disrespectful address to the princess, saying that she should be called Her Highness. However, Diana told them to leave it and not interfere further so as not to attract attention. Diaz explained that in fact he had neither a team of craftsmen nor materials for construction. The yurt standing before them was all he had. He said that although it did not look grand, he had built it with his own hands and had been injured more than once working alone. Diaz's words surprised Diana. She asked if he really built it himself and became even more interested in where the carpenters who were supposed to be with him were. And Diaz explained that on that desert plain there was simply nowhere to find carpenters. The princess doubted because she knew that Diaz had the right to capital from the kingdom, significant funds for the development of the territory, and other gifts according to his hero rank, and all this was supposed to be provided by the will of her father, the king. Diaz bitterly admitted that despite rumors and official decrees, he personally had not received any money, had seen neither financial support, nor supplies, nor assistance, and frankly said that he felt abandoned, like a dog on the roadside. Although here there was not even a roadside. Klaus, who stood nearby, clenched his fist and did not hide his indignation. He knew the truth, and this injustice touched him to the core of his soul. Meanwhile, Diaz remained calm, decided to change the subject, and politely asked Diana why she had come to these lands. The princess said that war had flared up again in the kingdom. The situation was escalating, so she had come personally to ask the hero for help. She asked for help in military matters, and added that she was ready to repay Diaz with herself, or, if he wished, with one of the two girls accompanying her, Priscilla or Merida. Either of them could become his wife. These words shocked Diaz and irritated him. He decided that there could be no talk of war. Now that Frances was pregnant, he could not abandon everything. It was also strange to him that the princess, having just met, was already talking about marriage, as if it were a simple matter. He remembered that he already had a person to whom he was bound. Gathering his thoughts, Diaz firmly replied that he had his own plans and no longer intended to participate in military conflicts. He honestly admitted that he could not send even one warrior to help, because as a feudal lord he had neither an army nor sufficient resources. Princess Diana, trying to keep the situation under control, expressed hope that Diaz would change his mind and offered an additional reward to influence his decision. However, Diaz remained unshaken and firmly said that he could not help, no matter what the reward was. And if that was the only reason for their visit, he asked them to leave his land. The reaction of one of the attendants was sharp and aggressive. Angry at the refusal, the man drew his sword and pointed it at Diaz. He fiercely accused him of impudence and said that refusing the princess was a direct insult to Her Majesty. Klaus tried to stop him, but the man was already boiling with indignation and continued to accuse, saying that Diaz had become too arrogant after receiving the status of hero. Diaz did not endure the threat for long. With one swift swing of his battle axe, he knocked aside the enemy's sword, which shattered, unable to withstand the blow. The enemy was stunned and could not utter a word. Diaz felt tension inside and mentally noted that the actions of that man showed a thirst for blood. He understood that the man did not intend to seriously attack and that it was opposed to intimidate, but he still did not give in and ordered them to immediately leave his land. Klaus intervened and agreed with him. He asked everyone to leave immediately to avoid escalating the situation. He warned that if Diaz was angered even more, the consequences would be much more serious. The man tried to object, but Klaus clearly said that even together they could not withstand the hero's strength, and if they started a fight, they would suffer a devastating defeat. The group, realizing the danger, decided to leave. Diaz thought that during the incident he had damaged the floor in the yurt, and knew that Aruna would scold him because he would have to repair the damage again. Diana did not hide her inner anger as she walked away. This was not at all the hero she had been told about, ready to do anything for the kingdom. She saw a man who rejected and humiliated her in front of everyone. Inside, she was boiling, calling him a worthless and trash, and promising to make him regret what had happened. Meanwhile, Aruna approached Diaz and told him what magic had shown her. All the women who had arrived were glowing red, which meant hostility. One of the soldiers was glowing blue, the rest were red or white. She knew that one of the women would cry, and so it happened. Frances cried and wanted to be there. Using transformation magic, Aruna brought her to see what was happening. Diaz apologized to Frances for not being able to stay with her at that moment. He placed his hand on Aruna's head and thanked her for protecting them. He also explained that the women with the red glow were indeed a threat. Aruna confirmed that the magic of the soul verdict clearly showed that these people were dangerous both to Diaz and to her, because now they had become family. Diaz finally became convinced that he had acted correctly by driving away the uninvited guests. He believed that among them there was only one reliable person, and most likely it was Klaus, because he was glowing with blue light. Meanwhile, Aruna reminded him that the damaged floor needed to be repaired, and Diaz sighed a little, agreed, and promised to do it. Morning came, and Diaz warmly greeted Frances and Francois, showing care. Aruna also wished him a good morning. At that moment, her horn lit up, and she reported that she had found a trespasser. It was a man in the east, who was walking in circles as if lost. Diaz was on alert. Someone who did not look like a traveler already seemed suspicious, and he asked Aruna if she would go with him. Aruna confidently said that magic would well conceal their presence, and added that she did not want to see Frances in tears again, so they would go together, despite his opinion. They approached closer, and discovered that the trespasser was Klaus. He himself admitted that he was lost and could not find the way back. Diaz realized that on the plain, where everything was covered with the same grass, it was indeed hard to navigate. He thought that Klaus had returned to the kingdom with the princess and her retinue, and was surprised that he was there, also noticing that Klaus was without equipment. Klaus laughed and explained that he was simply kicked out, ordered to give up his armor and sword. Diaz immediately thought it was his fault because he was the one who expelled the guests, but Klaus assured that he decided on his own. He did not want to return to the front because with each day the likelihood of war was increasing. Klaus took advantage of the situation to find a true friend and start a new life. He said he really wanted to achieve a certain goal. When Diaz asked what exactly his ambition was, Klaus, overcoming nervousness, admitted that he wanted to work for him and hopefully asked Diaz to accept him as a soldier. He recalled how once they fought side by side and trusted each other, so in battle no one was closer to him. He would be glad to have such an ally again, but he was still hesitant. Aruna, as if reading his thoughts, assured that Klaus was safe. She radiated blue light the whole time, which meant good intentions. Klaus finally saw Aruna and was shocked not only by her, but also by the presence of Mimu. He could barely find words. Dia smiled kindly and said that it was a long story, and then something important happened. Diaz gained a new ally. His territory was joined by the subject Klaus, and now the total number of subjects increased to 1. The updated report on the state of the Natro territory looked like this. Among the people was the only girl named Aruna, 2 Memu, namely Francis and Francois, and the former soldier Klaus. Diaz himself was the feudal lord of this land, and among the objects were yurts, a storage point, a small livestock pen, a warehouse, and a dug well. Klaus's memories again overwhelmed that moment from the past. He shouted at the commander and begged him to stop. He could not understand how one could simply abandon civilians in a village full of women and children and flee. He did not believe that the captain would really retreat. The commander interrupted him and said that it was only a temporary maneuver to gather reinforcements, and it was not a retreat. Klaus could not accept such an answer. He knew that if they left, no one would protect those who remained. In response, he heard only a cold phrase that their fate was now in the hands of the gods. And although he tried to stop the captain once more, the latter was already walking away, leaving them with a difficult choice. Diaz watched as the New York was being finished. It was intended for Klaus. Although Klaus would not mind living in the old damaged house, Diaz could not afford it. He considered it unfair to give his friend such a home, so he decided to build a new sturdy one for him. Meanwhile, Aruna called everyone to dinner. On the table stood a black buffalo, and Diaz thanked her for the food. He encouraged Klaus not to be shy. Klaus gladly tasted the dish and was delighted, saying it would suit even a feudal lord. He added that Aruna would be a wonderful wife. Aruna shyly brushed off the compliments and suggested eating. There was plenty of food. During the meal, Diaz spoke about weapons and asked Aruna if parts of the dragon from the warehouse could be used to make armor and weapons for the clouds. And Aruna confirmed that the village craftsman Petro had already started working on several items. Nothing from the dragon's body goes to waste. Fangs and claws are made into swords and spears. Tendons are used for bowstrings, and shells are made into shields and other means of protection. And Diaz noticed that when exchanging materials in the village, one can lose more resources than gain. So it was better to use them immediately on site. He noticed that Klaus was distracted, and when he named the parts of the dragon he used, Klaus froze in amazement, not believing that Diaz really had such trophies, and asked in surprise if Diaz really defeated the dragon. Diaz calmly confirmed that it was an earth dragon, resembling a giant turtle. It did not fly or breathe fire, but was still dangerous. Diaz managed to pierce its shell and win. Klaus was shocked because he knew that defeating such a monster required a whole squad of knights and siege machines. Yet here one man managed alone. He felt unworthy to use such valuable materials. However, Diaz assured him that he was doing it consciously. He wanted Klaus to become the captain of his future army when he had warriors. If the dragon parts just lay unused, they would be useless. Klaus accepted the offer with enthusiasm, swore to give his life for Diaz, for his land and his people, said this with deep determination and respect, addressing Diaz and Aranak with proper honors. Diaz noticed that the form of address Sama could have been omitted, but Klaus did not yield. He believed that respect should be shown both to the ruler and to his companion. Diaz smiled to himself. It was clear that his new ally was very inspired. 10 days passed. During this time, Klaus trained a lot. His spear and armor were made entirely from dragon parts. These items were so valuable that even a nobleman, and sometimes the king himself, could not afford them. All this was possible because Diaz fully trusted Klaus. Klaus thought about this as he continued training. He knew he had to justify the trust placed in him. At the same time, the capital was immersed in political intrigues. Every noble supported one side or another in the struggle for the throne, and in the provinces feudal lords did as they pleased, taking advantage of the distance from the center of power. On the way to Diaz's land, Klaus witnessed the cruelty of the feudal lord Kazdex, saw the suffering of ordinary people, and suspected that the reward intended for Diaz was stolen by the second prince out of greed. The third princess, Diana, seemed to have great political influence, but was weak in military affairs. Most likely, she came to Diaz to gain his support with her charm. The situation could have escalated into a wave that would shake all the lands, and that is why Klaus decided to come here. He knew that if the war started again, as a soldier he would likely die. But he was ready to die with honor for the sake of Diaz. At that moment, Klaus Diaz came out of the house. He immediately understood that something serious had happened. Diaz confirmed his suspicion. Aruna sensed the approach of a group using magic. 12 people were moving from the east. One of them was in critical condition. Diaz decided to go to them before it was too late. As he was about to approach the approaching strangers, Klaus said he would go with him. But Diaz stopped him and firmly asked Klaus to stay and look after Aruna and Mima if it became dangerous. In case of threat, Aruna with their fluffy companions would retreat, and Klaus was to protect them. Klaus silently nodded and took responsibility, assuring that he could be relied upon, and inside he watched as Aruna used concealment magic, was amazed when they disappeared as if dissolved into the air, and Aruna's power constantly surprised him. Unexpectedly, Diaz and Aruna returned earlier than he expected, and the reason for their visit was a group of elderly women abandoned by the village. It turned out that the women were expelled to reduce the number of people who needed to be fed. Their village was suffering from hunger and unrest due to a rebellion. The second son of Duke Kazax rebelled against his father, seeking to take his place, and unrest continued in the neighboring territory. The leader of the group of exiles was an elderly woman named Maya. She was divining to find a safe place, and led her companions on a long journey that ended on Diaz's lands. Diaz was delighted. He gladly informed Klaus that in one day he had increased the number of his subjects by 12 people. Klaus, who expected such a reaction, was not surprised. He understood that now Diaz could decide their fate himself because they were expelled and belonged to no one. However, he also realized that elderly women would not be able to significantly contribute to the development of this territory. Diaz, on the other hand, looked at the new settlers with admiration, noticed that they were all over 70, and Grandma Maya was 90, was impressed by their longevity, and began to wonder if they could share the secrets of their health and long life. Klaus tried to bring him back to reality, reminding him that women of such age could die at any moment, and that was precisely why they were expelled. But Diaz, full of enthusiasm, was already thinking about how to build a few more yurts, and Klaus despairingly asked if anyone was listening to him at all. Klaus had a memory from the past. A few years ago, his camp was surrounded by enemies. When it became clear that the village could be captured, he shouted to the other soldiers not to leave the camp. He felt in his soul that it was their duty to protect people, so he decided to stay, knowing that he would most likely die. It was then that Diaz appeared. He ran up to Klaus and said with relief that he was alive. At that moment, everyone was running away, and Diaz began to think he was alone. Klaus asked him where he had been. Diaz said he heard a baby crying. He followed the sound and found a little boy. He gave the child to the residents hiding in the basement. Crying, the boy begged him not to go, not to leave them, because he was afraid. Diaz promised that he should not be afraid. He would stay and protect everyone. The battle began. Diaz shouted to Klaus not to dare die, and Klaus fervently replied that he would do everything possible, and from then on he did not remember the details of the fight. He only remembered standing with his back to the shelter next to Diaz, and cutting with his sword with his last strength, not knowing how many enemies there were, but feeling that he had to be support. Although he was not the best warrior, his presence allowed Diaz to eliminate enemies more effectively. At that time, it was their best strategy. The next day reinforcements arrived, but by that time the enemy had already left the village. Diaz remained as always. He had not changed. Despite his achievements, he remained a kind, honest, and straightforward person. Klaus was ashamed of his thoughts and realized that he wanted to die to prove his devotion, but at the same time understood that he had to live. He wanted to be close to this person. After all, Assad became a feudal lord, a true leader. That is why she continued to be part of his story. When Diaz started setting up the yurt again, Klaus ran to help. He asked not to rush because he was ready to work together. Grabbing part of the structure, he misjudged the force and almost damaged the yurt. Several days passed since a group of elderly women settled in the village. Aruna carefully examined their souls with magic and discovered that they all glowed blue, which meant the absence of evil intentions and allowed for peaceful breathing. And thanks to their arrival, the settlement noticeably increased, and it was time to come up with a name for the village. Aruna proposed a name rich in tradition and meaning, recalling the old word Iluk, which meant the first village. Klaus, inspired by the feats of his new lord, suggested a more powerful name, Village of Dragon Slayers, but Aruna immediately and gently rejected it. Thus, the first village on the territory of Diaz was founded. All the inhabitants wanted to celebrate it. They arranged a modest celebration which, despite its simplicity, warmed everyone. Diaz looked at the smiling faces of his new subjects and felt joy in his heart. He realized that he must continue working to give people even more reasons for joy. Later, Aruna approached him and asked to talk, starting a serious conversation about population growth. She reminded them that they needed to decide how to attract new settlers. Diaz recalled that they had recently discussed this. There were several ideas, but nothing suitable was devised. He still had one idea, but he immediately rejected it. The idea proposed by grandmother Maya really seemed the fastest. However, Diaz felt that something was wrong with it. Suddenly, grandmother Maya herself appeared. She said she heard his call, although he had not uttered a single word, and he was struck by her sensitivity and unusual strength. Maya returned to yesterday's conversation, raised the topic of slavery, and proposed selling valuable materials obtained from the dragon, and with the proceeds buy slaves to quickly increase the population. For Diaz, this proposal was a blow. He recalled all the horrors he had seen during the war. Soldier slaves abandoned, tortured, broken. For him, slavery was not just a system. It was violence and suffering. Aruna proposed another option, to simply treat slaves well, but Diaz rejected it. He said that the very purchase of slaves made him an accomplice, because if the slave market grew, slave traders would look for new people to replenish their ranks. He firmly declared that slavery, its purchase and sale, would be prohibited on his land. Maya, hearing this, sighed with relief. She admitted that she deliberately raised this issue to test his reaction. If Diaz had supported this idea, she would have had to act against her. But now she was glad there was no need for that, and she also admitted that she had heard terrible stories about the slaves of Duke Kazdex, and therefore feared that it might happen again. Diaz softly said that this will not happen in his country. No one here will be a commodity. No one here will be broken. He promised that he will never allow slavery. Aruna looked at him attentively and noticed that he was clearly thinking about something. At that moment, Klaus entered the room, a bit out of breath, and apologized for interrupting the conversation. Saw Diaz in the dark with Aruna and, noticing Maya as well, became completely confused. Trying to leave, he nervously said that he saw nothing. The next morning, Aruna had important news. She noticed a merchant walking towards them. Diaz reacted quickly. He knew that merchants not only supplied goods but also spread news. Through them, one can tell about the settlement, attract new people, order what is needed, learn the news, and develop the village. Klaus, preparing for the meeting, wondered who this traveling merchant was, coming to them from such distant lands. Diaz was surprised to see before him a creature he had never seen before. It was not just a merchant, but a representative of the frog race. He looked like an amphibian but carried himself with dignity. The merchant introduced himself as Pagan and politely greeted Diaz, saying he had heard of him as a dragon hunter, expressing hope for a mutually beneficial exchange. Aruna explained that they were dealing with a representative of a special race of frogs, and Diaz, seeing Pagan, barely contained his surprise. He thought to himself that this was really a diver. Pigeon asked to show the materials he received from the Earth Dragon. He wanted to evaluate the goods because he heard that Diaz killed the monster himself. At that moment, the Aruna's ridge lit up, indicating a magical soul check. Diaz noticed that Pigeon's soul was white, so he was not dangerous. But Pigeon had no good intentions and was only interested in trade, so Diaz still decided to make a deal. He brought the material, a part of the Earth Dragon's shell. Pigeon was stunned by its size and density. He admitted that when he heard about the dragon's murder, he imagined it much smaller, and with doubt in his voice tried to clarify whether Diaz really killed the monster himself. Diaz understood the hidden meaning. The merchant probably thought that Diaz found a dead dragon and was just taking credit for it. To dispel doubts, he asked Klaus to bring an especially strong piece of armor. He himself went for an axe. When he returned, he showed that with one powerful strike, he could split the show. Klaus gladly commented and called it a dragon-killing strike. Diaz sighed mentally, thinking that Klaus, as always, had terrible ideas for names. But the effect was achieved, and Pigeon was completely convinced. The merchant immediately became interested. He said he was ready to buy parts of the shelf, even if it meant giving all his resources. He explained that, as an honest merchant, he would pay a fair market price. He added that he also had others, 2 little girls, whom he could not sell in the Monsterlands. But as a representative of the human race, Diaz might be interested. Diaz noticed the girls. Their eyes were lifeless. They had emptiness. He immediately felt kinship with them. Probably, they were orphans like him. He was shocked that they were being sold as goods. He realized that Pekin treated children like slaves. Aruna gently placed her hand on his hand and asked him to calm down. Diaz looked at her. barely holding back his emotions. Grandma Maya intervened in the conversation. She gently explained that his expression could scare the girls. She reminded about hygiene and calmly said that their village does not buy slaves and is not interested in them. Paijin immediately began to justify himself. He said that everyone misunderstood him. He assured that he does not trade slaves. He explained that if he had not taken the girls as goods, they would have long died. The children were twins, and in their village this was considered a curse. According to local custom, twins were killed immediately after birth. Their parents did not agree with this and fled into the forest where they hid but fell ill. In their last hours, they asked Paige to take the girls and care for them. At first, he refused, saying that he was not a charity worker. The parents begged, offering their last money, and he could not refuse. He promised to find a safe place for the girls. Since then, he traveled with them, but supplies were almost gone, and the girls were considered cursed, so no one wanted to accept them. He said that despite the losses, he continued to care for them and hoped to find someone who would take them. Aruna confirmed his words with magic. The horn shone, and she said that Paige Jean was telling the truth. The souls of the girls shone with a bright blue light, a sign of kindness and purity. Diaz sighed deeply. He made a decision and said that he would take the girls under his care. Diaz offered pagan payment in the form of dragon parts to cover all expenses, promised to care for them and accept them into his family. Pagan was delighted and gladly agreed. Yes, he thought. The idea of buying children repelled him, but considering the circumstances and that they had nowhere to go, he realized that this was not just a purchase but a rescue, and decided that these twins would henceforth be part of his family. When Pagan left the land of Natros, he could not hide his joy. He said that Master Diaz had become his best buyer in the entire history of trade. Proudly, he added that he had sold all his goods and was now completely satisfied. In his opinion, there was nothing better than an honest, simple-minded buyer. However, during a conversation with the Great Bear, Pagan revealed another side of his intentions. The bear was worried whether Diaz would become a threat to the King of Beasts, and Pagan calmly replied that Diaz was just a man, content with his small village on the plain and unlikely ever to become a danger, adding that Diaz did not suspect what awaited him. He realized that if Diaz decided to expand, he would inevitably come across the northern mountains beyond the plain. These lands were full of monsters but at the same time had rich deposits, so there was great potential here. If Diaz wanted to capture them, or the King of Beasts got there first, trade routes and profits would rapidly increase, and Pagan, as an official trader, intended to get his share. After completing the deal with Paijin, everything went smoothly. New orders were processed and announcements were sent out to lure settlers to the feudal land. But Diaz still had one unresolved matter: the new girls he had taken. He lifted them in his arms and noticed that they were very thin, as if they were 3 or 4 years old. He promised that from now on, they would eat well. Aruna cooked well, so they would eat together. He introduced himself and asked their names. I asked if they had favorite games they played together. Aruna, joining the conversation, suggested finding out their favorite dishes to try cooking them. Diaz also inquired if they liked listening to stories or singing songs, and at the end asked how he should call them. Diaz thought that if the parents of these girls loved them so much that they left the village to save them, then the girls themselves loved their parents, so the names given by the parents were especially important to them and should be respected. When it became clear that they had no names, Diaz pondered and said that despite his stern appearance, he had great experience in inventing children's names, so he began to select which names would suit the two girls, perhaps something soft and cute. But the girls suddenly sharply objected. They did not want to be given new names. Diaz was a little surprised, but immediately asked them to say their names. He needed to know how to address them, and then they said Sine and Icon. Diaz thanked them and said those were very beautiful names. He immediately remembered who was who. His heart filled with warmth. He realized that after trauma, children often shut themselves off. The war left many such children behind. For them, it usually ended tragically, but memories of their parents helped these girls to open up at least a little. He said that now he and Klaus had to take care of the goods, and Aruna and Grandma Maya would help the girls change clothes and prepare something to eat for them. Aruna smiled and invited the girls to follow her. Maya promised to treat them to steamed potatoes later. Klaus, watching the scene, was surprised that Diaz got along well with the children. Diaz admitted somewhat sadly that before the war he was like a foster father to a group of orphans, and also cared for an infant. When the war came, he had to leave the children under the care of a man who helped him take care of them. He hoped they were all right, and Klaus believed that someday those children would find where he was and come to him. Later, when the work was finished, Diaz inspected the goods and transported them to the warehouse. said he was satisfied with the completed work, and then again began flirting with the girls, calling them sweetly in a gentle voice. But Aruna stopped him and said sternly that he needed to wash first. Diaz admitted she was right and quickly tidied herself up. Meanwhile, Aruna carefully braided Aiken's hair. She said that when the girls grow up, they will be able to do it themselves. Maya, looking at them, felt that although the girls were not human, their arrival seemed a good sign. She promised to take care of them. The other grandmothers in the village also admired the girls, openly showing their affection. Diaz gladly noticed that the new clothes fit Sinai and Aiken very well. Sinai, looking at the outfit, said it was beautiful. Aiken agreed with her sister. Diaz smiled and confirmed that they were indeed very beautiful. Inside, he felt calm. The girls finally began to open up. Later, Aruna called them and explained that the name Srinai in the ancient language means beautiful as the moon, and Ikan means sacred moon. Although she did not know what their parents meant when they gave them these names, she was sure the connection to the moon was not accidental. Aruna gave each girl a precious stone called No Day. According to legend, these stones contained the power of the moon, and she asked them to take good care of them. Akin trembled when she said that her name meant sacred moon. Nearby Sine also spoke her name, as if savoring it, as if realizing for the first time that it meant beautiful like the moon, and tears rolled down both of their faces. And then something opened in their memory. They remembered the voices of their parents, quiet, warm, and full of love. These voices said that they were loved, and that nothing was more important than their happiness. The parents asked for only one thing, that Sini and A live happily. Diaz and Aruna did not stand aside. They approached and firmly embraced the girls, accepting their tears, pain, and tender memories. At that moment, two memos quietly approached them. These fluffy creatures, sensitive to emotions, took the initiative, slowly came closer and stopped nearby. Their eyes were soft, and their ears slightly drooped with sympathy. Diaz noticed their behavior and said that it seemed they also wanted to help. Aruna, looking closely at the memo, explained with understanding that they were trying to comfort the girls. These creatures feel children. He noticed that Aruna mentioned an ancient language when choosing the name of the village, and said that he previously thought that only representatives of one people spoke it. He also suggested that perhaps the parents of Sinai and Ikanis had some connection with the people of the past, and Aruna, thinking, admitted that she did not know for sure, because only legends preserved the ancient language. She explained that she could not confidently say whether anyone from outsiders knew about this language or not. According to her, the only ones were not ordinary people, and perhaps, in the distant past, their lineage merged with the lineage of the only ones. After 10 days, Diaz began to think that Sini and Agen were still grieving for their parents. He noticed that despite the pain, they were able to take the first step toward healing their souls, and their sincere smiles began to fill the village with light. The cheerful voices of children now echoed around the outskirts and touched the hearts of the inhabitants. The locals began to perceive them as their own, as if they had always been part of the community. And Aruna suddenly noticed an unknown rider approaching from the east. She added that from his speed it was clear. He would soon be very close. Diaz, noticing the direction of approach, said that he was coming from the east, and called everyone to come out to greet the guest. He invited Aruna, Francis, and Francois to join him. Aruna said that Francis and Francois decided to stay in the village. According to her, they felt uncomfortable being far from Diaz. But with the arrival of Sinai and Ikena, they wanted to be close to them. Diaz said that he understood that they would return soon and that he counted on their support. Sine and Akin approached Diaz with sincere expressions on their faces. Senai asked him to return home as soon as possible. Aiken added that they would wait for him and hope to see him soon, and Diaz confidently promised that he would definitely return. Aruna hid with magic and felt that the soul of the person approaching was white, so this person had no hostile intentions. The man who came bowed and apologized for the unexpected visit without warning, addressed Diaz, thinking that Diaz Samus was standing before him, and Diaz was surprised and asked to explain who he was. The man who came introduced himself as Camelot and said that he was a representative of Duke Kazdex. He said that Lord Eldon Kazdex wanted to meet Lord Diaz personally and was currently on the way. He also offered to accompany his master to Diaz's house. Diaz decided to meet him right here, in the village. Camelot understood and promised to immediately convey this news to his master. After his departure, Diaz thought about the name Eldon Kazdex and remembered that this was the very person whose actions could have caused a civil war. He realized that he could not allow such a person to enter the sacred boundaries of the village Iluk. Noticing an approaching carriage, surprised Aruna asked what this phenomenon was. She added that the man with the big belly had a bright blue soul, and the souls of the people around him had mixed shades. but among them there was no red one. Diaz, impressed by her words, asked why the man had a blue soul. Aruna explained that the shade was much stronger than she had ever seen, except in Diaz himself. At that time, a new man approached, who apologized to Diaz and expressed regret. He introduced himself as Eldon. Kazdex expressed admiration for Diaz's character and said he was inspired by stories about him. He also added that he very much wanted to meet personally to express his respect and admiration, and promised not to do anything that could cause harm or irritation. DS said that he was not crazy and apologized for his rude behavior towards Eldon's representative. Eldon responded friendly, that no formalities were needed between them, and the very fact of the meeting was already pleasing. He noticed the girl hiding on the side and was surprised at how well she could hide. He also noticed that she smelled as pleasant as Diaz. Diaz said her name was Aruna, and they were engaged. Iruna intervened and said that she was his wife. Diaz confirmed her words. Eldon asked if Iruna was Najin. Aruna explained that she was from the Oni people, and that their representatives are born with a horn. She added that she had never heard the word Ajin before, and therefore did not know how to properly perceive it. Eldon explained that Ajins are creatures similar to humans but not human, beastmen, mermaids, and others. Aruna agreed that if classified that way, it could be called an addition. Suddenly, Eldon began to cry and rushed to hug Diaz. He anxiously asked if Diaz had a child from Aruna. Diaz, frightened by such a reaction, told him to calm down because they did not have children yet. Suddenly, Aruna wanted to have 10 children. Diaz, surprised, said her name, and Aruna added that Diaz had already taken 2 orphans under his care, who could probably be considered agents. Eldon enthusiastically noted that Diaz had an Ajin wife, and the children were also Ajin, calling him a kindred spirit. After that, he revealed who he really was. Diaz, stunned by what was happening, could not believe it, and it turned out that Alden was the source. Eldon, recalling his childhood, said that back then, to ignite people's desire to fight and attract more volunteers to the royal capital, stories about great heroes were actively spread to inspire, but over time they turned into theatrical performances and lost some sincerity. At that performance, he first heard about a hero named Diaz. It is said that Diaz fulfilled his parents' will, fought the strong to protect the weak. It was told that he changed the behavior of tyrannical lords not with words, but with the power of his own fist. This legend was known and resonated among people. But as Eldon recounted, these performances worried the nobles themselves, and within a week they began to be restricted, and later completely banned, which caused increasing popular outrage. However, plaques with records of these stories continued to pass from hand to hand, and even reached the remote lands of Kazdex, cut off from the capital territories. But the main problem of that story was that many of its parts were distorted or completely fabricated. It contained no words about true nobility on the battlefield, and yet Eldon did not take it as truth, but continued to gather thoughts from those who had personally met Diaz. From veterans, merchants who had been on the battlefield, and even tutors, he heard only praise about Diaz. So under the influence of these testimonies, Eldon became very fascinated with Diaz. Tomlot, who was nearby, asked him not to strain himself due to strong emotions, and Diaz thought that Eldon had lifted him like a chest, so such a load must have affected his condition. He realized that their entire group had made tremendous efforts to find him. Noticing signs of fatigue, Diaz asked if Eldon could move at all. Kamoat explained that Eldon was a representative of the half-Ajins, beings born from the union of a human and an Ajian, who rarely can transform into true Ajians. In particular, Eldon belongs to the elephant race, beings with powerful bodies and superhuman strength, but with gentle souls and kind hearts. And Diaz remembered that Eldon's father was the former feudal Lord Angus, and his mother was a slave of the elephant race named Neha. Diaz noticed that every time Eldon's body changes, he loses a significant part of his life force. Previously, Diaz thought that Eldon changed form from an excess of joy, but now he understood that this has a physiological cost. The power of the half-gene is important for Eldon's personality, but it also causes many difficulties related to his dual nature. Camelot explained that Eldon was small by elephant standards, but for a human his stature remained impressively strong, and added that Eldon's unstable physical condition could only be maintained thanks to the careful care of his wives. Diaz recalled Camelot in his thoughts and realized that the attitude towards a gene in the lands of Castex went beyond common sense and was hard to describe, and this deeply affected Eldon because his heart cried out from injustice. He longed for a world without walls between races, where everyone lived in harmony. This became his deepest desire. To realize the dream, Eldon began secretly using his high status to protect the Ajins. Diaz remembered that rumors about Eldon as a womanizer were most likely invented to hide his true motives and merits. Aruna, pondering, made a remark she had long wanted to discuss. She wondered why the Incas did not enslave Eldon like other Aegeans, although he was their child, noted that the children of slaves, even half-Aegeans, were still considered Aegeans, and the Incas sought to enslave everyone, and Camelot confirmed that the initial plan was to treat Eldan as a slave, like his mother Neha. But then he said that Encus already had a wife named Yania and a son named Yani. The boy looked like his father and had a rough, unattractive appearance, which caused him suffering. The Incas, as it turned out, did not like him very much. But when a beautiful boy Eldon was born in human form, the feudal lord became very interested and declared that he was probably his son, seeking political gain. Diaz noticed how disgusting this story seemed. The father hated the son who resembled him, but preferred the child who did not look like him, and the complete inability to love made this man even more terrible. The fact that Eldon was Aegean was hidden from him and others. His mother Neha stayed nearby and pretended to be a servant, but when he turned 5 years old, his body changed. His ears and nose acquired features characteristic of his race. It was then that he realized that Neha was his mother. Since then, their relationship strengthened, and a real bond began to form between them. Eldan's main goal was to restore the natural and strong bond between mother and child. Diaz recalled that he had previously heard about a possible civil war, but did not want to believe that it could escalate into a real crisis. Camelot explained calmly that no general crisis had occurred, and that Eldan Sama was simply trying to protect his loved ones. He said that Jania and her followers informed Encus and Sama about Eldan's true intentions, and Encus, enraged, ordered the destruction not only of Eldan and Sama himself, but also of Neha, Sama, and all other Aegean, which forced Eldan to fight against Encus and his forces. Diaz mentally noted that after a brutal and bloody conflict, Eldan was able to defeat Encus's army and his supporters. Although formally he had no right to do so, he publicly declared himself the new feudal lord of the lands of Castex. Later, when the conversation continued, Eldan apologized to Diaz for his previous words and actions, and said that Diaz had married an Ajani, a woman he had recently met, so their children would also be considered Ajani. He emphasized that Aruna, Sana, lives very happily, and expressed confidence that her children would also find happiness. At the same time, Eldan admitted that he was wrong when he first met Aruna, and thought that she shared his dream and was a like-minded person. Diaz sincerely confirmed that he supports Eldan's dream, and added that in his village the Aegean already lived together in peace and harmony. He also expressed hope that something similar would one day spread to other lands. He promised to support Eldan and cooperate with him as much as he could. Diaz noted that Eldan's dream was truly noble and lofty, and advised him to keep his head held high. He added that being brave was very good. Eldan, hearing Diaz's words, could not hold back his emotions and began to cry. Diaz mentally noted that they had discussed various topics, including food supplies in each other's territories. Eldan warned that if Diaz could not increase food supplies, it would become a serious problem, because with the growing population of the village, without increasing food production, the supplies would eventually run out. He reminded that winter would definitely come, and if preparations started too late, the consequences would be serious. Diaz pondered how important these words were, spoken not just as a friend, but as a true leader and feudal lord. He decided to act and suggested starting with 1 or 2 ideal sowing fields. Diaz recalled his work on the land before the war and promised to show what he was capable of. Diaz and Aruna are going home together. When they returned, Sanay and Akin, seeing them, could not hold back tears. Sanay said that they had promised to return immediately, and Akin added that that was exactly what they had said. Diaz mentally admitted that he had indeed returned later than promised. But no matter how he explained the reasons, it would all sound like an excuse. Later in the evening, Aruna sighed with relief and said that the children had finally fallen asleep. She was surprised at how long they had been angry and how much energy they had. Aruna smiled, noticing how happy their faces looked when they were sleeping. Diaz thought that the children had run a lot all day, and noted that he had previously considered the peaceful village only an illusion. At some point, Akin cried and complained that Senai ate her potatoes. Senai also cried and said that Akin did not want to forgive her. Akin said that this was the last time. Sina justified herself and said that she had apologized. Diaz tried to calm them down by offering his share so they could reconcile. But Akin refused and said she did not want to eat Diaz's potatoes. Aruna immediately offered her portion to settle the dispute, and Diaz mentally noted that the rivalry between the sisters was too strong. He remembered how that night there was an incident with crying, and in the morning Aruna was surprised to notice that both had a fever. Tenny, mumbling in her sleep, asked if someone nearby was calling her mom. Diaz realized that despite hard times, he and Aruna would continue to care for the girls, and after what happened, the relationship between Senai and Ichen began to improve. and smiles appeared on their faces again. Aruna a little later, hesitantly, suggested that maybe they should at least scold them once. Dias disagreed and said that it would break their promise, emphasizing that they should apologize, not scold, because for children who have just found a family, it is important to run, approach adults, and explore everything around. Dias added that it is good to go through this and it should be accepted now, but admitted that such behavior could harm in the future, so from tomorrow they would start raising the girls more strictly. At that moment, Aruna's horn suddenly caught fire. Aruna felt an intrusion and reported that a large group was moving from the southeast. He asked if they were really not Eldon's people. Aruna confidently replied that Eldon had already gone home and moved in another direction. She added that at this time representatives of dark groups usually appear, and most likely these were thieves or bandits. Although it was night and she was ready to go out, Dias asked her to stay and guard the house, but Aruna insisted that she would go with him because tonight was the new moon, and without her magic they would not be able to notice enemies in the grass. She suggested that Cloud stay and take care of the house. Dias agreed and said that they would go together and he would rely on her strength. Dias pondered about the life and social structure of the Oni people, and recalled that wealthy members of this people usually had several heads of memu, creatures from which income could be obtained, so many could live without physical work. Those who were forced to hunt were from the poorer strata of society and did not have enough wealth. Before marriage, men had to pay a bride price according to old custom. The fastest way out of poverty was considered hunting bandits, although in these lands bandits appeared very rarely. It seemed suspicious, and Dias concluded that if someone so persistently stays in a place where there is only grass around, then these people must have some hidden intention. Meanwhile, one of those men walking across the steppe was surprised to notice that there really were no signs of life here, and complained that not even trees could be seen. The client interrupted the conversation and angrily reminded that he had paid a significant sum for their services. He demanded that they stop chatting and get to work. The man tried to justify himself, saying he was ready to prove it, but at the same time was surprised why they had to act at night. The client explained that there was a man named Hero Dias who could fight on the front line even during the day and still win, so their mission was to deliver a surprise strike under the cover of night, because if Dias noticed them, everything would be ruined. Moreover, he specified that if any of them saw a certain LDAN, they must immediately eliminate him, because supposedly he was assigned to meet Dias in these meadows. One of the men asked if there would be a reward for Eldon as well. The client replied that for Eldon's head they give 100 silver coins, and for Dias himself they promised 10 gold coins. The same man, inspired, addressed his comrades and said that before them was possibly the biggest catch in a long time. He energetically added that there was only one man against them, and suggested quickly finishing the job to return to the city with profit. At that moment the man saw a flash of red light. He panicked and shouted that arrows had been released and their comrade Lyle had died, realized that their ambush had been exposed, and reported that in another part of the world there were enemy archers. He ordered to throw away the torches because they made people an easy target for arrows. Then he ordered his men to shoot towards the red light. His thoughts were filled with anxiety. He did not understand where the source of the light had disappeared. He was gripped by anxiety because it was unknown from where exactly the attack was coming. He noticed with admiration that the enemy was truly skilled, because even in such thick darkness he knew their location precisely. The man realized with horror that they had clearly underestimated the enemy's strength. He recalled that at first he considered the task easy, but now he understood otherwise. They had gotten involved in something impossible. Despite this, he continued to order his men not to sit idle and to respond with fire. He demanded accuracy because the enemy was alone. If they could precisely determine his location, they would achieve victory. He shouted to be pulled out of the shelter. A voice came from this darkness and anxiously asked if their comrades were okay. Hearing it, the man understood that the voice was coming from the front. He called on everyone to immediately surround the enemy and assured that he would kill him, while the man in despair thought about how all their comrades could have died simultaneously. He began to suspect that the enemy might not be alone. At the same time, he ordered the squad to be vigilant and suggested that probably besides the archer there were other enemies. Despite the numerical superiority, he ordered to take a battle formation and wait for the attack. Suddenly he noticed a green flash and tried to understand what was happening, desperately explaining to himself what it was. The man assumed that perhaps they had stumbled upon an Agin. Overwhelmed by fear, he shouted, demanded that the enemy show himself and called him a monster. At that very moment Dias attacked him. The last thought of the man before the blow, which was imprinted in his head, was the image of a fierce warrior with blue eyes, heavy armor, and a giant two-handed axe, and he realized that this was not just an enemy, but a real monster, for whom they would ask at least 100 gold coins. The man, who was a client, fled in panic. He shouted with a broken voice full of anger and fear. His words were confused, as if he could not contain the flow of emotions. He cursed everything and everyone, repeated that their people were killed too quickly, called them worthless trash. The client knew that if he was noticed, it would be the end. He was overcome by madness. In his screams, he blamed Diaz, insisting that his old wounds started burning because of him. He hated the hero, not because he did not intervene, but because he stood in his way. He blamed the orphans and cursed the moment when Diaz took pity on him, and this thought did not give him peace. He could not understand Diaz, but one day he swore to kill him. Meanwhile, Diaz wondered what was happening. He was about to order those holding torches to start the attack, but it was unnecessary because the opponents acted chaotically and recklessly, and the fight ended by itself. During the fight, one of the enemy's arrows slightly grazed Arunas's face, which angered Diaz, but in the end, neither he nor she was seriously injured. Only the bandits suffered. Some died, others received severe wounds. One of the enemies managed to escape, but Diaz decided not to pursue him. All weapons were taken from the bandits. Diaz gave a moralizing speech, explaining how foolish and senseless their behavior was, regardless of excuses, and then ordered them to be expelled from the plains. Arunas, with a dissatisfied look, said that deportation was too mild a punishment, but Diaz decided that since there were no casualties on their side, the punishment was justified, and he promised himself that if these people tried to attack their lands again, they would show no mercy. Aruna, assessing the situation, noticed that hunting bandits was profitable. According to her, a monetary reward could be obtained from the elder for capturing them, and the confiscated iron weapons could be exchanged for money. Diaz asked if it was really possible to get something valuable for worn-out weapons. Aruna explained that iron was very valuable on the plains, and besides combat use, it was melted down into useful tools. She added that her parents did not live in wealth, so hunting bandits had always been her dream. Diaz noted that before meeting him, Aruna earned a living by patrolling the plains and hunting. Hunting bandits was considered the fastest and easiest way to escape poverty. But there were few bandits on these plains, and the chance of a big catch remained only a dream. Aruna recalled the moment when she first felt that Diaz was approaching. She remembered how her heart jumped when she heard the approach of a horse-drawn carriage, and then she thought that maybe it was finally the bandits. But when Aruna saw Diaz, she realized he was not a criminal. Diaz recalled how she felt his presence and decided that he might be a refugee thrown out of a carriage or a person who was going to end his life and was dying alone on the roadside. These were her thoughts at that moment. The next morning during patrol, she went to check on him, and Aruna recalled that she was silent when she saw the man peacefully sleeping right on the ground. She intended to check his soul just in case. If it turned out to be blue, it would be a great loss. She admitted to herself that if he were a bandit, she would have killed him without hesitation and taken his weapons and armor. Diaz remembered that. Despite Aruna planning otherwise, she decided to wake him up and talk, and Aruna herself could not explain why she did not kill Diaz, although she intended to. She felt that a conversation had to happen between them, and although she could not explain it logically, she had already made a choice as soon as she decided to act differently. Now that she was with Diaz, she did not consider it a mistake, and despite occasional misunderstandings between them, she was still surprised why she wanted to be with him. Diaz tried to understand her words but did not quite grasp their meaning, and when Aruna kissed him on the cheek, he was confused. He called her by name, asked her to wait, and hurried after her so as not to fall behind. He realized he would run after her no matter how dark the night road was, and he knew he could keep going if she was his light. At that time in their settlement there were only Aruna, 2 Memu chiefs, Klaus, 12 old women led by Maya, as well as Senai and Aiken. Among the structures were yurts, a warehouse, a toilet, a well, a square, a meeting place, and a small enclosure. Eldon expressed concern, said that the issue was not only population growth, and insisted that the village really needed more food. He explained that if an emergency occurred and supplies ran out, the consequences would be catastrophic. Although winter seemed far away, he reminded that it was closer than it appeared. Eldon noted that it would be bad if preparations did not start right now. Diaz privately acknowledged the truth of these words. He understood that such a situation must be avoided at all costs. If the village reached the brink of hunger, the most affected would be Aruna, the children, and Francis and Francois. This thought was unbearable. In response, he resolutely said that for everyone's sake he would go hunting and try to get as many buffaloes as possible. However, Eldon noted that it is not worth limiting oneself to just meat and emphasized that an unbalanced diet can negatively affect health. Therefore, besides meat, it is necessary to gather various vegetables and greens. Diaz agreed with this and suggested possibly sowing the field and setting up garden beds. But Eldon explained that this was not exactly what he meant, and added that the soil in that field was heavy, so despite numerous attempts, only grass always grew there, and many people had already tried to cultivate this land but did not succeed. Diaz firmly said that it is impossible to know the result without trying it oneself. To this, Eldon slightly smiled and thought that Diaz is truly taking a risk. He understood and respected this trait, so he assured that he would help him by all possible means to achieve success, and Diaz sincerely thanked him and promised to do everything possible to make it happen. After this, he woke up, sitting up a little, and asked himself if it had been a dream. Morning came, and he greeted Aruna, who calmly wished him good morning. At the same time, the grandmothers began whispering, noticing and surprised that Aruna was in an especially good mood today, and some ironically suggested that perhaps the previous night had been special for her. Klaus soon approached them and asked Diaz if he had a minute. He showed him a small bat he found during the morning patrol. According to him, the creature most likely flew in a flock, but at some point it was attacked. It was shot down, and the rest probably flew away, leaving it behind. Diaz looked carefully at the mouse and noted that he had never seen such a species before. Clouds admitted that he was also seeing such a creature for the first time, and Diaz advised being especially careful next time, to which Clouds agreed. Diaz noticed that this morning the weather was clear, the sky cloudless, and they were having breakfast under the open blue sky. During breakfast, he asked those present various questions. He inquired whether anything was bothering them or if they felt tension from the exercises. The answers were encouraging. No one complained. He noticed that Maya and the other grandmothers looked significantly healthier than before. All this became possible thanks to medicinal herbs that Aruna gathered and prepared. Every day they ate dishes with healing properties and took therapeutic baths. Even Diaz himself felt that his health was improving. Thinking about this, he concluded that compared to the village of Aruk, here in the village of Cajun, resource consumption, especially medicinal, was much higher. Therefore, he asked Aruna where she had such a large supply of medicinal herbs. She explained that these herbs were either gathered by hand or bought from vendors, but mostly they grew them themselves. Diaz was surprised because he did not know that Cajun had a field for growing such herbs. Aruna explained that they did not have a permanent field because they were nomadic, so medicinal herbs were grown in pots that were easy to transport. An idea occurred to Diaz, and he said that he wanted to plow the land and establish local production of products so that all villagers could live stably and safely. He sincerely asked Aruna to teach him how to grow medicinal herbs because he wanted to make a separate plot for them. Aruna apologized and admitted that she did not know the exact cultivation technique and advised him to consult the matriarch if he really wanted to learn all the nuances and do it correctly. In the home of the matriarch of the Cajun clan, a woman named Moru said that the idea of plowing the field seemed impossible to her because no one knew the exact reason, but nothing grew on this land. She said that once in the distant past, her ancestors used special agricultural technology that allowed them to grow plants in this soil. However, after the war, that valuable technology was tragically lost. Despite this, Moru assured that it was not difficult for her to teach Diaz to grow medicinal herbs, and added that although some considered it difficult, she could try if she wanted. She believed that training was almost unnecessary. Everything was very simple. It was necessary to take the so-called fertilizer stone and break it into small pieces together with animal bones. The resulting mixture needed to be thoroughly mixed with the soil and left to stand for a while. Only after that could seeds be sown, or roots of medicinal plants planted. If this step was skipped, the herbs would either grow poorly or not sprout at all. Diaz noticed that the clan member took such a valuable stone and smashed it to mix with ordinary soil. He thought that due to cultural differences it might be difficult to get help from others. Moro added that even if one tries to grow vegetables, success would be like a miracle. She explained that even with regular plowing and sowing of seeds, the result might be futile. As an example, she mentioned potatoes and soybeans. They can be grown in pots until the leaves appear, but then they immediately wither. Perhaps those who live in the forest know this better. Diaz asked about those who lived in the forest. Moro explained that since they lived far from civilization, these people were well versed in plants and agriculture. Rumor had it that if such people waved their hand, even the most barren lands would begin to green. She admitted that she had never seen them personally. She concluded her explanation with this, and added that if Diaz really mastered this matter and knows how to cultivate, then others can be taught. And creating a field for cultivation was her cherished wish, and she asked to make it for everyone. Diaz willingly promised to help, saying that he had always intended to share his knowledge if he could, and to teach not only them but others as well, so that everyone in the village would have a mountain of potatoes. Moru politely noted that it was Diaz in a blue glow, and she was waiting for his success, adding that even the future children of Diaz and Aaron would await this success. She said ironically that they would need medicinal herbs to conceive children. Diaz was a bit embarrassed, and Moro insisted that it was important and he must definitely convey this to Aruni. Later, Diaz returned home earlier than usual. I met him and greeted him, and he said he had returned. The girls ran up to him and impatiently began to ask to show what he had brought. Diaz showed them the stones and asked if they liked them. Sain looked embarrassed, and Aiken was not interested and said it was boring. Senai threw away the pebbles. I noticed their number, then both suggested playing and ran further. Aruna greeted Diaz with warm words and asked what kind of stones he had. Diaz, a little puzzled, said that they seemed beautiful to him. Aruna understood at first glance that these stones were not magical. She explained that magical stones must have an internal magical power filled with energy, and mages feel this power intuitively, even if the stones look similar. Those with magical abilities immediately recognize a fake, and Diaz admitted that he did not feel magic in these stones. He then asked if Iken and Sinai have magical abilities, and Aruna replied that they are very smart for their age and already have some magic skills. And if they work hard, they could become very strong mages in the future, possibly even surpassing the matriarch. Diaz was stunned by the realization that an incredible talent was hidden in these two, and understood that whatever path they took, their future would be bright, and someday they would spread their wings, become the greatest mages, and enter the open world. Suddenly, Sinai noticed that something was approaching. He warned everyone to be ready. Soon, Diaz saw a huge swarm of bats and ordered everyone to hide in the tent. Klaus reacted immediately. He assumed that this might be the same swarm that was harmed in the morning and now seeks revenge. Although they were small, their numbers made the situation dangerous. Usual fighting methods with spear and axe helped little here. However, Diaz began to fight, and with a few strikes destroyed several mice. Klaus thought to himself that Diaz was doing very well and much better than him. Both actively engaged in the fight. Soon a huge bat appeared, and Diaz realized that it was the leader of the swarm. Aruna encouraged him with her voice and used magic to weaken the leader. He did not flinch and with one blow beheaded the leader. Aruna explained that this species, the so-called blind bat, is very sensitive to sounds, and a magical voice can confuse them. She added that they are so small that even children could fend them off. Diaz thanked Aruna and said that she saved him. Her magical voice really surprised him. Aruna shyly replied that she could not resist because such a large swarm is rare. Diaz asked what these monsters are called, but added that he heard poorly due to ringing in his ears. Aruna leaned over and whispered in his ear. Diaz did not hear what she said, and tried to ask in surprise, but she did not answer. At that moment he noticed that Klaus was caught in crossfire and lost consciousness. Diaz said with sincere joy that he had finished the task he started. He realized that 5 days had passed since Mori gave him the magic stone. All this time he had been diligently grinding it, and only now was the work finally coming to an end. This achievement allowed him to start a long-planned project, to cultivate the field that he and Aruna called the Field of Dreams. The first step he considered was to divide the field into plots, after which he intended to start cultivating the soil. Meanwhile, Aruna suddenly reported that she felt someone approaching from the west. Her sensitive horn again signaled the presence of several people, many horses, and something else strange that resembled neither a human nor an animal. Although Diaz wanted to go there alone, Aruna insisted on going with him because she was troubled by the unknown creature moving along with the others approaching. For Diaz himself, her presence became a source of calm and confidence. He felt much safer when Aruna was nearby, and with a worried voice Aruna said that soon they would see those who were approaching. Diaz took the monocle and with excitement recognized Camelot, who was accompanying Eldon's servant's caravan. To this, Aruna sternly remarked that one should not loudly shout the name of an acquaintance upon meeting. After that, Diaz noticed something strange moving behind Camelot. He saw white animals he had not seen before. Looking through the monocle, Aruna noticed that these white creatures were pulling a cart loaded with goods. Many guards stood around the cart, and the cargo itself looked heavy and important, and she realized that this was what caused that strange inner feeling she mentioned earlier. Diaz continued to ponder the nature of these animals, because they looked like a black bull, although in conversation they were called white bulls, and this confused him. So he thought that the name Black Bull was easy to remember, and maybe he would call them that. Aruna pointed to the second cart and noticed small shadows inside, cautiously moving as if someone was watching them. This worried her, and she assumed these creatures might be spies. Diaz wanted to personally approach Camelot to find out exactly what he was carrying in the cart. Inside one of the wagons, the beasts talked about their past and current state. One of them said that he was once captured by slave traders, and out of fear of the unknown, he climbed into a wagon heading to the desert. Despite everything that had happened, he hoped to return home someday. During the conversation, the beasts decided to take some beans with them, thinking that food might be needed in the future. One of them indignantly asked another what she was doing sharing food, and she replied that they were overweight, so they could give away some food. Another animal noted that supplies on a long journey could run out, and that would put them at risk. A discussion arose about the necessity of food and the direction of the cart. During it, one of the animals opened the other's eyes to the fact that the cart was moving not to the southern desert, as was said, but to the west. Her words caused a strong reaction. Some began to realize they had been deceived, and the route did not at all correspond to the previous plan. Suspicion arose that the purpose of the trip was not a return to the desert, but something more important, possibly connected with a figure known as the Dragon Slayer, and they concluded that by eliminating this powerful enemy, they would gain recognition of their strength and dignity. A quarrel broke out among the beasts. One of them admitted that he shared knowledge and helped the group because he believed they were returning to the desert, and when it turned out that the real goal was the dragon hunter, he felt deceived. Some beasts began to say that the Dragon Slayer might even be stronger than the dragon, and fighting him would only lead to death. However, others dismissed doubts, saying that humans are liars and must be punished. They convinced others that they were better than humans, even better than the one who killed the dragon. Their task was to humiliate the enemies and then return home to the desert with provisions and earned glory, and they proclaimed that they would devote themselves fully to this cause. When Camelot ordered the wagons to stop, he warmly greeted Diaz and Aruna, thanked them for the meeting, and said that he had brought exactly the goods Eldon promised. Seeing Diaz, the beast surprisingly recognized him as the Dragon Slayer and shouted loudly. Diaz noticed the return of Camelot and, although he was polite, clearly said that he intended to ask him an important question. There was panic in the carriage, and among the beasts cries of despair began because they realized they could not defeat such an opponent. At that moment, Diaz noticed something suspicious inside the cart. In a moment, the beast suddenly jumped out of the cart and rushed at Diaz, shouting that it was time to kill him while he was defenseless. And Diaz was surprised that these mouse-like creatures could speak. But at the decisive moment, Aruna intervened and swiftly repelled all the attackers. She reproachfully addressed Diaz and accused him of excessive carelessness. In response, he calmly asked if she had managed to deal with the attackers without much effort. Aruna suggested that the approaching creatures might be friends of Camelot, and therefore should not be destroyed. The mice, hearing her words, immediately sharply denied that they were friends with the man they considered a stranger, and said they feared the woman they considered terrible. They accused the people of mocking the desert dwellers and angrily called them scoundrels. Diaz, not hiding his feelings, confidently said that he considered Aruna the most beautiful girl on the entire earth, and promised that he would not allow anyone to offend her. Camelot soon arrived and, outraged, tried to understand what had happened here in the last few minutes. Expressed dissatisfaction that someone was protecting these two, that is, the beasts, and ordered to catch all these foolish mice until each one was caught. The mice, who found themselves in a sack, loudly declared that reinforcements had arrived and complained about the treachery of the people. They scolded Diaz, calling him a dragon killer and blaming him for all their troubles. Komla bowed and sincerely apologized on behalf of everyone to Diaz and Aruna for all the caused inconveniences and troubles. He said that if he had the opportunity to apologize sincerely, he would do it at the highest level without hesitation. Diaz tried to calm him and said that in this case, an apology was not necessary. Camelot continued and explained that as a representative of Eldon, he was obliged to apologize if his subjects caused harm. Camelot said that he considered it his duty because it concerned those who were under his care. Diaz clarified whom exactly Camelot meant by subjects. It was about small creatures whom Camelot perceived as ordinary animals. Diaz began to understand that this might concern the Judgeon. Thoughts in his head intertwined into a chain, and he began to understand the difference between Judgeon and Ajin. Camelot explained that there were several peoples, those whose bodies resembled humans, those with beastly appearances, and those whose bodies completely resembled animals, and said that despite the beastly appearance, if they had developed culture and the ability to speak, they were called Jujun and considered equal in status to Ajin. Diaz said that now he understood everything. A mythical story told by parents came to mind, which said that the ability to speak was a gift from God given only to humans. He recalled that only humans could speak, and realized that if mice could speak, then they should be considered humans. The conclusion was obvious. These creatures were primitive. Camelot explained that this race is called mice with racing ears, and added that they call themselves desert dwellers. But in reality, other races also live in the desert. Dias was surprised because he had never heard of deserts within Eldon's domains before, and Camelot explained that the so-called desert homeland is a strip of land from the southern tower of the kingdom to an even more southern belt, which the mice considered their homeland. Dias noted that he once had a feeling that there were slave hunters in those parts, and recalled Eldon's promise to the desert inhabitants. As soon as they could live independently, they would be allowed to return to their native desert. It was this promise that caused their resistance. Even despite criticism and open rebellion, Eldon continued to treat them as relatives and sincerely supported them. Camelot confirmed that it was precisely because Eldon became their feudal lord that the Zhuzhini believed in the approaching day of return to the desert. Aruna said that Camelot now has a bluish tint, although he was white before, so he can be forgiven and let go, but she added that the mice are bright red, and if they appear again, she will not hold back. He recalled that he had already spoken about this before and emphasized that Camelot should not apologize so much, adding that the expressed feelings are enough, and if Camelot insists, he will accept the apology. He admitted that the behavior of the mice was a problem, and said that he would no longer be lenient if it happened again, asked Camelot to be careful and ordered him to punish the guilty. Camelot thanked Dias and promised that he understood everything. One of the guards, a dog, reported that they had finished inspecting the area, but the smell of mice had spread everywhere, so they could not be detected. He added that the large amount of spices in the cart complicated the search. Camelot decided to check the cart personally. Dias's intuition suggested that Camelot really looked inside, and in the end, nothing suspicious was found. The test was completed. All the mice were sent back to Eldon, probably for interrogations to find out the reason for the attack. The investigation turned out to be more important than immediate punishment, and Dias suddenly remembered the words of Camelot's guards about some spices. He recalled that, as far as he knew, they were supposed to bring agricultural tools. Camelot handed him a letter and apologized, explaining that because of the incident with the mice, he forgot to explain everything. Added that the tools were still being prepared, and their delivery was directly related to the spices, and asked him to be sure to read the letter. The letter to Dias was polite and warm. Eldon Kazdi wrote that the message concerned exactly those tools they had recently talked about, and emphasized that now they are giving Dias everything they can. Eldon said that this should be enough, and if not, he would immediately send another batch. He also reported that along with the tools, they sent some spices because spices were their specialty, and he hoped that they would suit Dias and his companions' taste. The letter also mentioned the carts and horses that carried all these goods, which now belonged to Dias. Eldon wrote hopefully that from now on, an open, productive, and free dialogue and trade would begin between the two fiefs. He noted that their last conversation was very useful and truly inspiring. Eldon admitted that he was eagerly awaiting the next meeting. Dias at that moment was filled with gratitude and mentally thanked Eldon for his generosity. The letter stated that everything given was a gift and no payment was required. Eldon emphasized that he considered this a sign of their friendship and asked to accept the gifts without hesitation. Camelot added that Eldon himself regretted that Dias did not have a stable, because otherwise he would have given him horses and cattle, so just in case they prepared building materials. Dias was surprised by the stable. Camelot calmly asked not to worry and entrusted the entire construction organization to his team. At that moment, Dias thought that simply receiving such gifts, he would not be able to repay Eldon in the same way. He decided that the best response would be to pass on the raw materials obtained from the Earth Dragon, as this would be a worthy and useful reply. Camelot suggested that from now on Dias and his companions could use one of the provided carts for travel, as they now belonged to them. He added that this was a great opportunity to learn how to drive a carriage, especially with the support of an experienced coachman who would quickly help master this skill. Aruna, deeply moved, joyfully turned to Dias, not believing what was happening, and with a trembling voice repeated that now they really have horses. And Dias confirmed this by pointing to 4 horses nearby. Aruna happily said that they now have 4 horses, and her heart had never been so happy. Dias pondered the significance of horses in people's lives. He concluded that for people, especially those constantly under threat, horses were decisive both in battle and for transportation and movement. A fast horse was extremely valuable, and owning many horses was considered a sign of wealth. Although Aruna's family knew how to care for horses, they were poor, so relatives had to rent horses from other owners. And Dias began to think that Aruna was probably remembering her family because her heart was full of many feelings. Aruna confessed that since childhood she dreamed of becoming a woman from a family that has horses. She added that she always considered Dias a brave man and awaited the day when they would have their own horses, emphasizing that she could not imagine her dream would come true so soon. Dias wanted to respond but did not have time. Aruna loudly thanked him, called him her husband, and said she was ready to take care of the horses and drive the carts. He tried to calm her, but Aruna continued to express her feelings passionately and loudly declared that in any case, from now on, all the work would be her responsibility. At that moment, Diaz felt Aruna embrace him with incredible strength, as if her hug had the power of 100 horses, and he remembered that this had happened before, so he again concluded that she was unlikely to let him go anytime soon. At that time, one of the mice hiding nearby anxiously noticed that it had become quiet around. She thought that maybe the people had finally stopped hunting. Fearfully, she recalled how she had hidden, thinking she would soon be found, but realizing she was still safe, she decided to flee. When the mouse tried to leave, she horrifiedly discovered that she could not open the exit because something heavy was lying on top and prevented her from escaping, so she called for help, fearing and hoping that someone would hear and rescue her. Sinai gladly showed Ekin a jar with tea leaves and said she had received it from Diaz, adding that she brought some for Ekin as well. Ekin smelled the tea and felt that it had a pleasant aroma. Sinai paused for a moment and suggested that maybe seeds and tea leaves were the same thing. H agreed and added that both her parents, mother and father, also loved tea. Meanwhile, Maya addressed Diaz, advised him to hold on tight and to give the command to move when he was ready. She added that the white bull they used was already trained for field work, so there should be no difficulties. Diaz gave the command to start a little nervously and was surprised that everything was going well. He realized that in front of him was a plow and was impressed by its capabilities because this tool not only plows the land but also eliminates weeds, making the work much faster. Grandmother Jiruchi explained that after plowing, one should wait a bit before sowing, and advised to wait a few days before planting. Diaz mentally noted that the field was now divided into 2 parts. On his side, the soil was mixed with stone fertilizer, powder, leaves, and water. On the opposite part of the field, the fertilizer was different. They used ash from burned plants and water. He recalled that in the previous village where Grandmother Chiruchi lived, they also used ash as fertilizer, and decided to try this method. Chiruchi recalled that earlier they thought nothing would grow on this field, but she suggested trying, and, while the seeds were not yet sown, to start digging a reservoir. Diaz was surprised by this proposal because he thought there was enough water for now. Chiruchi explained that there is enough water now, but the river from which the village takes water is shallow and may dry up in summer. The well will provide for household needs but may not be enough for full irrigation of the field, so it is necessary to build a reservoir to guarantee future harvests. He agreed and decisively confirmed that the reservoir would be built. Chiruchi praised him for his ingenuity and quick response. Sini ran up and asked if Diaz had already finished plowing the field. I can repeat her words that she wanted to know if he had finished the work. Diaz explained that he had not finished yet and estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 days. He asked if that was the reason they came. Semi said that Aruna had prepared lunch and asked them to call Diaz. HN confirmed that Aruna was calling him, and Diaz thanked both girls for their care and attention. He noticed that the girls' behavior seemed a little strange to him. Aishin quietly asked if Diaz was tired because work in the field is hard. He replied no, the work is not hard. She added that if he could not manage, he would be upset. He noted that he might be a little upset, but if the result turned out to be in vain, he would simply accept it as a fact. HN hesitated, then said that if she and Sinai were hiding something, Diaz would be upset. He admitted that if it turned out to be something bad, he would be upset, but if it was something harmless, then no, because everyone can have their little secrets. Diaz thought that something was wrong because their questions did not concern him. He called the girls by name, but they had already gone to play and he was increasingly worried about their behavior. Every time he could, he asked if something was wrong, but there was no answer. Even Aruna, although she tried, learned nothing, and everyone in the village approached and questioned the girls, but both stubbornly remained silent. Thoughts about a possible secret increasingly troubled Diaz. He carefully observed the girls but noticed nothing strange in their behavior. Gradually he began to think that it was just because of age. Children can also have their secrets, and later he stopped constantly returning to these thoughts. Aruna reported that 3 days had passed since the plowing. She showed seeds of a fast-growing medicinal herb called yamosi, and said that if all went well, the first sprouts could be seen tomorrow. This would be a good opportunity to check the fertility of the field. Diaz thanked her and waited for the next day. At that moment, Klaus approached and reported that the Camelot group had completed the construction of the stable, and Diaz was surprised because the construction had started only 3 days ago. He thought that the secret of such construction speed was in the pre-prepared materials that only needed to be assembled on site. This method turned out to be very convenient because the structure was easy to assemble, disassemble, and adjust according to the number of animals. DS assumed that neighboring areas could also use similar technology. He thanked Camelot for the help. Camelot modestly replied that they were only following Eldan's orders. DS said he had prepared a gift and would like Camelot to accept it if he did not object. Camelot asked with interest what kind of gift it was about. When DS mentioned the material from the Earth Dragon, he unintentionally frightened all of Camelot's companions, and Camelot awkwardly smiled and began to refuse, saying that they could not accept such a large and important gift in the form of a large amount of dragon material. One of those present suspiciously asked for what purpose this gift was, and suggested that DS might be plotting something. In response, DS apologized for the suddenness, mentally noting that his gift was more considered as something for storage with the possibility of gaining profit. And only after signing an official agreement on the transfer of materials did they finally accept the gift. The next morning, Camelot reported that all matters were resolved and they were preparing to return. He thanked DS for his care. DS sincerely replied that he himself should be thanked because it was Camelot and his people who provided them with such great help. He recalled that when they first met, they could not even greet properly. Only over time, step by step, mutual understanding appeared between them, and now they felt the parting almost with regret. Akin and Scene could not hold back tears. Seeing this, Aruna quietly asked them to stop crying and promised that when they calmed down, they could play with the horses, and also added that if they slowed down, even the horses might start crying. DS pondered the question of gender. He checked, but nothing sprouted. Aruna called him to draw attention to the result. DS replied that it was not a problem because he did not expect instant success, and suggested that perhaps they had not waited long enough after plowing, and it was worth trying again. The next day nothing changed. DS thought that there was not enough fertilizer, so he decided to add a little more. On the third day again, no sprout appeared. He thought that there was not enough fertilizer and promised himself to make an even larger portion. On the fourth day, nothing worked again, and DS decisively decided to double or even triple the amount of fertilizer. Aruna couldn't stand it and told him to stop and rest. She explained that endless mixing of fertilizer would no longer help, and that the field was probably not suitable for cultivation at all. DS roughly agreed that she could be right, and noted that there are failures in life, and although some efforts were wasted, one should not lose hope but rather direct them to other matters. Meanwhile, Ikan and Scene observed his actions. Sina quietly turned to her friend and asked what they should do. Ikan replied that she wants to help DS but does not know how, and mentally addressed her mother. Suddenly, a voice calling for help sounded. I should not have been surprised by this. Senna also heard it. Both girls understood that the voice was unfamiliar. Senna said it was definitely a call for help and suggested going to check. In the warehouse room, she desperately begged for help to be released. She said she had been locked up for about a week, and although one can survive a few days without water, her condition was already critical. She admitted that she regretted not asking the Dragon Slayer for help. She kept calling out, hoping someone would hear her. Sinai confirmed that someone really called. I should have guessed that the voice came from the warehouse. Mishka screamed that she was in the chest and could not open the lid because something heavy was on top. Sinai assured her that they would help now, but she could not manage alone. Aiken warned that if the bags were removed, their contents might spill out. Misha was worried about them and apologized, asking not to risk their health, and also suggested calling the adults. Sane explained that the adults were busy with work and therefore could not call them. The mouse became worried again, said it would be terrible if the girls were hurt and that she could wait a little. However, the girls decided to see the matter through to the end and assured that there was very little left. And when they removed the last heavy object, the mouse said she was grateful to them all with all her heart. She said that being closed was very difficult, and now they had become her true rescuers, so she introduced herself and asked the name of the rescued woman. And I smiled kindly and praised the mouse glasses. Misha thanked for the compliment and said that the glasses were handmade, as was the book she was holding. And Senai inquisitively asked who she was and what gender she was. Misha said that she is Jujin from the tribe of racing mice named Emma. Jaraboa said that she is a woman. Meanwhile, on the field, Aruna shouted anxiously and asked Dias to stop. Dias said he was thinking about changing places, and Aruna added that he was already starting to look like a slave and insisted that he stop tormenting himself. Sinai wanted to find out why Emu was locked up in that place. I can assume that she was punished for some misdeeds. Ima explained that it was not a punishment and that her story was quite long, but even if others could not fully understand it, there was nothing terrible in it. She said that it was exactly then that her acquaintances were caught when they tried to attack Diaz Samu, and she happened to be nearby and had nothing to do with their actions. She looked like the detainees, so she thought she might also be mistaken for a participant in the attack and unfairly punished. because she decided that she supposedly also wanted to harm Diaz-Sami. Out of fear, she immediately fled, and during the escape jumped into the first chest she came across, hoping to hide there. Soon, heavy things were placed on the chest, which prevented her from getting out of it and left her locked inside. After her explanations, Sene began to wonder whether she could be considered an enemy and whether she felt hostility towards Diaz. Ima explained that until then she had not had any personal conversation with Diaz, so she could not be considered either his ally or enemy. Then Senai said that they wanted to consult Ima about an important matter. I can add that it was extremely important to keep this a secret so that Diaz and others would not find out the content of their conversation, because everything they wanted to discuss was a secret. Emma replied that maybe they should talk to someone else they trust more than her. Sunny explained that no one in the entire village is suitable for this, because half the people are very few, and those who remain, namely Aruna, Francis, or Francois, cannot keep this secret because they might report to Diaz, and Aima understood the seriousness of the situation and said that she is well aware of it. Then Sane said that Diaz tried every day to cultivate the field, but he failed, and I explained that he failed because nothing grew on that land, as it lacked the strength to grow. She also said that they knew how to do something with this barren land, but such actions are not for people, and I should not pass on the words of her parents, who say that if people find out about such power, they will definitely start using it for their own interests and abuse it, so no one should talk about it. Her parents also insisted that no one see this power being used, and it became the last promise Ancient and her sister made to them, and Sin said that despite everything they really want to help Diaz. Aishin added that Emma, since she is not human, can learn this power and they are ready to share it with her. Emma became interested and asked to be told more to better understand, and Ichin inquired if it became clearer to her. To this, Emma replied that she needed some time to think over everything she had heard. She began to reason aloud and explained that, as far as she understood, Sinai and Ichin represent the forest people. Sinai confirmed that they are inhabitants of the forest, and Ichin added that their people are engaged in protecting and studying the forest. Ima continued, saying that the forest people not only live in the forest, but also protect it, and then themselves become part of the forest. She noted that the word become has a special meaning for their race. Hin agreed with this, and explained that when forest inhabitants die, they pass their power to a seed, and put their knowledge into it. Then these seeds are planted in especially important places. Later all of them grow into a forest, and Emma thought that before death the forest inhabitants give their seed to a loved one to become the forest through them. The one who receives such a seed must protect and nurture it so that a new patch of forest grows from it. When the seed sprouts and becomes a tree, it is like a tombstone that can be touched by hand and read the thoughts inside. Emma perceived it as a living book that could transmit knowledge. She compared that tree to a family tree that feels a blood connection with its people, learned that the forest people live in the forest to guard these living books, and that the twin sisters have two special powers, one of which accelerates the growth of trees and herbs, spreading magical energy, and the other creates barriers that protect against miasma and diseases, and both these powers are intended only for growing and protecting the forest. When Emma understood all this, she asked if she was suitable for their cause, and Sinai gladly confirmed that she was perfect, called her smart, and sincerely rejoiced. Emma thought that the twin sisters were still too young to create a full-fledged forest. For now they could only cover the field with a small barrier so that the fruits would grow, and if they used this power daily, over time their abilities would quickly develop and strengthen. Although the barrier was small, it could prevent diseases, so it was truly an amazing power. Emma realized that if humanity learned about such a magical ability, it would lead to undesirable consequences. That is why the sisters' parents asked to keep it a strict secret, and Emma now understood their motives. She voiced doubts aloud about their decision to live with Diaz, believing it wiser to hide their power from people. And Senai confessed that at first they were really afraid of Diaz and planned to flee immediately to fulfill their promise to their parents. But when they met Diaz, his hands were strangely soft and gentle, and his voice so tender that they remembered their father and mother, and he seemed to them a warm person, although he still smelled unpleasant. Aiken confirmed the sisters' words and added that although Diaz smelled unpleasant, he was much kinder than that frogman they had met earlier. And it was precisely because of his kindness that they decided to stay with him. And other villagers were also kind to them, despite Diaz's smell. And so they felt that he was a person to whom a secret could be entrusted. They believed that he would not abuse what he had learned. Emma replied that she understood their feelings and motives. She kept thinking and concluded that the sisters were trying to keep their promise to their parents, but at the same time sincerely wanted to help Diaz. So they needed to consult someone who could help find a way to cooperate without breaking the agreement. And later, Emma said this aloud. explaining that due to the Earth's too weak power, it was impossible to create a full-fledged fertile field here without the help of the forest inhabitants. Senai explained that the local soil literally draws out all the energy from itself, and even if it is filled with magic, it quickly dissipates and leaves nothing again. So to stop this process, a magical barrier must be created. Ichin added that if there is a barrier, everything will be fine and the situation will improve, after which Emma wondered what phenomenon exhausts the soil and said that if they find out its nature, there will be a chance to do something. However, Sine admitted that they do not have an exact answer to this question, and I can add that they do not know the nature of what is happening, but believe that this phenomenon may be caused by some good child. Senet explained that they meant some creature, but feared that if it continued its actions, the land would eventually turn into barren sand. Ikan added that in that case, Francis and the other inhabitants would have no food left. Emma thought that the girls had shared their guess with her, but there was uncertainty in their voices. The way they spoke gave the impression that someone was deliberately causing this phenomenon. However, she believed that such an explanation was most likely impossible. Weak crop growth could have been caused by both soil quality and natural barriers created by surrounding conditions, and she concluded that the land would not necessarily turn into a desert. It is simply not a suitable place for farming. But considering the possibility of using a magical barrier, she could not rule out that the source of the problem was a disease or miasma from some monster, so it was necessary to immediately find out how to apply the barrier without attracting attention. Later, Ima suggested that the barrier could be used discreetly so that Diaz and others would not notice it. Sene replied that it was impossible because Diaz was always in the field. H and N added that after finishing work in the field, they themselves went to sleep. Then Emma suggested trying in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep. Sene explained that it wouldn't work because they also sleep at night. I confirm this because they won't have time to wake up. Ima offered to wake the girls herself and explained that despite her appearance, she is well-oriented at night and can lead them along the right path. She assured that if they show her their home, she will definitely find it. The girls gladly agreed and admitted that it was right to consult with Emma. Emma mentally noted that they were really very worried, and was glad she listened to them until the end. After that, she suggested moving on to discussing the action plan. First, she advised calming down a bit because overly noticeable behavior could reveal their intentions to outsiders. The girls quickly agreed and began repeating that they were just going for a night walk to avoid arousing suspicion. Inside, Emma felt her anxiety growing. At night, she found with relief that she was alive, and then noticed that the twins had made a small hole through which she could crawl. Suddenly, she saw the dragon hunter and realized she had to be especially careful not to be noticed by him. She also noticed that Diaz had been working a lot in the field lately and, as the girls said, really had a strong smell. Then Emo woke the girls, introduced herself, and gently asked them to wake up so they could go to the field and help Diaz, warning that if they did not hurry, morning would soon come and there would be no time to help. The girls woke up and asked what was happening, complaining that it was dark and scary, and Emma asked what they usually do when they need to go to the bathroom. The girls replied that they always went with Diaz and Aruna, who held their hands or carried them. Emma realized that next to her they did not feel such confidence and calm. During the conversation, Aishin said that the item she was holding belonged to their mother, and Sene had an item of their father, and Sene added that when they hold these seeds, they feel better, as if their parents help them stay in a good mood. I need to explain that their parents loved black tea and it was like a feeling of closeness. Sometimes the girls just held the seeds and had an imaginary conversation with them. Emma realized that these seeds gave the girls a sense of connection with their parents and strength of spirit. I can ask Emmy to wait a bit. Standing aside, she looked over the field that Diaz had worked on so diligently. It seemed to her that it was quite normal and without obvious problems. Meanwhile, the girls began to read spells or prayers, and soon the appearing light enveloped their figures, then slowly disappeared as if soaking into the ground, and Emma thought with admiration what a beautiful picture it was. The light shone gently, then dissolved as if it had merged with the earth, and the girls, having completed the ritual, strangely said that the barrier was set, and now they could go to sleep in the yurt. Emma wondered if they really finished the work so quickly and were already returning. After that, she realized that her role was over. When she found herself among the girls, she politely asked to be let go because she was afraid that the delay might get her noticed. But the girls were already asleep and did not let her go. Emo was embarrassed, realized she remained in their embrace, and began to insistently ask to be released. Meanwhile, on the territory of Kozdex, in one of the drinking establishments of the city Melengal, several beast-like creatures were discussing the latest gossip and said that Eldon Sama was going to the royal capital to meet the king and receive the title of lord. One of them said that Eldon planned to give the magic stone to the one who kills the Earth Dragon, and expressed confidence that such a gift would please the king, and the beast people agreed that after this, an even more stable and peaceful time would come to the territory of Kazdex. They noticed that people rarely get close to half-humans, and this alarmed them. One of them suggested that the dragon hunter had a half-human wife. According to him, there was strong love between them and they often walked together, attracting the attention of others. Someone was surprised to learn that his wife belonged to a race with a horn, and suggested that perhaps she descended from rhinoceros people. One of the beast people ironically remarked that a man could fall in love with a representative of the rhinoceros race. They also discussed the announcement about recruiting new residents to the village of dragon killers, where, as it was written, food and shelter would be provided to everyone regardless of race, except criminals, and this interested the dog race. The conversation turned to the attack of the long-eared mice, which turned out to be the work of a man who called himself a representative of a non-existent race of ape-like people, and this caused confusion because none of those present had heard of such a race before. Soon it became clear that other groups appeared, claiming that this man was inciting them. He was tall and completely wrapped in black fabric that concealed his face and body. The man in black mentally cursed the beast that did not succumb to his tricks even for gold, and noted that he could only deceive trusting mice, and even among them there were no worthy executors. He regretted that the poison was lost and promised to kill Diaz someday. At that time, in the eastern kingdom of Sansarif, the knights on duty were discussing new information about the appearance of defectors from Dionysomus's faction, and one of the guards suggested that this could be the end of their political influence. The conversation shifted to the fact that the Maizasama faction had lost Duke Kazdex, who controlled the western trade zone. They also discussed who would be the next heir to the throne. Richard Sama was considered a possible candidate, but no one was sure. Isabel Sama and Elena Sama did not inspire trust. They also discussed which faction Duke Kazdex had joined. One of the knights reported that the Duke had died of illness and power had passed to his second son, who was believed not to have joined the Mazusama faction, and there were rumors about the elder son as well, that he supposedly died of illness, so they talked about a possible epidemic among the nobility. They discussed that the future political course would depend on the choice of the second son, noting that he was on good terms with Diaz due to neighboring lands, and this second son became the lord of Netrosovi Lux, a place with a bad reputation due to rumors of a curse. They said that nothing would grow in those fields and no houses could be built because fire would immediately break out, but some believed this was just a fabrication, and trusted that the alliance between Diaz and the Duke's second son could influence the future of the entire kingdom. Someone said that although they had never met Diaz, they had heard that people spoke of him both as a good person and as a person without principles, and at that moment their conversation was interrupted. A guard drew another's attention and said that Diana Sama had led most of the soldiers and left the capital, which caused surprise. One of the knights noticed that she had taken about 200 soldiers and several dozen wagons with provisions. They began to suspect that a war might start. Another guard considered this unlikely because 200 people were not enough for a full-scale war. But in any case, it was necessary to find out what was happening. Iruna woke up and noticed that Senai and Aishin had switched places in their sleep. This fact confused him and made him wonder why this movement had occurred, while Emma was already cheerful, and, seeing him, quietly greeted him, wishing him a good morning. That morning, Diaz reported that several incidents had occurred in the village of Iluk, and the atmosphere was tense and anxious. Among the first, he mentioned the case when Sinai and Aikian slept together with a creature resembling a long-eared mouse, and Aruna was outraged by such behavior and considered contact with a creature that could carry deadly diseases unacceptable. He angrily stated that both girls and the long-eared mouse, who introduced herself as an Imok of the long-eared jumping mice people, were punished. The punishment was that they had to bathe in a healing bath. The dove, who was nearby during the conversation, understood that this very event caused the cries he had heard earlier. D admitted that he felt anxiety and feared a repeat of the incident, but since Iam's skin was bright blue, Aruna said there was no need to worry. Dove was surprised to hear about the blue color, but quickly changed the subject and asked to forget about the incident. Diaz told about another case when seeds sprouted in the field sown the day before. He noticed that it was natural for seeds to sprout, but he was surprised by the perfectly even circle in the plot. Although the conditions and fertilizers between his field and grandmother's field were different, the greenery in this circle grew as if ignoring all external influences. The dove responded jokingly, saying that the story was truly amazing, and added that birds in those parts were especially loud, possibly because of the sprouts in the field. Diaz asked with interest if he understood the birds, to which the dove smiled slightly and replied that he did not have such magic, and that Diaz said very strange things. Then Diaz described a third case, less important, but still causing discussion. Sinai and Ikens are trying to save Emu. He said that he had already finished cleaning the warehouse, but the thought of food from beans inhabited by mice repelled him. At the same time, he considered that throwing them away was pointless and wrong, and the dove agreed, saying that throwing away tasty beans was unwise. Despite all the incidents, Diaz noted that the most important event that morning was one unexpected visit. The just-arrived dove introduced himself as Jalant. He was of Golubansky origin, served Eldon Samu, and headed the mail delivery department. And DS, hearing this, was very surprised and said in amazement. He mentally acknowledged that this visit was unexpected and immediately asked himself about the cause of the noise, thinking that perhaps something important had happened. Jalab confirmed that indeed something urgent had happened. He admitted that he forgot to deliver an extremely important assignment, a letter with urgent demands. He handed over the letter and asked Diaz to confirm receipt. Diaz understood that he needed to open the letter immediately. There were 3 attachments. The first contained apologies from the people of long-eared jumping mice and a report on a recent incident, stating that there might be an instigator among them who pushes others to crimes, and it warned to be cautious. The second concerned alarming movements toward the royal capital, reporting that the third Princess Diana had begun gathering weapons and people, her intentions unknown, and the authors asked to closely monitor her actions. The third letter reported a recent announcement about recruitment and said that a small species of dog people showed great interest in the settlement and appeared in greater numbers than expected. The letter ended with a request to urgently decide whether to accept them into the village, and Diaz noted that this letter had a seal, so it was the most important of the 3. Diaz pondered and turned to Jalant to clarify what exactly the expression, small species, meant, and admitted that he had met many representatives of dog people, but had never heard of such a subspecies. Jalen began to explain that among dog people there really are 2 types. One is the large species, whose representatives are smarter, stronger, bigger, and look almost like humans. Diaz most likely had met them. The other is the small species. These creatures more closely resemble their ancient ancestors. They are physically weaker, retain old instincts, are clumsy and often move on all 4s, usually have many offspring, and the young grow quickly. Gallant explained that the small species overheard conversations of members of the large species who came to the village and became interested in settling there, and then saw an announcement about food and shelter, which likely prompted them to move en masse. Diaz said that if the village really agrees to accept this small creature, he would immediately find out the decision and asked Gallant to wait in place. Gallant, in turn, expressed understanding. Diaz suggested that whoever wanted could eat the mentioned content, and Gallant responded with interest and hope, taking the offer seriously. Klaus, who was nearby, confirmed that everything was fine with this, and since they now needed soldiers and any help was important, Maya noticed that the place had become noticeably livelier and her mood improved. Chiruchi apologized because she was busy checking the soil, and added that if Diaz agreed to the proposal, she also did not object. And Diaz mentally noted that later he asked other grandmothers, and none expressed dissatisfaction or protest. All those he approached remained calm and agreed with the situation. Diaz entered the yurt, where he was met by Rona. She immediately explained that she was not angry and spoke only out of concern for everyone present. She said that she was worried about a mouse in the yurt and considered it a potential problem. After Diaz's words, the girls excitedly started talking about dogs, and this distracted them from the previous conversation. Aruna admitted that in such an environment it was no longer possible to teach or mentor with the same inspiration. Diaz asked if the girls said anything important. Aruna replied that no. They probably thought about what happened but never explained why they slept with the mouse in their arms. He said that if the girls did not tell immediately, then they had a good reason for it. He admitted that he did not know exactly what they were hiding, but believed that they did not want to harm anyone, so he suggested just waiting, because probably they would tell everything themselves someday. Aruna agreed with his explanation, although there was doubt in her voice. Diaz recalled that when he assessed Imma's soul, its color was bright blue. She introduced herself as one of the long-eared jumping mice. Despite all of Aruna's instructions, the girls immediately befriended Imma, which indicated sincere trust. Diaz mentally noted that this mouse was really different from those who attacked earlier. Later, Diaz approached Imma to find out why she was here. Imma, a little embarrassed, began to explain that her story would be long. Meanwhile, Zolant flew off carrying a letter for Eldan. According to Diaz's calculations, the letter should arrive by sunset the same day. This document, delivered personally, contained not only confirmation of the acceptance of the representatives of the Dog Nation, but also a small accompanying condition. In the same letter, Diaz wrote about the appearance of Imma, her stay in the village, and her intention to remain there in the near future. As it later turned out, Emma really wanted to stay in the village of Aluk on her own initiative. She told Diaz about her situation and family circumstances. At one point, she sincerely said that she wanted to live in the village of Aluk. Then Diaz asked her why she made such a choice. Emma explained that she wanted to be closer to Sane and Aiken, because she was touched by how these girls were growing up, and now she wanted to observe this process. She emphasized that despite her appearance, she could read, write, count, and knew other sciences. She hoped to be useful to the village with her knowledge, in particular to teach Sanai and Aiken, and promised to do everything possible. She sincerely asked for permission to stay here to live. Diaz recalled that he warned her that if she went to the neighboring territory, Eldon could send her back to her homeland. But despite this, Emma remained firm and unshakable. Then he decided to introduce her to the rest of the villagers. He went around everyone and listened to their opinions. Overall, the people approved and there were no objections. The only one who objected was Aruna. Hearing this, Aruna doubted whether it was worth allowing the mouse to live in the village. She darkened and became wary, and Emma responded with dignity. She said that as a representative of the desert race, she is pure and should not be confused with other rodents. Diaz noted that she denied this very confidently, after which Aruna agreed to accept Emma on the condition that she strictly adhere to personal hygiene. The representative of the mouse people, Ima Juraboa, officially became a resident of the village Iluk and a new member of their community. After some time, Diaz returned to the warehouse, checked the supplies and found that several packages had disappeared, which surprised him. He noticed a hidden wine barrel in the very center of the warehouse, thought anxiously about the possible reason for its movement, and carefully decided that the situation required attention. Ima ran up to Diaz happy and excited, and said that she hears everyone in the kitchen. There was surprise in her voice. She talked about the preparations, who would use the ingredients, and mentioned alcohol as part of the celebration, because she decided that all this was in honor of her arrival, and sincerely rejoiced that they were arranging a welcome party for her. Diaz, catching her enthusiasm, said that they needed to hurry and join. To himself, he smiled slightly and noticed that Sheen and her sister had again started adding walnuts to the food, a habit they had not given up. Emma wanted to find out what exactly the grandmothers were mixing, because she had never seen anything like it before, and Diaz noticed jars of sugar near the grandmothers, so he thought they were probably making something sweet. Approaching closer, Emma politely addressed the grandmothers and asked for permission to try what they were making. Diaz, watching what was happening, somewhat irritably noted that such large-scale preparations were being made without his knowledge and they had not told him anything at all. Aruna, noticing his reaction, asked with satisfaction if he was surprised. Diaz honestly admitted that he was really impressed and asked when she managed to organize all this. Aruna proudly explained that recently one good event followed another, so Grandmother Maya advised to arrange a feast. Since Diaz was busy, they started the preparations themselves without waiting for permission. She wanted to warn him, but at that moment he was focused on the letter in the yurt, and when Diaz did not consult and hid the wine, Aruna rightly noted that acting like that was wrong. Diaz thought that according to the laws of the kingdom, alcohol was allowed only from 18 years old, because it can cause addiction and poisoning. The body is not ready for it until that age, and by 18 a person reaches a level of self-control. Diaz did not know what laws existed among the Oni people, but Aruna was 15 and he was worried, especially when he found out that she had already tried alcohol, so he hid the wine, although he knew that it angered her. Hearing his thoughts, Aruna hurried to assure that she was not angry at all. She explained that she understood. Diaz acted out of care for her. After a long time together, they understood each other better, and preparing the banquet without permission, as she admitted, was like a revenge, but a soft and symbolic one. She just wanted that now, as husband and wife, important issues in the future would be discussed together. She was worried that Diaz might think he didn't need to consult her, and she said that if he was worried about her, he should just say so, because as a couple they have to share everything. Dee apologized and promised to act the same way in the future. He wanted to talk about wine, but Aruna immediately interrupted, saying that alcohol does not harm the body at all, and is even beneficial. Their people, the only people, traditionally drink kumis, a nutritious drink used as medicine, and in families with horses, kumis is even given to children who have just been weaned. When Diaz heard this, he was horrified and began to say that giving alcohol to children is dangerous, expressing concern that they could get injured or even die. Aruna stood her ground and explained that in their culture this had never led to such consequences. On the contrary, those who did not drink were more often ill. She admitted that their family had no horses, so for treatment they only drank hot water. All her brothers and sisters, as well as herself, were often sick in childhood. It was a difficult time. Maya, observing their lively conversation, admiringly noticed how well they got along. Slightly annoyed, she asked them to stop chatting and offered to help with the preparations, adding that after the party they could continue the conversation about wine. Diaz tried to object, but Maya interrupted him, saying that they found a box of wine in the pantry and that was a reason to celebrate. According to her, when the representatives of the dog breed arrive, everyone will be able to drink and have fun together. That's exactly how Aruna presented it. Maya added that Aruna noticed that with the arrival of dog people, Diaz would be able to drink less alcohol, so Aruna decided to organize a party as soon as possible. And for her, giving up wine was a challenge. He admitted to himself that the stubborn and emotional Aruna was genuine, realized he was at fault for not discussing the situation with her and forgetting about cultural differences. So this time he decided to turn a blind eye to everything. He also understood that with each new species arriving in the village of Iluk, a new culture would emerge, and each time this happened, the village would have to write new rules. He promised to handle this personally. After all, he is a lord, and it is his duty. He must protect the village and make decisions, regardless of who interferes with him. As of now, the report on the territories of the neutrals lists the following inhabitants: Aruna, Senai, Ichen, two Mimu, Klaus, and grandmothers, including Maya. Recently new inhabitants joined them: Ima, Jeroboa, 4 horses, and 2 white buffalo. Among the buildings were a yurt, warehouse, outhouse, well, meeting place, and square. New objects also appeared: a field stable and cowshed, stable, and the heroes discuss a drink at the morning table. Diaz notices a strange white liquid at breakfast. The girl explains that it is kumis, a traditional fermented mare's milk drink. She says she went to the village in the morning and asked the locals for some because everyone last night was talking about alcohol. He doubted the early drinking, and the girl with a slight smile advised just to take a sip. Someone among them doubts whether this drink really contains alcohol. Diaz adds that to get drunk, one must drink quite a lot, and that such a drink can even be given to a child. They also say that kumis is healthy. It strengthens health, adds strength, helps the intestines work, and even cleanses the body of diseases. Diaz reflects on the recent conversation and concludes that the difference in views between him and Aruna was due to a different attitude toward kumis, because he imagined it as very strong alcohol, while Aruna does not consider kumis real alcohol and spoke about its health benefits. Diaz understands that cultural perceptions can cause misunderstandings, and the heroes decide that when the right time comes, they need to talk about their customs and past. The heroes recalled that the atmosphere in the village noticeably improved. It seemed to them that this also affected other residents, and they noticed that conversations between people began to arise by themselves, effortlessly. The girls gladly said that they had gathered a large harvest again, showed baskets with the collected produce, were very satisfied with the result, thanked Diaz Thanksenia and Aihin for their help, and sincerely rejoiced for them. The girls said they want their own field and want to plow it. The man said he did not mind and added that next time he would plow a small field for them. They thought about where it would be better to place it. At the end of the day, everyone agreed to finish the work and thank each other. Diaz's grandmother Celia approached him and asked to talk. She admitted that she had come up with something and asked him to listen. Later he said that that evening a meeting was scheduled to discuss her proposal. Ramoselia was worried that with the growing number of inhabitants it would be impossible to discuss everything with everyone, so she proposed to elect representatives who would gather the group's opinions and convey them to Diaz to avoid quarrels and hasty decisions. At the evening meeting, everyone supported her proposal and began discussing how to implement it. As a result of the discussion, it was decided that Diaz would remain the head of the village and make decisions and bear responsibility for them. But if desired, he could hold meetings with representatives to hear the villagers' opinions. The representatives appointed were Klasid from security, Arona from Diaz's family, and grandmother Maya as a representative of the common people. Jajin was asked to represent the beast folk, but she refused, explaining a lack of experience, although she had education. The characters discuss that the dog community will have to choose a representative who will come instead of them. They also say that if it is necessary to increase the number of representatives, decisions are made according to established rules. The meetings lasted until late at night and finally ended. Aruna notices that guests have come to them and wakes Diaz with words about the guests, and he asked in surprise why someone came so early. Aruna admitted that she did not notice how the group approached and that they were already very close, but she suggested moving forward and promised to explain everything on the way. When the heroes looked into the distance, one of them noticed a large figure and many small ones in front of it. They assumed that these could be dog people. One of the characters clarified that most likely the large ones are camelots, and the small ones are dog people. Another said that they might have brought something with them. Soon someone shouted that they see them. The characters saw a large crowd of creatures rushing to the village. Among them were dog people and a giant serpent-like creature. One of the characters was stunned and could not understand why a huge pack of dogs and this creature were moving together. The girl said that this monster is Anaconda Rook, and he is a real monster. The man said in surprise that he had never heard that human dogs could tame such creatures. She immediately replied that no one tamed him. The creature came on its own. At that moment, the girl remembered that she forgot the bow and arrows and became worried. Everyone anxiously watched as the huge creature approached with the pack of dogs, understanding the seriousness of the threat. Panic gripped everyone when the monster ate one of the dog people. The people were in shock and one began to call for help. Everyone was confused because they had no weapons and did not know how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Diaz, without waiting, ran to the monster to engage in battle. The heroine shouted at him to stop, calling his name Diaz in panic. But it was already too late and he found himself face to face with the monster. Diaz, without hesitation, rushes into battle with the monster. The giant serpent-like creature with an open mouth prepares to attack and makes frightening sounds. Then Diaz, with strength and determination, delivers a powerful blow, throws the monster back and tears the caught animal from its mouth. He continued to fight the giant monster and acted decisively, rushed forward and at the last moment grabbed the beast's body, pulling the victim from the mouth. With incredible strength, he pushed the serpent-like creature away, dealt a powerful blow and forced it to retreat. The monster lost balance and fell. The characters began to come to their senses, and AR noticed that fortunately Anaconda Rook is non-venomous. One of the characters asked if he was okay, and the dog person joyfully said that he was alive and that she thought he was done for in every way. And Aruna, lowering her gaze, admitted her mistake and confessed that it was her fault because she forgot the bow and arrows. The girl smiled kindly and thanked them for the rescue, explained that on the way they were noticed by a large serpent and they were in danger, added that thanks to the intervention of the locals they managed to avoid trouble and asked to name their rescuers. Aruna introduced herself first and pointed to the man next to her, saying that this is Diaz, her husband and the feudal lord of these lands. The stranger also introduced herself as Canis, explained that she takes care of the little dog people on behalf of Eldon and Sammy, and today accompanies them as their guide, and added that it was these three little people who wanted to emigrate. She explained that each of them differs not only in appearance but also in character. She called the black-haired ones Mastiffs, or Tibetan Mastiffs, and this clan is famous for courage and pride in their strength. The brown-haired ones, according to her, belong to the Ba Sanji clan, or simply Sanji, which is known for its seriousness and straightforwardness. And the black and white ones, called Orson Shep, or simply Shep, are distinguished by curiosity and diligence. Canis explained how important clan names are for dog people and asked to remember them well. Aruna completed the soul check and confirmed that Canis has a light blue aura, meaning she came with good intentions. The little representatives of the people had bright blue auras, indicating purity and sincerity. Canis added that representatives of small peoples love to work and get nervous without work, so she insisted on finding at least some occupation for them and asked to clarify if there would be any problems with this. He suggested using horses to build a reservoir and help care for livestock, as well as having some of them become soldiers and perform night patrols, training fights with Klaus and, in case of threat, participate in real battles. Diaz voiced job proposals. Representatives of the dog people were delighted. Their reaction was so stormy that others had to calm them down. To take control of the situation, Diaz calmly asked everyone to be quieter. Gradually, the noise subsided, and the representatives of the dog people quickly calmed down, sat down, and began to wait for further instructions. Diaz officially introduced himself and said that he was the feudal lord of this plane. Diaz and Aruna respectfully sat opposite the new acquaintances, which caused a lively reaction among representatives of all three clans. His manner made a strong impression on Canis. She was surprised at how freely and respectfully he communicated with the dog people. Despite being a human and a feudal lord, she thought to herself that he was truly an unusual person. The first powerful representative of the Tibetan breed named himself Marf and said that together with his clan he was ready to serve as a soldier. He spoke politely and respectfully, but Diaz smiled, asked him not to be so formal, and suggested addressing him more simply, noting that he was glad to meet Marf. Then the elder of the Besenji clan, who introduced himself as Serdeo, said that their clan wanted to get to work as soon as possible, for example, building a reservoir or other tasks. Dias also emphasized that among his people there were elderly ones like Grandma Maya, and asked that they also be given attention and care. The head of the Shep clan with the long name, Reichardt Gord Funjadi Orson Shep, asked to be called simply Shep, gladly said that he wanted to take care of the horses together with the clan, and asked if there were sheep in the village. Aruna entrusted them with livestock care, which pleased all the Sheps. Dias said that there were no sheep in the village, but there were similar animals, and suggested that Shep take care of the horses. Shep gladly agreed. Then Aruna introduced herself as Dias's wife and greeted the Mastiff leader, to which he politely responded. The clans, looking at her, enthusiastically noted that Dias had a beautiful and young wife, which made Aruna smile contentedly, and Dias was a little embarrassed. The Shep clan had 30 people, Basagi 25 and 23 Mastiffs. Dias thought about how to gradually involve everyone as needed so as not to overload anyone. Canis, observing the events, began to doubt the idea of making soldiers out of human dogs, and said that their paws were not adapted for weapons, and many lacked physical strength. Dias thought about how to explain his intentions to her, and realized that Canis cared about her people, and that they could not be considered just a workforce. Klaus was one of the soldiers whom Dias thanked for patrolling. Dias introduced Canis and explained that Klaus was their soldier. Dias added that Canis was the leader of the dog people. After a brief surprise, Klaus politely greeted Canis, and he smiled in response. Between Canis and the soldier there was a special subtle tension. They looked at each other with a romantic tint. Flowers and sparkles were visible in the background. Aruna immediately understood that something was happening, but Dias, on the contrary, noticed nothing. In Obaki, people consult with grandmothers about what to do. Girls, together with adults, go to collect special stones, roots, leaves, and fertility. These stones have different properties. One strengthens roots, another helps leaves grow, and the third serves as fertilizer. They believe that the tree will grow only when all three forces combine. 10 days have passed since the dog people arrived in the village of Iluk. During this time, they actively joined everyday life, patrolled, and carried water from the well. The girls used knowledge passed down from their parents, including the ability to work with magical stones, and have already begun to cultivate their plots. Canis's prediction that the human dogs were clumsy did not come true because they turned out to be very capable, confidently caring for horses, skillfully using tools, and easily coping with tasks. The Clouds began organized training, gathered the first group for coordinated actions, and Dias and Canis watched with satisfaction. One of the Mastiffs suddenly lunges forward with incredible speed and shows his strength and agility. He is precise in movements, attacks the training target, and suddenly approaches Klaus. Klaus looks surprised and realizes how serious and powerful a blow can be even in a training fight. One of the Mastiffs pinned him to the ground and Klaus, lying beneath him, acknowledged their victory and praised them for the better reaction. He rejoiced in their progress, and at the same time it was clear that Klaus was not an ordinary warrior, as he had survived the war, earned the nickname Klaus the Beheader for killing enemy generals, and was an extraordinarily strong fighter. DS contemplates how to explain to Canis his decision to make dog soldiers out of humans, and instead of words, he decides to show her the results, hoping that she will see them herself. DS recalled during the war encounters with enemy human dogs who spoke and had special abilities, so he believed that adult human dogs could become useful allies. He thought that there was no threat on the plain now, and if anyone appeared, it would only be petty thieves from the outskirts. The military of the third Princess Diana descend into the deepest part of the royal tomb of Saint Serif, the burial place of the first kings. The princess reminds that touching the coffins and statues is strictly forbidden. She emphasizes that the purpose of the visit is to obtain treasures for military needs, so they should restrain themselves and not take too much. Princess Diana openly declared her ambitious and aggressive intentions. She said she intended to use the ancient scepter to destroy Dias, then smash her brothers and sisters, and further use the treasures and dragon scales to create an army and conquer the country. Her goal is to become a legend of her time, like the founders of the kingdom, who with the same artifact burned thousands of enemies. Princess Diana, angered that Dias allowed himself to act without her permission and reject her proposal, reveals her secret trump card, the royal seal, claiming that whoever bears the name of the saint must obey her without objection, and believes that Dias seriously offended her. So now she intends to force him to cooperate despite his refusal. The princess accuses Dias of killing innocents during the last war and calls him a traitor, deciding to show his true face to the world and tell everything to Richard. while one of the observers ironically notes that representatives of the royal authority are even more trusting than the beast folk, and believes that fools in power are truly dangerous. One of the characters sees this as his chance. He plans to attack Diana immediately after she attacks Diaz. He hopes that this will prove he is better than the parents who once rejected him, and that he will become a hero of the country. An important group led by the first prince, Richard, arrives, and he notices that the agent planted in Princess Diana's squad has returned. Prince Richard reflects on the situation. He sees that Diana violated the prohibition and robbed the tomb of the first kings, but he decides not to intervene because he fears a clash with Diaz. He says that even if he tried to kill her, he wouldn't make it in time. Diaz is too dangerous to risk. The prince is sure that Diana herself is doomed because the mad dog will not spare her. He tells about Diaz's nicknames, which show different sides of his character and merits. Hero Patriot, Bloody Axe, Protector of the People, and less flattering Balls Out and Well-Wisher, each with its own story. During the war, when it came to occupying enemy lands, Diaz was ordered to take revenge on the enemy, and the royal decree commanded to exterminate the enemy and completely plunder their resources. Despite participating in the war, Diaz never harmed the civilian population. Even when acting separately from the royal army, there was not a single case of mass killings or robberies. This was possible because the volunteers who followed him shared his principles and did not allow such acts. His name was Dobrozikliwec, but the name was distorted, and he was nicknamed No Balls, which is considered a mistake. He overheard how noble children talked about joining the army to loot, and he happened to be nearby, so he noticed their behavior. During flashbacks, the horrors of war are revealed. Violence and cruelty seemed commonplace. One of the young nobles who committed smuggling justifies his actions, considering them trivial. Meanwhile, Diaz silently condemns what is happening and does not need loud words. Seeing injustice, Diaz could not hold back and punished the young nobles by force. For this, he was arrested. He is accused of raising his hand against a member of the nobility, and he will stand before the royal court. After the incident with the nobleman, Diaz openly said that he does not consider those who do not protect the weak to be nobles. His words were supported by influential people, including the king, and the case was closed without trial. Later, one of the characters explains that Diaz is dangerous not because of cruelty, but because he acts outside the bounds of status and social norms, so he is unpredictable and frightens those around him. The council discussed whether to continue controlling Diana and how to deal with Diaz given his past conflicts with the royal family, and although some doubted that he would dare openly oppose them, they ultimately decided to keep their distance from him, and the nobles, learning about this, finally refused to have dealings with him. They talk about why Diaz was at the border. One of the interlocutors says he was sent there as exile, but another explains that it was not exile but a trusted mission. The king deliberately entrusted him with guarding an important border section and fully relied on his decisions and skills. One of the characters recounts that Diaz repeatedly corrected the king's mistakes and played a key role in saving the country, especially during diplomatic defeats and the start of the war. For 20 years, he was considered a hero and savior. Despite the lack of support and resources, Diaz always somehow managed. Because of this, others began to suspect that outside forces might have been involved in his case, including one of his brothers. One of the girls asks a logically unexpected question about which member of the royal family Diaz could have offended, because he was accused of harming the nobility, and she loudly rejects the options one by one, putting those present in an awkward position. The memories tell of a young man who was too spoiled and confident. He commanded a young squad, wanted to show his combat skills, but found himself surrounded after his people were defeated. When everything seemed hopeless, a certain man appeared, engaged in battle, and saved the boy from death. The hero's memories return to the moment when he, an arrogant youth, found himself in a critical situation, and although it turned out he belonged to the royal family, his savior showed no respect, but on the contrary gave him a scolding for recklessness. Later, this man protected him for months and strictly taught him, sparing no words. One character recalls how much Diaz influenced Richard, and thanks to this, the boy grew up to be an honest, hard-working man who did not care about origin or status, while another, observing the events in the country, concludes that intervention is necessary before incompetent rulers destroy the state. The prince orders his people to find Diana as quickly as possible and take the royal seal from her before she meets with Diaz. One of the assistants is surprised by the large sum for the operation, but he is told that the money was issued with a reserve, and simultaneously one of the allies asks for support from the guild and others to organize surveillance and elimination. The prince worries that the man who went through hellish battles might die from simple hunger. For him, This is a particularly bitter and ironic death, so he orders to inform Diaz about it. Meanwhile, Diaz is having lunch in a cozy home atmosphere with the girls, who jokingly reproach him for having a milk mustache again. The girl, in despair, does not understand why she is constantly betrayed. Even Prinia has turned away from her. She does not understand why no one can understand her, because she is sure she acted correctly. The awareness of belonging to the royal family intensifies her resentment. Despite tears and inner pain, she is convinced of one thing. The truth is on her side, although no one admits it. Diana, holding an artifact in the form of a scepter, confidently decides that she will rule the country. Diaz, noticing something troubling, first tensed and looked into the distance. Then he calmly answered the companion's question, saying he just thought her food was very tasty. The girl was a little embarrassed by his words and did not pay much attention to it. One of the characters froze with fear, and another instantly reacted and killed the dog. The worried boy rushed to the wounded one to help and bring a first aid kit. The girl, shocked by the boy's heroism, looks at him with admiration. A tense emotional moment arises between them. The young man pondered the difference between himself and Canis, believing that as a person he could not be with her because she was from another tribe. He felt an inner conflict because Canis was the eldest daughter of the dog tribe and bound by traditions. Yet despite these obstacles, something more arose between them, giving hope. By the order of the hero Caredio, one of the dogs lifts a wooden board, and soon they notice that the reservoir begins to fill with water. Everyone present rejoices that their efforts have yielded results, and now they have a water source important for survival and village development. The protagonist notices that the pond was completed before the heat, and emphasizes that this is thanks to the dog people. The crops have started to grow well, the planted fruits already have buds, and the pond needs to be filled with water. He calls the horse buyers, and is surprised that another person considers her his own, although she belongs to him. Diaz says that he is not a very skilled rider, so he took buyers under his care because he thinks it is pointless to give a thief to someone who does not know how to handle a horse. And buyers and other horses, Carbion and Grisha, show excellent skill and even understand commands, although not as well as Francis and others. Diaz again confirms that he is not a skilled rider, and says that his horse is often unruly but adapts to him, so trips are possible. Diaz, together with the buyers, watches as the children call him and Aruna dad and mom. While the villagers rest, the buyers come closer, and Diaz calmly, without visible gratitude, asks if the horse also wants to rest. Diaz receives an urgent message from Eldon via a carrier pigeon. Grant brings the letter and asks for an immediate response. The letter says that Diana, accompanied by a large number of soldiers, arrived on the territory of the feudal lord Mal Angali, belonging to Eldon, and as a representative of the royal family, Eldon was forced to receive her and agree to a meeting, so the situation is tense and requires immediate action. She openly says that she came to kill Diaz and take his estate. Eldon gently refuses, hiding his true feelings, but Diana shows a royal decree confirming her demands and pressures him. The situation becomes critical because her threat is backed by an official document. The document submitted by Diana, although bearing the royal seal, was actually a forgery. It ordered the transfer of all military forces and resources to her for the destruction of Diaz. The decree seemed genuine because the seal belonged to the king himself. But Eldon knew from the beginning that it was a forgery and understood that Diana's actions were illegal, though they appeared lawful. Eldon, despite Diana's pressure and the documents she brought, outwardly remains calm, politely refuses to decide immediately, and says he wants to discuss everything with the vassals, but in reality openly despises Diana, calling her a foolish princess, and his hospitality turns out to be just a cover for a plan to get rid of the envoys accompanying Diana by any means. One of them, thinking about the future, understands the importance of everyone's feelings and asks to be careful. Alden will never harm his best friend Diaz, even if he has to sacrifice his own interests. Diaz successfully grows crops on land that no one could cultivate before, and this could benefit the neighboring feudal domain Costex. Eldon shows an internal conflict between duty and loyalty to a friend. Eldon tries to achieve consensus, but the meeting is divided. Some believe that Diana should be removed and the threat eliminated, including the forged royal decree. Others say that Eldon's future cannot be ignored. Consensus is not reached. Realizing the urgency, Eldon has already sent Grant to ask Diaz's opinion. One of those present reflects on a letter previously received from Canis and says he has his own opinion on the matter. At that moment, a carrier bird flies into the room, causing surprise and concern. The rabbit reacts sharply to its appearance. The bird loses balance and falls to the floor. but still delivers the letter. The advisor, recognizing it as Grant, approaches and takes the letter, notices it is from Diaz, and eagerly prepares to read it. The situation is tense. The characters are surprised and embarrassed. One of them is interested in the contents of the letter and asks the scout to read it aloud. The bird, after reading the letter, sighs and says that Diaz's response is to cooperate with Diana, as stated in the royal letter, and this causes confusion among the council members. After reading Diaz's letter, shock prevailed in the session hall. The girl returned to Klaus and said that he wanted to talk to her. Klaus realizes that the next day he will go to the front with Diaz and may not return alive, so he decides to confess his feelings. He says everyone already knows about it, but still wants to voice what he has long hidden, and with anxiety and determination shares his feelings with Canis, Saan, saying that he truly loves her. After Klaus's confession, Canis reciprocates with tears in her eyes, saying she loved him from the first day they met, and although as the eldest daughter of the dog tribe she is forbidden to have a relationship with a member of another people, she does not care. And Klaus, hearing this, confirms his feelings with a trembling voice, not hiding his emotions. After confessing their love, Klaus and Canis hugged tightly. The girls looked at them in surprise and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, they whispered and thought the couple had quarreled, but the woman gently explained that this was not the case. Canis says goodbye to Klaus with tears. She promises to wait for him in his native village, no matter what. Klaus is reserved, but his gaze is full of determination and sadness. A wide shot shows the moment of their parting, and the surrounding people look on with surprise. At dawn, under the bright sun, the field before two warriors is strewn with the bodies of the fallen. One confirms the seriousness of the events through a telescope. The other, with a worried face, understands that this is only the beginning of a real war. 5 days have passed since the letter from Eldon arrived. The decisive moment has come. The confrontation reached its climax. Diana appeared at the head of a detachment of 50 well-armed soldiers. Eldon has about 1,000 soldiers on his side, of which 200 are poorly armed, and this data matches what was in his letter, while Murph commands 10 mastiffs ready for battle. Each mastiff is equipped with special gear developed by Klaus, combat masks, dragon fangs, and protective cloaks made from earth dragon leather. This equipment withstands blows and can even protect against an attack from Klaus at full speed. Emer, with sharp hearing and agility, will accompany the fighters as a liaison. Overall, Diaz and Klaus's squad numbers 12 people. Assessing the enemy's numerical superiority, Klaus hesitates and suggests calling for reinforcements from the tribe, which has enough fighters, at least including Aru Nusama. In case of threat, the village must hide Aru Na using camouflage magic. Diaz emphasizes that the protection of the settlement is a priority. He regrets that Eldon is not on their side, although he sent a letter expressing intent to join them. But Eldon found himself in a strange situation, formally on the enemy list, and probably told his people that even if the decree is fake, the king's will must be obeyed. Because of this, Diaz suspects that the army they will have to face may be much more dangerous than it seems, especially due to the possible hidden involvement of Eldon. Diaz primarily cares about the safety of the village and its inhabitants, considering it the most important thing right now. He doubts whether he is doing the right thing by attacking Diana. The plan is to use Ymer's traps to divide the enemy forces between Eldon and Diana, and then, retreating, lure part of the enemy into these traps and unexpectedly attack Diana, making her the main target. He was thinking about the preparation for a special operation called Removal. The heroes discuss the attack plan. The trap locations are known thanks to marks left by the representatives of the dog tribe. One of the participants doubts the success but emphasizes that there is no other way out. At the same time, he plans to attack from the rear together with the Bayers, who are currently held in reserve. This part of the plan is kept secret from the others. The ability to freely run through the meadow and rebuild their home gave them a sense of stability and belonging. But in case of danger, they would have to leave this place, even though they had invested a lot of effort and emotional strength into it. The field became important not only practically, but also emotionally, and when they began to take care of it, the children stopped crying at night for their parents and received moral support. Diaz anxiously thinks about the field, which has become a symbol of spiritual support for them, and understands that this place is not just land but part of the family he must protect. In front of the group of soldiers stands a tall structure with a battle bell, which was once used but is now considered outdated, and one of the characters explains that the bell is struck to transmit commands by sound and avoid the risk of enemy interception. Its echo across the field serves as a signal to act, and causes anxiety and fatigue in those watching, hinting at the imminent start of the battle. The loud bell announces the advance of the entire army. One of the observers immediately understands the meaning of the signal. Repeated strikes mean a mass attack. Commanders on the other side are concerned about the enemy's actions. One of them ponders the enemy's plans because the attack signal sounded, but the assault began from an unusual distance. He assumes that such a distance will quickly tire the enemy soldiers and cause confusion. Diaz, in the thick of the battle, loudly gives orders to his men, demanding that they prevent a breakthrough of the defense and closely monitor the situation. His voice maintains order in the ranks despite the chaos around. Diaz, in the heat of battle, loudly gives orders to his men, demanding that they prevent the enemy from breaking through the defense and carefully watch the situation. And his voice maintains order in the ranks despite the chaos around. Before the decisive battle, the sides lined up on the field and prepared for the clash. Eldon's army of about 1,000 warriors took the main position and became the primary striking force. Nearby were two more groups, Diana's detachment with 50 fighters and mercenaries, about 200 people. On the opposite side of the field stood Diaz's army, which numbered only 12 people. The soldiers stood tensely in battle formation. Their faces were hidden behind steel helmets. Their hands tightly gripped their weapons. One of the commanders approached forward with concentration, raised a heavy weapon, and was ready to give the order. At that moment, confusion spread through the ranks. The army suddenly stopped and confused the enemy. The soldiers began whispering and breaking formation. Diaz noticed that only the center moved, while the wings remained in place. This seemed like a strange tactic. One of the commanders could not say whether it was a plan until a messenger appeared and brought news that caused doubt about the next actions. While tension was rising on the battlefield, Eldon calmly sat at the table drinking tea. One of his officers panicked and reminded him of the order to break through enemy lines and demanded explanations. Eldon smiled and calmly replied that he was drinking tea now, completely confusing his interlocutor. One of the commanders was outraged by Eldon's refusal to act, while Eldon calmly continued drinking tea, considering it more important than commanding the army, referring to his father's instructions that a true aristocrat should never miss tea, and despite reproaches, believed that for this situation, it was enough to send only a few elite fighters, because he had already provided the army with everything necessary. Despite the battle, Eldon was fully focused on the tea, calmly explaining that before asking him to give the order, they should let him finish the tea. He finished the cup and politely asked for another, while another character, looking at the scene and remembering that no one wanted to take on their cause, began to feel that something was wrong here. One of the mercenaries, reflecting, was surprised that the real target was Diaz and did not rush to intervene because he believed that it was not worth saving on food because of this. The captain ordered a retreat and explained that an attack on Diaz could make them enemies of the entire country's army, reminding that Diaz saved many lives in the last war, and even Duke Kazdek would not have acted otherwise. The mercenary, after returning the payment and saying goodbye, suddenly left the battlefield, causing panic and confusion among the commanders. One officer, gasping for breath, called for a mass attack but quickly noticed that enemy soldiers were beginning to retreat. Diaz and his allies watched in surprise, thinking that Eldon was deliberately stalling while sipping tea, and concluded that Diana's plan had failed. When Diana's soldiers began to approach, Diaz looked at them with distrust. They seemed poorly organized and inexperienced, and at first he thought it would be better for them to leave with the others. But then he changed his plan and suggested dealing with Diana's fighters first, ordering them to be incapacitated, disarmed, and driven away, and Emer was ordered to cover his ears, expecting harsh actions to begin. Hearing Arun's battle cry, she resolutely said that if DS ordered not to attack, they would find another way to resolve the situation, and as a wife, she felt the need to support her husband in battle. So together with the Iluk Women's Association, they decided to unite to help, even if it meant acting unconventionally. An old wise woman carefully watched the magic circle, assessing the results of the ritual. Although she wanted to learn more about the creature named Echo, even this result was enough for her. At that moment, one of the werebeasts informed her that the activation of the circle was successfully completed. Outside, people in hoods were approaching the yurt and waiting for orders. Everything was going according to Maya Samus's plan. The elders, observing the result of the magical ritual, see with relief that it succeeded. The visions of Mysis, as always, proved true, and they express gratitude and admiration, while Eldon, looking at the events through binoculars, asks Kamalat how well he can assess the enemy's fighting style. Diaz fights extremely powerfully, his strikes heavy and precise, and his actions command respect. Despite his stature, he has high accuracy and great physical strength. At this time, Klaus covers the rear, preventing the enemy from flanking and accurately anticipating their movements. Their coordination in battle inspires respect and fear. Such a duo is hard to overcome. The heroes are surprised by the outcome of the battle. One of them admits that the attack dogs exceeded all expectations. Despite their small size and clumsiness, they proved to be very effective and acted instinctively. Even Eldon, who is watching, cannot believe that they fight so well and admits that it surprises him. Klaus gripped his weapon and prepared for the next attack, recalling the promise to return unharmed, resolutely determined to survive despite the chaos around. As he focused on the enemies ahead, the threat was already sneaking up from behind. His comrade noticed the danger, but he himself did not yet know about it. Klaus ran up at Diaz's call and, without thinking, struck the opponent. Diaz pointed to the snake lurking near his foot. Only then did Klaus realize how dangerous the situation was. Diaz advised him to be careful and not act so hastily. After a sigh, Diana watched the events with irritation. Her lips were pressed tight from tension. Diana tried to take power into her own hands, assured everyone that she was the main one, and demanded to be obeyed. She tried to activate the scepter, which was attributed legendary power, but despite her efforts, the artifact gave nothing. When she realized that no one was following her orders, she fell into despair and did not understand why she was being ignored. Diana suddenly felt a strange jerk. Something flew past her. At first she did not understand what was happening. Then an arrow hit and stunned her. The unexpected shot knocked her off her feet. She fell from the horse. Others were confused and tried to find the source of the arrows. Aruna ordered to take away Diana's horse and staff during invisibility, and then lead her to the eastern forest of Eldon to prevent Diana from using magic again and neutralize her influence on the battlefield. Diaz's ally, who was hiding in the trees, wanted to scare Diana and drive her deeper into the forest. Although it would have been easier and faster to kill her immediately, she chose a different path: intimidation and capture. From the unexpected shot, Diana lost her balance and became vulnerable, becoming a target for further pressure. Despite the desire to deal with the enemy, Aruna restrained herself. She remembered that he hated killing people, so obeying his will, she acted differently. Instead of a deadly shot, she resorted to intimidation and capture. Soon the men neutralized and took Diana prisoner. Diana was suddenly grabbed by two mercenaries. One, glad that the target was alive, explained that their task was to capture her for a meeting with Diaz. They accidentally came across her and would now deliver the seal to the client. And the second, approaching his partner due to the delay, hinted that he was distracted by food again. Suddenly arrows flew toward the mercenaries and they became alert. One of them became worried because he did not know who was attacking and for what purpose. Suspicion fell on Diaz's people, and this worried him greatly because he hoped to avoid direct conflict with them. One of the men began desperately justifying himself before the hidden attackers, saying that they were not Diaz's enemies but acted on Richard's orders. Supposedly his former student showed a bag of coins, assured that the prisoner would be returned, asked to stop shooting, and said that it would be better for Diaz himself if the woman was left to them. Hoping to calm the unknown pursuers, the man threw them a pouch of coins. In panic, he ordered his companions to retreat, showing that he was not going to resist. The girl decided that the souls of the opponents were not too evil because their aura seemed only slightly red to her. She realized that these people were somehow connected with the orphans once raised by Diaz, so she refused to touch them, believing that Richard himself would find punishment for Diana. So she decided to return and prepare something tasty to support Diaz after the battle. The girl, thinking about how to thank Diaz for his efforts, imagined that she could sing to him under the koto or simply arrange a rest, offer to relax, put him to sleep, and take everything upon herself, proudly assuring that he could trust her. The girl, immersed in dreams, imagined a more intimate way to thank Diaz and coquettishly said that she would take everything upon herself, which embarrassed her and caused a rush of emotions, after which she quickened her pace as if trying to fulfill her dream faster. One of the soldiers who was defeated admitted it and begged for mercy, and Diaz calmly explained that the enemy was initially exhausted and the heavy armor only worsened the situation. The enemy soldiers, realizing defeat, completely surrendered. One of them, raising a spear, announced lunch, and the rest bowed to the victors, and Diaz calmly watched, restraining his emotions. The enemy soldiers finally lost their fighting spirit, dropped their weapons, and surrendered. None of the allies were harmed, and the opponents, though beaten, remained alive, and the main hero regretfully noted that he did not catch Diana, thus missing the chance to scold her, which annoyed him. After the battle, one of Dias's companions is outraged that he left the command in the middle of the fight and rushed forward, reproaching that if he did not want to kill enemies, he could at least set traps instead of charging. And Dias calmly replies that he handed over all secondary tasks, including command, to another participant, whom he called the best tactician of the kingdom during the war, which makes the companion sigh and fall into despair. Eldan arrived at Dias's camp intending to surrender and discuss the fate of the prisoners. He openly admitted that crossing the border and invading without permission violated the kingdom's laws, and when Diana left, they had no leader who could carry out the king's will, so they decided to lay down arms and peacefully submit to Dias to avoid further conflict. Dias agrees to the truce proposal because he sees that the opponents have acknowledged defeat. Eldan tries to present it as if they did not lose the battle to save face before the king. He wants to use the situation as a strategic advantage and discuss it himself with the king. Dias shows magnanimity and allows the opponents to keep their dignity. Dias doubts how much the truce with him will help Eldan, but is ready to support it with his name. Meanwhile, Eldan says he does not know how to use the situation, but wants more leverage and plans to use past events, including the theft of the seal and Diana's actions, to portray himself and his people as victims, and thus improve their position before the king. The negotiations ended with a discussion of reparations and mutual readiness to help. Suddenly, Aruna appears in the conversation, and it turns out that she had added healing herbs with stimulants to the patriarch's breakfast, explaining the rise of Dias to battle, for which she is praised as a worthy knight. Dias gradually begins to understand why, after a hard battle, no one was tired. The herbs that Aruna gave to Mor were to blame. These herbs had a stimulating effect and, according to her, gave a special surge of strength. It turned out that she even used conception drugs, which embarrassed everyone. And at the same time, it seems that Mor is deliberately trying to bring Dias and Aruna closer, making her his nanny and pushing him toward a closer relationship. Aruna tells that while pursuing Diana, she met a man who introduced himself as a messenger of some Richard, a child raised by Dias, and allowed him to deal with Diana himself. This caused doubts in Dias, and I expressed distrust whether such a child named Richard even existed. Dias wanted to talk to Aruna for a long time, but circumstances interrupted the conversation, and the participants decided to disperse. They handed over the prisoners to Eldan and received compensation. After that, the group finally returned to their native village Iluk, and at Aruna's request, the loot from the battlefield was collected by women of the local rural community. Dias initially thought he was going to a regular meeting, but it turned out to be an initiative of Aruna and the housewives from the dog tribe. They acted on behalf of the so-called Association of Women of the village Iluk. When Dias wondered why she had not told him about it, Aruna reminded him that he himself ordered to protect the village. To his surprise, she reproached him for inattention and he apologized. One of the dogs brought a staff that immediately caught Dias's attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that in the center of the staff there was a pearl filled with magical energy. He became interested in the object and suggested testing it to see what it was capable of. Aruna tried to activate the staff, but it did not respond. And although it glowed with magical light, nothing happened, so she decided that inside there might just be an ordinary stone without magical power. When Dias lifted the staff, he felt a strange power, as if holding his battle axe. He was overwhelmed by an unusual sensation that he could not immediately explain. He assumed that it was probably because Aruna infused her magic into the artifact. Energy was clearly awakening in the object, although earlier it seemed like an ordinary stone. From the staff that Dias held, a fiery vortex in the shape of a dragon rose, ascending into the sky and showing that the artifact has hidden powers. The characters are shocked and confused by the sudden activation of the magical staff, which released a powerful energy that transformed into a huge pillar of fire and frightened everyone present. Aruna concludes that the power of the staff is similar to another known weapon of Dias, while the others try to understand the source and reason for such a powerful effect. Aruna decides to keep the magical staff for herself, which causes surprise and concern among the people around her, and the main heroes return home, where they are greeted with joy. After the fight with Diana, a peaceful scene of the heroes' reunion begins. Dias and others test the properties of the staff they found. During the tests, it becomes clear that only Dias can control this magical artifact. Despite the uniqueness of the staff, Dias could not properly explain how to control it. He said that to summon fire, it is enough to apply force as when working with an axe, but the people nearby did not take this seriously, so Aruna used her magic and Dias released flames. The staff began to be used in everyday life, now serving as a simple lighter that quickly and conveniently ignites fire. A month passed, summer came, and the capital was swept by a wave of rumors. Everyone talked about the arrest of Diana, a criminal who stole the royal seal and was preparing a rebellion. Prince Richard led the uncovering of the conspiracy and her detention. It also became known that the rewards intended for the hero who saved the country were stolen. This put Prince Mace and his allies in a difficult position, and Eldan, who was in the Western lands, was drawn into these events. After the conspiracy was exposed, the king arrested Diana and stripped her of all privileges. Although she avoided the death sentence, it was decided to imprison her in a temple. Prince Richard, who uncovered the criminal scheme, gained the king's trust, joined Diana's supporters and Mace's people, and became the head of the most influential faction, receiving a title, inheritance, and permission to take a new surname. While Eldan, in return, provided much information about the Western states and Diana's actions, which strengthened his position. Eldan, Duke of Kazdex, became widely known throughout the kingdom, and as an apology for the incidents with Diana, the king granted him a 3-year tax exemption. So thanks to this and political savvy, he turned out to be the sole winner in this situation. The 3-year tax exemption granted to him by the king created not only a political, but also an economic advantage in the Western lands and undermined the previous tax order. So it became impossible for Richard to interfere in Kazdex's affairs because he publicly supported the Duke as a claimant to the throne, and now even the king will find it difficult to cancel the issued privilege decree. After the political defeat, Richard could not forgive himself for allowing Duke Kazdex to win so easily. Meanwhile, the fame of the hero Dias quickly spread throughout the kingdom, and people told that he, finding himself without means in the cursed land, achieved success thanks to his sacred acts. Legends began to be composed about Dias. It was said that he himself defeated the Earth Dragon, married a beautiful woman, and hundreds of people gathered around him, with whom he founded his own village. Rumors about the hero Dias, which initially seemed like fiction, began to be confirmed, and the king, recognizing Dias's merits, granted him the title of Duke, a new surname, and tax benefits similar to those received by Eldan. And this widely spread his legend in the kingdom of Sans-Serif. Rumors about Dias's exploits reached even the western lands where he lived. These stories spread further and influenced many people in corners of the kingdom. It seems that all the work is finally done and peace has come. Time to prepare for the summer season. New troubles will begin tomorrow, but for now there is peace, comfort, and sleep in the family circle. When Dias settled comfortably, Aruna was able to take care of him. Aruna, determined and a little embarrassed, carefully sat next to Dias, showing care and attention. Her gaze was focused and showed readiness to take the initiative into her own hands. She leaned over Dias and suddenly stopped her gaze on the back of his head. In the silence and semi-darkness of the yurt, she noticed a small bald spot that surprised her. Aruna gently placed her hand on Dias's head, expressing support and concern. Dias, tired but calm, accepted this gesture with gratitude. Dias suggested finishing for today, and Aruna agreed. While Diana and Dias were fighting on the battlefield, Francis and Francois set out west of the village Enik. Usually dogs understood well what their movements meant, but this time they could only guess the reason for the animal's anxiety. Francis and Francois flinched at the loud roar, as if the earth itself was trembling. The animals were frightened. The dogs tried to understand what was happening. It seemed to them that this frightening sound was directed exactly at them. Francis thought confusedly who it could be, and decided that maybe they should return home. The sheep thanked the dogs for the escort and suggested returning to the village, but the mastiffs could not understand to whom that strange and powerful voice belonged, and quickly forgot about this event, especially after learning about Dias's victory. The girl carefully groomed the white horse and asked if its attitude towards the saddle had changed. A man stood nearby and watched them, thinking that the previous rider of Aisha was Diana. Aruna named the mare Aisha, choosing a name from an ancient language to emphasize her lunar coloring. It was said that some horses are loyal only to their old riders, so they decided not to rush the new rider, but simply take care of her. The man advised giving Aisha time to get used to it. The character noticed that Aruna's horn glowed green, which meant that her perception magic had noticed the approach of some living creature. He recalled that Aruna's magic allows sensing the approach but does not provide exact information about who exactly is coming to the village. One of the dogs became worried and warned Dias that someone was approaching. Dias picked up the small animal, trying to calm it, and began to think about who it could be. The girl guessed that it was probably a pagan dew, a small slippery creature with a huge mouth. Dias remembered that the last time he asked the trader Pajin Du to bring more people, Pajin had already been to the village, and now Dias was interested to find out if he had managed to bring anyone. On the horizon appeared a cart with guards, from which Pajin himself soon jumped out. He hurriedly reported that he had brought everyone they asked for, and enthusiastically noted that he was probably speaking to Diaz himself, about whom rumors were already circulating. The new trader explained that he was the younger brother of Pejin, introduced himself as Ray Pejin, and said that he brought all the goods at the request of his older brother. When asked about Pejin Du, Ray proudly replied that they were a family of merchants who had transported goods by land and sea for many generations, so their family was wealthy. Pejin Ray explained that he had now replaced his older brother, who, despite deteriorating health, was still trading, and said that after Diaz asked to bring more people to the estate, something strange happened, which Diaz himself noticed. Basagan Ray explained that his brother avoided options related to slave trade because he knew that Diaz did not approve of it. Instead, the older brother sought another way. But it turned out to be difficult because the beast folk did not want to leave their countries, and as a result, they managed to find only the so-called bloodless. The narrator explained that those who lost the power of the beast were called bloodless. Externally, they looked like ordinary people, and their physical strength was at the human level. According to the narrator, over time the bloodless completely disappeared among the beast folk, and after a few generations children were born with the so-called weak blood. The current king of the beast folk, unlike his predecessor, openly loved the bloodless. The previous ruler treated them badly. He added that most bloodless dreamed of escaping the kingdom because they were persecuted at every step. It was also mentioned that Diaz married a half-human and always helped the homeless. The narrator noted that if the situation with the fugitives became critical, they were ready to stay and live on Diaz's estate. The man thoughtfully said that before bringing new people here, he wanted to personally check everything and make sure it was worth it. Although he wanted to accept everyone, he knew he had to act carefully. He added that he had heard about a neighboring territory where a lord diligently saved and protected slave beast folk and half-humans. The man decided that it would be better for the people if they were sent to Eldon. The woman agreed, and the frog said that now she knew. Nearby, there really was a lord who helped demi-humans and beast folk. The frog spoke loudly and energetically. One of the men mentally noted that their relatives turned out to be strangely similar to each other. Pichinri suggested building a trading post between their settlement and the beastfolk kingdom, explaining that by teaching the bloodless trade, they could create a stronghold important for relations with that kingdom. Todd apologized for his sharp reaction, explaining that he was just very upset, and then suggested that everyone start real trading, implying that now they could get down to business. While the trader eagerly offered to buy an exquisite mother-of-pearl cup and an inlaid box, Diaz, confused, tried to explain that all this was too expensive. Aruna briskly struck the bag with gold and cheerfully said that they would take as many goods as the bag could hold. She ordered to bring all the items that looked just as good. Diaz was a little surprised by her determination and cautiously asked if she was sure about her choice, because although the items were well made, they were hardly suitable for everyday life. Aruna calmly explained that gold itself would not make them happier and emphasized that if they did not buy from the merchants, they would simply stop trading with them. She added that they had enough money and reserves, so expenses were not a problem, and hoped that satisfied merchants would tell others about them, which would benefit their settlement. Dia agreed with her arguments and left all decisions in her hands. He also believed that even if the purchases were unnecessary, the goods could be resold. At that time, the merchant eagerly offered them a necklace made of precious stones, assuring that it would suit Diaz's wife, and emphasized that with their budget they could afford almost anything. Aruna realized that the merchant was lying and calmly decided not to show dissatisfaction. She explained that the stones on the offered necklace were fake and asked to add a real barrel of alcohol to the purchases instead of fake jewelry. She smiled and joked that with their money they could afford not only many goods, but also stock up on dried and smoked fish. The merchant was clearly stunned by her insight. Aruna noticed that the merchant was telling the truth this time and agreed to continue the deal. The merchant, worried about a possible loss of profit, suggested negotiating a different price. Aruna calmly agreed. The man watched the events and thought it was right to entrust all negotiations to Aruna. Meanwhile, their dog approached the cage with birds and curiously began scratching the bars, trying to understand how these animals ended up there. The dog accidentally opened the cage with geese, and they ran out, making noise. The frightened dog tried to escape from the angry birds, barking loudly and attracting the attention of those around. The man heard the noise, was surprised, and noticed that the geese were running free. Meanwhile, Grandma Maya appeared and asked in surprise why the birds were outside the cage. Grandma Maya said that geese grow quickly, live long, are tasty to eat, and because of their aggressiveness can be good guards. When she saw that the geese looked healthy, she explained that because of their eggs and meat they are called birds of blessing. The man said he wanted to buy those geese. The seller named an approximate price for 6 geese, and the girl demanded an immediate 20% discount. The man noted that the dispute between them would probably drag on. The merchant confirmed this and added that he had a few more items in stock, said he had heard that an heir had not yet been appointed, then brought the goods and warned that the price was high, but, according to him, they were worth it. The merchant showed a strange costume and said it was called Let's Get Pregnant, assuring the girl that if she wore it, she would soon be able to get pregnant. The girl embarrassedly remarked that it was unnecessary because the costume looked like a rope. The merchant calmly explained that he had different options, even costumes for men, adding that he himself was indifferent to this costume, but among aristocrats it worked very effectively. After long, fierce disputes, the purchases were finally completed. At first there were few goods, but after negotiations, there were significantly more. Although Aruna managed to get a discount, there were still many more goods than planned. The young man thought that this battle ended in a draw. The hero thought the dispute at the market ended in a draw, but judging by the expressions on the participants' faces, it was not quite so. Aruna managed to use her talent in trading, and as a result, Pigeon sold most of her goods, including expensive handmade jewelry, leading the hero to conclude that everyone won in this deal. Aruna immediately noticed all attempts by Pagan to sell goods at inflated prices. Even when she sensed deceit, she calmly asked to lower the price without accusing the seller. Pagan still earned well, but in the end, they won. The hero said they bought 6 geese, groceries, household supplies, home items, and various handmade paintings, and AR insisted on buying a barrel of alcohol, as always. The workers said they would transport the goods to the warehouse, and the main character said he would help them. When the heroes were carrying boxes, the girl thought to help, noticed old clothes and became interested in what these things were, explained that there were belly dance costumes, acrobatic costumes, and even men's clothes, and at the same time said with disgust that aristocratic men are really disgusting. The girl imagined trying on different costumes. One was very revealing, another more covered but also provocative. When she realized what she had started thinking about, she blushed and brushed away her thoughts. Aruna imagined men trying on revealing outfits, but when she understood what was happening, it shocked her. After finishing the shopping, Dillis thanked everyone for their help and received sincere gratitude in return. Having confirmed that all the goods were delivered, he noticed that Aruna looked strange and, worried that her face was very red, asked if she was okay, and Aruna, embarrassed, quickly denied the obvious and said everything was fine, although her anxiety was noticeable. The glowing frog creature asked Diaz if he had any other requests. Diaz asked about future supplies useful to the dog tribe, added that they have gold and silver coins and he wants them to be able to use them. The creature agreed to take it on. At farewell, it promised to bring something better next time, which irritated Arna, and the girl angrily told him to shut up. After Pagan Diaz's group left, he noted that they had a lot of work ahead, explaining that they had not yet completed any of the assigned tasks. First, they needed to build a small chicken coop and draw water from the river for storage, and the creature from Frog Lake asked everyone to prepare well. At this time, the peasants ran to Diaz and joyfully called him by name. When Diaz approached, the puppies gladly greeted him and said they tried their best. He thanked them for helping Grandma Maya. Surprised by their dirty appearance, Diaz asked what exactly they had been doing, and Grandma Maya explained that the puppies had worked hard doing Geese's work. The elderly women thanked Diaz for buying good geese and said that they would provide a supply of feathers for the winter, explained that the chicken coop he wanted to build would also be suitable, so there would be no problems. The puppies helped with the most necessary things. The chicken coop was too small and simple, so they used me as a little house. Diaz realized that they really helped him a lot and thanked them. Diaz thanked the puppies for their work. He proposed to reward all the inhabitants because of recent events, not only those who participated in the battle, but also those who guarded the village. He added that he would reward absolutely everyone, and asked them to gather in the square after bathing and tidying up. At the same time, he said that he had never before held an award ceremony after a battle with Diana. The puppies gladly agreed. In the square, when everyone gathered, he announced that the dog people had greatly helped in the battle with Diana. The man explained that those who participated in the battle would receive 2 coins each, and those who did not participate would receive 1 each. After distributing the gold, the peasants and dogs thanked Diaz for his help. One of the dogs happily said he would take care of the gold received. Diaz, pleased with the result, noted that the distribution was complete, but one of the dogs approached him, apologized for the trouble, and asked permission to make a hole in the gold coin he received. Diaz was surprised and asked again about this hole. When one of the dogs asked permission to make a hole in the gold coin, the others gladly supported the idea, and Diaz was surprised and asked why it was needed. The dog happily said that he would like to always wear the award he received from Diaz by hanging the coin on a string around his neck. Hearing this, Diaz said that he gave the coin with the intention that it be used for necessary things, not as decoration, and at the same time was a little surprised by such a sincere gesture. When Diaz tried to explain to the dogs that gold coins were needed for purchases, the dogs began to protest, tearfully saying they did not want to part with their awards, shouting that they did not like the idea, and some persistently repeated that they would never give up their coins. Diaz did not know what to do. He remembered that he had given the dog people gold and silver coins for daily work and was surprised why they did not spend them. Later he noticed that the dogs used the coins as decorations inside their yurts. Diaz recalled his past and how happily he spent the awards received in the army, because he was a different person then. Diaz noticed that gold coins for the dogs had become not just money but rather souvenirs, and he was worried about possible inconveniences if the dogs stopped using them because he had already sent a request to purchase necessary supplies for their tribe. And he asked one of the dogs how important gold and silver were to her. The dog, a little shy, confirmed that he values the coins not for their material worth, but because he received them personally from Diaz, and explained that she simply likes beautiful shiny things, but admitted that she does not have a special emotional connection to the coins themselves. Diaz asked the dog if he would agree to use gold as money, if instead of a gold coin he received another commemorative award, specially made as a pleasant gift, and the dog replied that yes, if he were given such an award as a keepsake, he would prefer it over the coin. Diaz began to think that a commemorative item might be better than a gold coin, especially if there was something that hundreds of people would value. At the same time, he admitted to himself that he was only testing his idea. He began to think about what kind of commemorative item could worthily replace gold. One of the girls suggested that Diaz make commemorative necklaces from tusks, fangs, or bones of creatures he caught. She asked if the dog tribes would agree to wear such necklaces as a keepsake. The dogs gladly agreed, saying it would be wonderful. The girl suggested ending the meeting, added that Diaz would personally bring each of their necklaces when it was ready, and asked Diaz to handle it, to which he smiled. Aruna thanked him for the offer and asked if she could get a commemorative necklace. Diaz replied that of course he could make one for her. The girl smiled and added that they could still continue to pay the dogs for what they earned. They were asked if Senkai, Ikan, and Amur had been in the assembly hall all this time. Character replied that 2 of them were studying with him. The girls gladly said they also wanted commemorative necklaces. Diaz reminded them of the creature Aruna mentioned, the Black Aji, and asked if they knew more about it than just rumors, then clarified if they understood that the necklace would be made from the bones of the animal they themselves eat. Realizing this, the girls looked embarrassedly at each other and rejected the idea, saying that they probably did not want necklaces after all. Diaz thought that making an award from such material was not the best idea. Aruna said that the dog people do not value jewelry. They prefer things that carry feelings. And Diaz added that fragments of gemstones could be used to make a handmade gift so that it would be special. Diaz asked if he could make a nice decoration if he used the provided materials. Aruna reassured him and said that if he failed, she would teach him because she works well with small details. Diaz thanked her and agreed to try. Diaz admitted that he had long been worried that he was easy to read. He was surprised that Aruna reacted to his thoughts even though he said nothing aloud, and thought that she used some technique in negotiations with Pagan. The girls laughed, and Aruna just smiled. Diaz thought that now he could understand the thoughts of others too, and worked calmly with his hands, carefully carving something. He thought he had done even better than expected. At that moment, Aruna approached him, surprised that he had already finished the work. She asked to talk to him and inquired about the final result. Aruna said that the result was excellent and was confident that the dog tribe would be delighted. Diaz wondered how many days he would need to make the same amulets for everyone if he spent 3 days on one. Aruna said that if Diaz continued working at this pace, he would finish the task quickly without even noticing it, and added that there was no need to rush. It was better to pay close attention to every detail. Then Arna reminded him that she wanted to talk about something and asked Diaz to teach her how to make komaboda. Aruna asked Diaz to teach her how to make komaboda and explained that it was a stove with a stone hearth. Diaz was surprised but understood that the idea was useful because there was a shortage of people and tools, and Amur had already raised this issue. She suggested that after building the komaboda, they could make a roof over the entire kitchen. She said that cooking with a stone stove would be much faster and asked what others thought. Diaz said he agreed, although he was worried about where to get materials for the roof. They agreed that when Grant arrived, they would write him a letter and ask about supplies, and Arune also suggested using the stable roof if they could buy it from traders. Diaz asked if everything was okay. He was told that Candace would return home soon. Arna said she wanted to pass a message through her. They say that Candace came to the village to see how the dog tribe was adapting to the new place, and now, having made sure she was returning, she noted that Klaus would have to work a lot on his own. They also discussed that before Candace's return, a large yurt needed to be built for Klaus and other preparations completed, and Diaz was reminded to continue working diligently. When asked about news, Aruna said there was nothing new and mentioned Klaus and Canis. She added that they had long felt feelings for each other. One of the interlocutors was surprised and asked how long it had lasted, and Aruna explained that Canis was returning home to tell his father about his relationship with Klaus. The heroine asked in surprise how long it had been since her interlocutor had not noticed the obvious, adding that Klaus and Canes had always been kind to each other and flirted during meals. And the interlocutor in response again asked about the food in surprise. The hero did not pay attention to the relationship between Klaus and Canis, noticing only the delicious food. The interlocutor noted that it seemed they were preparing for a wedding, then added that Canis probably planned to stay here with Klaus, and nodded in confirmation. The heroine noted that if the relationship between Klaus and Canis continued to develop well, they would soon have children. She added that the hero should hear their whole story from one of them. The hero thought he was happy for them, but still surprised. He nodded, confirming that they were really together. A.R. Una happily reported that she had taken the first necklace he finished. The hero noted that he did not mind. Of course, A.R. Una should be the first to receive the gift. Aruna gladly admitted that she did not expect to like the gift so much, while the hero panicked at that moment, thinking that now he had to give her something else for the wedding, was confused, and did not know what to do next. Working on decorations for the manor residence, the hero noticed that the quality of his beads had significantly improved. He recalled that Aruna said that if he made one bead, he would master all the techniques and make them faster. At that time, the girls were attentively peeking into the yurt and watching how he worked. The little girls also wanted beads, and although at first he wanted to refuse, he eventually agreed. The hero promised to make decorations for them. The girls happily ran away, leaving the door open, and the man reminded them to close the door next time. At that moment, another character ran into the room and loudly called Diaz. A young man ran into the house and said excitedly that he urgently needed to discuss an important matter and asked for a minute. Another man calmly asked him to calm down and explain what had happened. Meanwhile, outside, a girl with a basket watched in surprise, not understanding what was going on. The dog nearby was also puzzled, and the girl told him that she herself did not know what was going on. Klaus said that Canis advised him not to worry about the gift, but he still thought it was better to give something, so he aloud asked Diaz what gift would be most appropriate. Diaz, in turn, noted that Klaus was actually asking about an engagement gift for Canis's parents, and Klaus also recalled that Diaz once gave a wedding gift to Arunas's parents and asked for advice. Diaz admitted that in his case, there was almost no choice, and suggested that Klaus give the parents of Kaini parts of an earth dragon. Klaus was shocked and wondered how the parents would perceive such an unusual gift, but Diaz calmly explained that they were delighted, and considered it a gift worth 30 black buffaloes, after which Klaus decided that he would somehow manage himself. He advised her not to rush with choosing a gift for the girl's parents, because although they might like a black buffalo, it was better to be sure of her decision. Diaz reminded that Klaus had several gold coins and suggested spending them on a more suitable gift. Klaus admitted that although he earned this money, he still did not feel it was his own. He said he would like to give something he earned himself. After their conversation, Klaus said that he had finally decided what gift he wanted to give Kunis's parents, admitted that he wanted to give them a hunting trophy, and asked Diaz what he thought about it. And Diaz thought and said that he was not sure if his parents would be happy with black buffalo meat as a gift, and added that hunting earth dragons is dangerous. Diaz explained that if Klaus hunted black buffaloes, he could exchange their carcasses in the village for the animal's wool, which was called memu. He added that good wool has many uses and would make a great gift. After these words, Klaus rejoiced and said he knew exactly what he had to do. Diaz noted that the Camelots would definitely have a lot of quality memory wool and expressed confidence that the future newlyweds would be happy to receive it. Klaus was satisfied and decided that although this was an indirect result of his efforts, it was still a worthy fruit of labor, because wool was a special local material. He asked Diaz to share some hunting tricks while he was still here. Diaz admitted that he did not consider his methods very useful, but Klaus insisted. He told himself that he had to learn to fight during the hunt and thanked Diaz for his help. 5 days passed. Diaz was busy with work and felt relieved. He noticed that he had already gotten used to the process, so everything was going quickly. He thought he would finish in about 2 or 3 days, and at that moment the girls entered the room, and one of them told Diaz that Canis had returned. The girl apologized for interrupting their lesson, explaining that she wanted to share important news. Canis had returned and happily told Diaz that her parents had given their consent, so from now on she would live with them. She promised to try her best as a member of the Clausen family and asked him to take care of her. Diaz said they still had a lot of work, but hoped that Canis would do her best for Klaus, and the girl gladly confirmed that of course she would try. At that moment her friend reminded her that she wanted to say something, and Canis responded lively, remembering it. The girl explained that her father was currently working as a feudal lord, and Elon, Sama, and Camelot had gone to the royal capital, so they would be gone for some time. She added that materials and craftsmen for building houses would arrive another day, and due to a tight schedule, her father would not be able to help with construction, so only her mother would be able to attend the wedding. Hearing this, Diaz said that there was still time before the wedding because Klaus and Kenny first needed to catch a black buffalo and go to Kazdek for a few days, and he did not know exactly how long their trip would last, but asked for understanding. Suddenly, Diaz felt that he had forgotten something important, so he asked everyone to wait. Then one of the girls remembered another thing and enthusiastically said she would go there right now. Diaz asked in surprise if she was really going. The girl confidently confirmed, while another girl anxiously asked if Clausen was busy now, as if hinting that it was an inconvenient time for the trip. Klaus hunted black buffaloes day after day, but in 5 days caught only 2, so things were going badly. He refused help, saying he wanted to hunt alone and use Magabi powder to attract animals, even when offered dogs. He refused, explaining that he wanted to get the gift with his own hands. All attempts to dissuade him were in vain, because he showed amazing stubbornness. Klaus refused Motibi powder and the help of the dog tribe, deciding to hunt alone. He traveled the endless plains and fought black buffaloes, relying only on his own strength. Candace admitted that she was glad about Klaus's decision to give a gift to her parents, but she was still worried about what exactly he was doing. The man nearby thought about what else could be done and noted that Klaus had succeeded on his own, although he could have used the offered help. Noticing Candace's strange behavior, he asked her what she was doing. Candace admitted that although she was flattered by Klaus's actions, she was very worried about him and considered them reckless and dangerous. So she decided that if Klaus did not understand her pain, she would have to teach him a lesson herself by using a special technique for stubborn men so that he would realize his mistakes. The girl nearby recalled her mother's words that such methods really work, and that her mother herself had once used them. Aryuna looked worried, but noticing the anxious man, she quickly replied that nothing terrible had happened, and mentally decided that if such a thing occurred, she would use the technique she had learned to fulfill her duty as a wife, and was ready to act if necessary. The man admitted that he was worried about the technique Aryuna had mentioned and asked her not to use it, adding that if she ever decided to slap him, he would be sure it would not be without reason. Aryuna calmly replied that she had no intention of using the technique without a good reason, and they smiled at each other a little, feeling mutual understanding. Aryuna asked Diaz if he had prepared a gift for Klaus and Canis. She said that the girls were preparing a big festive banquet, so they could also prepare something. Diaz replied that he did not yet know what exactly he could give them. Then Aryuna reassured him that everything was fine because she had already prepared something for the ceremony. Diaz realized that if he did not prepare a really good gift, he would look very bad. After talking with Canis, Klaus changed and stopped refusing help from others. Canis joined the dog tribe and began using Matatabi powder, which helped him a lot in hunting. They made good progress and managed to catch enough black buffaloes in just 3 days. After that, things went much better, and they decided to go to Canis's parents. When one of the observers saw them set off, Diaz made a note. The hero was very worried, because he had not yet prepared the necessary gift and was desperately looking for something. He even stopped thinking about finishing the beads. When he realized that time was short, he remembered that after hunting the black buffalo, he had to deliver a lesson. He also realized that if he did not manage it in 3 days, Aryuna and others would still arrange a lavish banquet for them. Usually, he would have consulted Aryuna, but now there was no time. So he turned to Moru, the leader of the Oni people, for advice, and she admitted that she was really surprised and understood why he had come to her. The hero admitted that he had no choice but to turn to Moru. He remembered that she had given him many useful tips before, so he immediately thought of her. He noticed that when they started exchanging trophies, it was Moru who suggested how to use them practically. She also helped with advice on farming, betting trade, and fighting Diana. In response, Moro admitted that he continued to exceed her expectations and agreed to give him advice if it was within her power. Mora advised the hero to prepare good bedding made of quality wool for the wedding, saying that such an item would always come in handy, especially for newlyweds who now live together. He thought about the connection between Bedlin and the newlyweds' nightlife, which puzzled him a little. At first, the hero was surprised, but quickly understood her idea and agreed that such a gift would be an excellent choice. Moro admitted that she was a bit surprised by the relationship between the hero and Aruna, because he is reserved in his actions, said that bed linen would be a good gift for him, and the hero thanked her and added that he himself dreams of the moment when Aruna will hold the child in her arms. Moru said she has special embroidered bed linen that blesses the couple for the birth of a child and offered him to take it. And the hero accepted the gift and noted that the pillow with beautiful patterns looks very stylish. The hero asked what it was, and he was told that these were medicinal herbs that help to conceive. A few days later, the craftsmen brought materials from the royal capital. In 3 days, they built a stove and a kitchen. Since there were more workers, they also built a toilet and a goose shed, and soon all the buildings were completely ready. The work was completed, and the hero said that everything went wonderfully. As a token of gratitude, each worker was given 10 gold coins. Although the hero was worried because he did not know the market prices, he still paid the craftsmen. The next day, the builders returned to the capital. Klaus and his team, having loaded the van with things, finally returned home, and they were greeted by joyful children and adults who looked at their arrival with warmth and relief. The travelers stopped to rest and warm up, and one of the older men thanked his young companion for the tea and help on the road, noting that he not only accompanied him but also cared for him, while the girl explained that their foster parents had taught them from a young age to help others and not leave the elderly without support. The girl confessed that she wants to meet her father as soon as possible, seemingly hinting that he is Diaz. Diaz, trying on the outfit, asked Irina a little anxiously if it looked strange on him. Irina smiled and said that it suited him very well. Then she asked him to lean a little so she could adjust the clothes and, satisfied, praised him. Soon everyone was ready, and finally the long-awaited ceremony began. That day was the wedding of Klaus and Kins. They stood side by side. Klaus looked a little tense. Kins, with crossed arms and a slight blush on her cheeks, looked completely calm and satisfied. The man said that he was appointed head of the ceremony. Although the wedding mostly followed the kingdom's traditions, Klaus asked to add the customs of the dog people, and Canis supported this idea and wanted to include elements of the ceremony from his village. The ceremony leader said that people cannot live alone, so they invented family and learned to love not only themselves. He recalled that since childhood, they were taught to live correctly to avoid mistakes, and every line from the sacred scriptures still echoed in his memory. The priest explained that the blessing of Saint Dio is an important part of the wedding ritual and congratulated Klaus and Canis, who now set out together to create a family. Diaz remembered how at different periods of life he gave speeches, said prayers over those who died on the battlefield, spoke about the value of life at birth, and blessed newlyweds at weddings. He noticed that Klaus seemed to remember these instructions because he himself asked him to bless their ceremony. Diaz believed that the teachings of Saint Dia were actually not that complicated. The priest reminded those present of simple truths: to love neighbors, respect oneself, and rejoice in life. Urged not to harm others, not to steal or encroach on others' land, not to humiliate people because of origin or traditions, and not to persecute them, and added that although many forget these obvious things, their importance does not diminish because of that. The priest told the gathered about Saint Dia, who, having gained knowledge about the origin of the world in the Holy Land, constantly supported the first king and helped him become great. After the founding of the people and the mastering of the land, Dia built a temple and left many learned words to the glory of God. Although he had neither wife nor heir, he passed away, leaving his instructions to the people. And then the priest addressed the gathered to begin the ceremony. The man congratulated everyone on the new beginning and reminded them that they needed to arrange a feast, sing, dance, and rejoice. All present joyfully raised their hands, hugged, and celebrated. Dishes for the celebration began to appear on the tables. The organizers announced that the food was ready and invited everyone to help themselves. The attendees, including animals and peasants, gladly accepted the invitation and enjoyed the start of the celebration. Guests settled at long tables covered with various dishes, and one of the men did not know where to start. Tasted the bread and noticed many nuts in it, and also saw that Senya and Ikhan were also eating cheerfully and keeping up with the others. The man praised the nut bread, saying it was quite tasty. The girls smiled happily at him. Seeing them jump for joy, he sternly asked them to be polite, and the girls calmed down a little, obediently responding to his remark. The man stood with his girls by the large table covered with food. Everyone smiled and looked forward to the upcoming banquet. The girls glanced at each other and laughed. Someone silently decided it was time to start and greeted Murph, Cedria, and the chief. The dog people joyfully lifted the newly made man and began tossing him into the air, loudly counting in unison. The bystanders explained that this is a special celebration ritual when a man is carried through the village as a sign of greeting. They also said that this way the village learns about his marital status, and that the ritual, according to rumors, helps protect the marriage from infidelity and other problems. At the wedding, homeless dogs tossed the groom into the air and began hugging him, performing a ritual meant to drive jealousy out of him and show others who was still single. The groom laughed happily and asked them to stop when the puppies wouldn't stop hugging him. He looked joyful, and the others watched this with smiles and warmth in their eyes. The man thanked everyone for participating in this celebration and promised that together with Canis, they would create a happy and loving family in the village. The girl, in turn, vowed that together with Klaus, they would definitely find their happiness and promised to make every effort to achieve it. The peasants clapped their hands joyfully, supporting the newlyweds. The animals also joined the celebration, and the bride and groom exchanged confident looks full of determination and happiness. In the village, a joyful celebration began. Older women clapped their hands happily to the music. Girls sang together, and children beast folk danced, enjoying the holiday. Aruna approached Diaz and invited him to go with her, saying she wouldn't ask for much. Diaz was a bit embarrassed and admitted he danced poorly, but the girl reassured him, explaining that her tribe had no special dance traditions. She had recently learned to dance from others and was confident they would manage together. Diaz and Aruna danced slowly. She gently pressed against him, resting her head on his chest, and he softly held her hand and waist. He looked around and was surprised to see other couples starting to move to the rhythm of the melody. The girl gently pressed against him, closed her eyes, and smiled calmly as if she completely trusted her partner. Some time passed, and the celebration gradually quieted down. The dancing and banquet ended, leaving that special atmosphere that only such festivities give. Diaz noticed it was already late, and, together with others, went to gather things to conclude this eventful day. Diaz attracted attention and said he wanted to give out necklaces as a reward for help in battle. Asked to approach calmly and assured that there would be enough necklaces for everyone. Klaus and others suggested giving out gifts during the ceremony, and Diaz explained that he actually wanted to do it right after the battles, but didn't have time due to everyone's busyness. Creatures gladly examined the necklaces that Diaz gave them, and proudly told each other that they received them personally from him. The old woman, holding the jewelry in her hands, was touched. The girls with ears also gladly looked at their gifts and smiled. The little animal in glasses said in surprise that there was a necklace for her too, and gratefully accepted it. Diaz gave the girl a necklace as a keepsake that she is part of this land. She was surprised to learn that the gift was also for her. Meanwhile, Sini and Ikon joyfully handed over another gift and congratulated her. Amgerst sent a letter with wishes of happiness. Francis and Francois prepared a valuable fragment of the Mimu horn, and the dog people from the meadows collected beautiful stones as gifts. One of the heroes thanked them for the gift and was surprised to receive halite, a rare mineral. Another hero wondered if halite could be found in these parts, and when they were examining the gifts, Diaz remembered that he also wanted to give something, and, carrying a large pile of bed linen, asked them to accept his gift. Diaz gave bad linen, which greatly surprised those present, and one of the heroes gratefully accepted the gift, admitting that he did not know how to thank him. The elder woman praised Diaz for the successful choice, and another explained that the embroidery on the bed linen contains prayers for safe childbirth and blessings for the child. Then Diaz, taking the linen, said that he would carry it to the yurt. The elder suggested leaving the rest of the questions to the youth and asked everyone to leave carefully, and after a long conversation about bed linen, one of the men decided not to rush and not to finish everything before sunset. The ceremony ended much earlier than the participants expected. One of the men was responsible and noted that everything ended unexpectedly quickly. He was called to help with the remaining work, and he reluctantly agreed. In the forest near the cave, a group of beast-like creatures informed their commander named Hugo that they managed to find tracks from the village. One of the subordinates suggested following the cart if it was heading to the village, otherwise just rob it. Hugo said that the village was probably located on the Netros Meadows, and that the cart was heading there, adding that rich people lived there who bought tons of various goods from the beast-like creatures. Hugus, standing in the center of the cave surrounded by subordinates, declared that the strong have the right to rise above the weak. His people supported him with shouts, admiring their leader. One of the subordinates, fully trusting Hugus, was sure that their leader would definitely punish those who dared to stand in their way. The cart was traveling along the road, and the boy was worried whether they had chosen the right path. Someone assured that the direction was correct. Meanwhile, the beast became alert, noticed them, and was ready to defend itself if they turned out to be robbers. Summer came, replacing spring, and the hero's life changed. He remembered how daily chores became a habit for him. He helped with the household and worked with other villagers. The hero thought that Francois would soon become a mother, and now she spends almost all her time in the yurt. He noticed that she was not bad, she just liked to rest. Arune said that such behavior is not typical for Mimu, but Francis saw it differently, and himself went to the meadow every day for soft grass for François, which he carefully brought back. The hero admitted to himself that he also wanted to be near Francois, and after training and household chores in the evenings, he tried to be with her. Just then someone called him and interrupted his thoughts. The villagers reported that guests had come to them, and with them came many Memu sheep. One of the villagers hurried to explain that these were not bandits, but peaceful guests, and that about 6 Memu accompanied them. François wanted to personally meet the guests, and offered Diaz to go with her. Franz reminded him that since the guests brought 6 Memu with them, the Lord himself must meet them personally. She also noted that everyone who treats Memu well deserves respect, and another man agreed with her. When Diaz and Franz approached, the woman, pointing to those approaching, asked him if he knew Ace and Eli. Diaz was very surprised to see them. Diaz saw young men who gladly called him father and brother. He was stunned by their appearance and could hardly believe his eyes, happily noticing that they had grown up, and said he was glad to see them. Then Diaz asked where the others were, and the young man explained that everyone was fine. Some had started their own business, and the rest had married. Seeing Diaz, Ellie shouted loudly, called him father, and rushed to him. Diaz was glad that Erica joined him, whom he was also glad to see. Erica said that it was she, Ellie. One of those present anxiously asked Erica if she was okay. Eric said he was fine, and thanked him for his concern. Diaz thought that the children were very kind. He also thought that Eric's appearance was a bit alarming. At that moment, Uncle Ben appeared, which greatly surprised Diaz. And when Diaz saw Ben, he said he thought he had long died, and Uncle Ben was outraged that although Diaz had grown up, he remained the same with sawdust in his head. Aruna was surprised to see that Diaz had children, and admitted that he did not know about it, and did not know when it happened. At that moment, the girl declared that she was his wife, which greatly surprised those around. One of those present noted that she was younger than him, and that their union was essentially illegal under royal laws, and the girl replied that she did not care about these royal laws. The girl apologized for the rudeness, explaining that she did not want to be impolite. Another also admitted that she got carried away and apologized. The man began to tell Aruna about the children, but he was interrupted by a strange phenomenon, a sudden surge of energy, and one of the heroes became alert and loudly asked who was there. Hugus and his squad sneaked up, but they were noticed. He complained that he was tired of killing, accused the enemy of greed, and demanded that they surrender. When Hugo tried to talk to the opponents, he noticed that they had disappeared. The companions explained that they had used concealment magic and advised to leave immediately. One of the women said that Hugo C. was a former knight who betrayed the kingdom and became an outcast after he was almost killed by his own comrades. One of the girls said she had an idea. His subordinates reported that they did not find the opponents and suggested retreating. At that time, Hugo, irritably noting that being a coward is hard, offered people to choose between life and money. Then Diaz, introducing himself as the lord of these lands, stepped forward and challenged Hugo to a duel. Diaz named his name and proposed the terms of the duel. If he loses, he will serve Hugo, and if he wins, he will demand the surrender of the entire gang. Hugo was surprised to learn who was in front of him and pondered the proposal, while his subordinates tried to warn him, saying it was a trap. Diaz teased Hugus, suggesting to throw down the sword and fight fairly, because otherwise it would seem that he was afraid of him. Hugus disdainfully agreed, saying that he did not care about the sword, and that he himself would show who is the master here. Diaz provoked Hugo, suggesting to throw down the sword and fight fairly, because otherwise it would seem that he was afraid of him. Hugo disdainfully agreed, saying that he did not care about the sword, and that he himself would show who is the master here. Hughes rushed at Diaz fiercely, sending blows one after another and shouting for him to accept them. But Diaz withstood the barrage of attacks, focused, and at the right moment deftly dodged and delivered a powerful counterattack that caught Hughes by surprise and made him ask in astonishment what was happening. During the fight, Hugus, gasping for breath, wondered why such a strong hero as Diaz lived in the backcountry and played the role of a simple lord. Diaz calmly said that Hugus was mistaken because even the strongest cannot be completely alone. He added that strength is the desire to protect friends and family, and it is the support of loved ones that gives them the strength to live on. While Hugues tried to comprehend what he heard, Diaz prepared the decisive blow. Diaz, gathering his last strength, delivered a series of strong blows to the opponent and constantly repeated to himself that he must try, as if he wanted to prove not only his strength but also his determination, putting all his rage and persistence into each blow again and again. The hero clenched his fist and told himself not to stop, giving all his strength. He continued to strike the opponent as if convincing himself that only persistence and perseverance would bring victory. When the hero showed his strength, the opponents were stunned. One admitted that he was really very strong, and the rest decided to retreat, realizing their helplessness. Meanwhile, the hero's family rejoiced at his victory. One of the women said excitedly that she got goosebumps from how he protects them, and another proudly noted that this is exactly how her husband behaves. The women decided not to quarrel over Diaz, and everyone agreed. One of them asked where their mother was and said she wanted to see her. They were told that they had no mother because they were all orphans. Then one of the girls explained that in the orphanage, to show love, children are taught to call foster parents Dad. When asked about possible danger, they assured that they would not allow Dad to disappear without a trace, although the interlocutor noted that the situation could still be risky. One of the girls said that Diaz would never lose if victory was decided by strength. Diaz, being an orphan, worked hard and lived a full life, which made everyone around him admire him. That man said that everyone always loved him. Then she explained that soon all the orphans came under his care. One of the characters said that Diaz gathered all the orphans and created something like a guild where everyone helped each other and taught them to write, read, and work honestly. The girl added that thanks to Diaz's efforts, the orphans began to behave more calmly, and the townspeople started treating them better. She also said that the orphans began to be trusted with better jobs, and they were able to become decent people. The character said that at first he saw Diaz as a leader, then as an older brother, and then as a father. Through him, they became a special family. Diaz also spoke about a man she called Uncle Ben. Diaz recalled that Ben taught him many things in his youth. He was a priest in the temple and the father of her brother. She recalled that one day this man disappeared, and her parents told her that he died, although she said he was quite alive. The girls curiously asked what Diaz's parents were like and whether they resembled him. One of the interlocutors explained that Diaz's parents were calm and kind people, quite unlike him, and added that they lived in the temple and performed various duties. But Uncle Ben interrupted him and, hearing this, told him not to tell the children nonsense, explaining that Diaz's parents were actually the chief priests. When the interlocutors learned that Diaz's parents were the chief priests of the temple, they were surprised. One of them asked to tell more, and Diaz agreed. When he was asked about the temple, he said that once Saint Dia did not want to obey the king and founded his own temple to spread knowledge among people. The first king recognized his merits, and the saint passed on his knowledge and holy objects to the people so that they could restore the country and bring order to its lands. He said that after the death of Saint Dia, temples were built where priests taught people the commandments of the earth god. The teachings remained full of mysteries, and the appearance of the god was described nowhere. He says that in the capital of the kingdom and in the 4 directions, north, south, west, and east, huge holy temples were built. Their sizes were such that no one doubted their significance. He also says that Diaz's parents were the chief priests of the Western Temple, which emphasized their high status. But the hero admits that today the situation has changed. The priests have greatly lost influence in their positions and in society, and have fallen in their standing. Other participants in the conversation are surprised. One says that the great temple has become a place where a crowd of random people gathers. Another agrees. They also say that internal disagreements in the temples began even before the narrator's birth, and point to an ancient crisis of religious institutions. The heroes recalled how the priests split into supporters of the old and new teachings. The parents and uncles of the heroes supported the old teaching, but the new one turned out to be stronger. After the campaign to the sacred lands, the parents disappeared, and the old teaching was completely destroyed. The man said he was shocked to learn that the main hero ate human flesh all day long. He recalled that he began to look for information about the first family, and found the only son of the high priests. At first, he wanted to scold the hero, but seeing that he lived peacefully, started a family, and even found a wife, he changed his mind and admitted that the hero was doing fine. The man said that if everything was really as he was told, then the souls of their ancestors would be able to rest in peace. He hoped that the girl would be able to take care of her husband, who, in his opinion, would bring her many problems, asked her not to be so formal and just call him uncle, and the girl replied that it was a great honor for her to be the wife of this man. The woman loudly declared that 20 years ago it was decided that he should marry Ellie. She angrily reminded him of an old promise to give her a ring when she grew up. Diaz was surprised and tried to understand what it was about, and the girl nearby irritably said that her name was Ellie. Ellie shouted angrily, accusing the interlocutor of betrayal. Another awkwardly explained that he once promised to buy her a ring if he had money. One of the men doubted the truthfulness of Ellie's words, and another confirmed that he behaved strangely from the very beginning. Eventually, the girl noticed that he had a female soul and heart. The girl happily told her father that the new girls were now their sisters, and that his wife was very nice. The new girls were puzzled, and again asked if they were really older sisters now, and at that time someone tried to attract attention by shouting not to be ignored. At the same time, active work continued in the village. Soldiers diligently followed the elders' orders and submitted a report on new residents and buildings. About a month after the battle with Diana, changes in society were discussed in the royal capital. One official, reviewing documents, thoughtfully noted that after the restoration of order, new movements appeared. The reporter said that His Highness Misa was more engaged in fundraising than restoring his faction, and added that among other factions there were no significant changes yet, but there were some alarming actions, so vigilance was necessary. In the royal capital, the fate of Diana was discussed. One of those present said that she showed no signs of repentance and would be transferred to the temple. He added that he had no other choice, and explained that he supported His Highness Richard because of his reputation and connections with Diaz, although he initially doubted. However, now it was clear that Richard was more patient and behaved better than expected, and the interlocutor added that he was confident the other gentleman would handle the mice. In the royal capital, one of the advisors reported that the intelligence department suspects that His Highness Mesa might have a connection with the Empire. There is no evidence yet, but it is considered very likely. The advisor added that this has not yet been included in the official report, after which the leader ordered a thorough completion of the investigation and emphasized that he did not want anyone to suffer or incur losses because of this, to which the subordinate agreed and confirmed that everything would be done as instructed. 5 days had passed since Isa and the others arrived at the village of Elok. The girl, seeing them in royal robes, enthusiastically said that the attire suited them very well, and the girls agreed, but added that despite the luxury, such dresses were completely unsuitable for work because they were difficult to move in and uncomfortable for everyday tasks. Everyone enjoyed life and the village of Elok in their own way. Aruna and Eric got along well. The broad-shouldered woman noticed that the dresses did not suit her very well and admitted that she envied the others because they looked much more attractive in those dresses. One of the women loudly said that she would never accept this girl as her father's bride because she considered her too young, accused her of immaturity, and demanded a more decisive reaction, to which the girl calmly replied that she understood her inexperience, but her feelings for Diaz were deep, and she was ready to dedicate her whole life to prove it. And the woman, seeing her calmness, wondered if the girl was offended by her words. The girl explained that as a woman she understood the interlocutor's feelings well and did not consider what had happened her fault, emphasizing that they were all united by love and care for Diaz, so they should support each other, and the interlocutor, touched by her words, could not comprehend such kindness. Since then they grew closer and began helping each other with household chores, discussing arising problems together. Irai told his brother that they had decided to return to the city because they were sure everything was fine there and gave him gifts. The brother understood their decision and said it was natural. Everyone has their own home and work, so returning to the city was logical. He added that any father would let go of a child if he saw that the child stood confidently on their own feet. Eric admitted that he would have liked to stay longer, but circumstances forced them to leave. Diaz said that Eric had also become a good adult, and added that if he had abandoned his duties and asked to stay here, he would have lost patience and beaten him half to death. Eric admitted that at his age he would not want to treat himself that way, and his brother warned him to be ready because no matter how many years pass, he would still remain their father. Scold them if something happened, and always care for them as a father. Diaz thought he would not reciprocate Eric's feelings. He knew that if he accepted those feelings, he would no longer be able to be a father to him. Diaz understood that he was needed not only by Eric, but by all the other children, so he had to stay in his place. He decided to do nothing that could destroy this bond. Eric shouted to his father, ran up to him, and cried. The man hugged him tightly. He remembered that even in the village, the tribe said that kind souls like Eric find good people and live happily. He was sure that Eric would one day find a good partner. If advice was needed, he would definitely give it. Two girls also joyfully asked to be petted. The girl, hearing the noise and strange cry, approached and asked what had happened, and the man, hugging the children, told them not to push and to patiently wait their turn. An old man who was watching the events asked if they were saying goodbye to DS and reminded them that the day after tomorrow they would return to the city. The girls anxiously asked if it was true that everyone was leaving. The man tried to calm them down, said that he and Maya were staying, so there was no need to be sad, and the older man also encouraged them, reminded them that they would definitely meet again, and asked them not to cry. Then he explained that he had decided to stay in the village and spend the rest of his life taking care of the sheep, and added that he would watch that man closely so that he would not make a fool of himself, because he had no intention of returning to the temple, and considered the previous journey pointless. And one of those present asked in surprise if Uncle Ben really was not going to return to the temple. One of the women said that she would also stay in the village. She explained that she had given everything she had in the store, so there was nowhere to return to because there was nothing left at home. The woman added that there were too few people in the village who knew how to negotiate, and she could not leave them without help, so she was taking on this responsibility in the future. She liked the image she had created because her skills were genuine, not for show. The narrator thought about the future of the village and hoped that it would become even livelier with the arrival of new residents. He noticed that 6 MEA had arrived, resembling sheep, and wondered why exactly they had come. The characters recalled how a few months ago they lived peacefully on their territory until the people of the kingdom captured them and kept them in terrible conditions. When the Mia learned that they were to be executed, they decided to escape. Thanks to meeting a traveler who helped them, they reached a new place, but a problem arose. There was no reason to refuse the Mia immigration, but the question of who would become their leader remained unresolved. One of the characters admitted that he did not know about the tradition according to which Francis was supposed to become the leader. The heroes noticed that among the arrived Mia, there seemed to be a male leader, and they had to decide which of the 2 candidates would become the new head of the Mia village. The characters realized that the Mia had strict rules, and it was not so easy to give in. One of the heroes thought it would be easier to appoint one leader for each flock, but he realized that everything had to be decided according to their traditions. People gathered to wait for the start of the trial between Tumia, who was to determine the new leader, and one of the observers realized that he understood the selection method, but at the same time was worried about the very process of choosing the leader. One of the observers thought that what was happening resembled an unusual but powerful song. The Mia, standing opposite each other, began to loudly emit bold and strong sounds as if leading somewhere, and it seemed to him that with this singing the animals were trying to express thoughts about the future of the herd, as if each proclaimed its vision and declared intentions. He decided that this was how the Mia chose their leader. The observer noticed that Maya continued to sing, and it became clear to him that with their singing they were trying to convey something to the whole herd, because they wanted to show how seriously they thought about the future of their community. In his opinion, the choice of leader was decided not by the beauty of the song, but by how much effort, thought, and aspiration each Mia put into their singing, so that the herd would feel which of the 2 candidates was most suitable for the role of leader. The observer, looking at the scene, thought about how they would choose the leader who would receive the majority of support, whom the herd would recognize as their own and begin to obey. He was surprised that Francois, the wife of one of the candidates, did not rush to support her husband Francis first, as it seemed natural to him, but he understood that she knew well that being a good husband and being a good leader were completely different things, so she should choose a worthy leader who would take care of the children's future and support her husband in the hard life of the flock. While the herd was singing, people watched and understood how serious everything was. One observer said that the choice of the leader would affect the future of the entire flock. The flock of sheep continued to sing, although from fatigue their voices became quieter, and the overall volume noticeably decreased. The sun was already setting, and the observers realized that the sheep had been fighting for a very long time. Francois and others still could not finally decide who would be the leader. Meanwhile, some sheep were so tired that they simply fell silent. From the side of the ram with large horns, one of them made the first step, then another, then a third. The observers noticed how Francois in this situation finally began to act and joined the movement. The chorus started from Francis. The observers understood that the situation would probably not change. They thought that Francis would feel uncomfortable if his wife suddenly switched to his side. Francois probably thought the same, so she decided to wait for the final result. Everyone watched what was happening. It was clear that the ram was not giving up yet. Even when his voice was lost among others, he continued the competition, straining all his strength. His persistence was impressive. He did not retreat despite loneliness and fatigue. Everyone noticed that one from the chorus fell silent, and turned attention to Francis. He realized that now everyone was singing for him. The girls who were watching joyfully understood that this meant his victory. Francis was shocked but pleasantly surprised by such a turn of events. People joyfully shouted and called Francisco their leader. Everyone rejoiced at his victory. They said they had never seen anything like it and praised the sheep for their intelligence and obedience. One of the girls noticed that Francisco succeeded, and he stepped aside, smiling a little and watching the fruits of his labor. After the lively bustle, when the sheep crowded together, the heroes noticed that one of them had disappeared. The girl with the horn wondered where that fat ram named Maya had gone, and at that moment the sheep separated from the flock. Diaz, watching the sheep, thought that what had happened was impressive. He considered this act refreshing because despite the struggle, the sheep recognized their opponent and joined the singing, showing nobility. And Francis noticed that the ram did not give up and fought to the end, having no malice towards his comrades. At the same time, he noticed that he really liked the position of this meet. Despite the defeat, he was not angry at the comrades who did not choose him, and most likely was simply inexperienced. Francis thought that he had not yet given names to all his sheep, and suggested the names Azim or Tanmazu to one ram. Diaz suggested a new name Zerbalto to the ram because he thought it sounded good. From the ram's reaction it was clear that he agreed, and Diaz with a smile announced that from now on the ram would be called Zerbalto, and assured that with such a name he would look even better. The girls who were watching said they liked this decision, and one of them added that for such deeds she loved her father. When the flock of sheep bleated joyfully, the man who had been absent for some time returned to the group. The daughter asked where he had been, and he calmly replied that he had gone to the toilet. Aruna, concerned, inquired whether he had thoroughly washed his hands afterward, and the father smiled slightly. To celebrate Francis's recent victory. After the celebration, everyone gathered in the open area near the large tent. During the festivities, the man decided to name the rest of the sheep and was surprised to learn that they were all females and wives of Zerbalto. They explained that, being girls, they had to choose beautiful names. The wives named themselves after Zerbalto as they wished, and received the names Zermila, Zermia, Zerfana, Zergu, and Zeradia. The wives feared that Francis's election as the new leader might harm their marriages, but later decided that he might have even more merits than Zerbalto, and this did not scare them. Instead, they respected his honesty, began to think that Francis's victory over Zerbalto could change their lives, so they watched him and recalled what he might have been thinking when he sang his song. Strange as it may sound, they now had 8 lovers. Francis was to lead them as the new leader. That day, Eldon had just returned from the royal capital and was heading to a meeting with a man. At the estate of Lord Kazdik's territory, he met a stranger who introduced himself as Yuha, and with a confident smile said that he was the best soldier in the kingdom, the most handsome and the most refined. Eldon looked suspiciously at the man who called himself an ally of Diaz. The self-proclaimed hero Juha during interrogation caused even more doubts in him. Usually Eldon would not even pay attention, but he learned that Juha had already been caught for disgraceful behavior, that he was poor, vulgar, behaved inappropriately, drank, and caused scandals in foreign lands. Juha claimed that he was a shadow hero who fought alongside Diaz in the previous war and requested an audience with the lord of these lands. Hearing this, Eldan decided to meet him just in case. During the conversation, Eldan cautiously asked if it was true that Juha served alongside Diaz. Juha confirmed this, although he looked uncertain. When the conversation turned to his appearance, he began to boast that all the women he met admired his manly face. Juha claimed that he served with Diaz, but admitted that he often quarreled with him over women and alcohol, and Eldon suspected that Juha behaved that way deliberately to achieve something, and realized that he initially wanted to loaf around but changed his mind after seeing the flourishing city. Juha noted that it was hard to imagine the expenses for a playground, especially in the city center, said that the construction of the park became a decisive factor in development, explained that culture begins with games and gradually flourishes, and added that as a cultured person he values such a park, so he decided to serve Eldon. Juha admitted that he did not expect to be taken seriously if he approached directly, so he resorted to deception. Eventually, he met with Eldon and considered it a successful move. Eldon said it was a risk due to possible accusations, and that it would have been better if Juha had immediately revealed his intentions. Juha replied that most lords would not meet with a person in his position, and suggested that this was why Eldon came up with the idea of the park. Juha smiled and noted that Diaz once bought him for free, saying he wanted to end the war, and asked what price Eldon would set for him, adding that Eldon is different from Diaz. And Eldon in response felt awkward thoughtfully because he had to hire Juha for an extremely high fee, although he tried to convince himself that it was only temporary. 7 days have passed since Eri and Isak left the village of Iluk. One of the heroes wondered whether the guild had received the letter with their request for help. It turned out that the letter proposed establishing trade, which in itself was good. He recalled that his father said that soon the so-called bloodless beast folk who for some unknown reason had lost their beast nature were supposed to arrive here. The hero pondered his plans. He was concerned that the bloodless were allowed to trade in the kingdom that did not recognize them. To solve the problem, he decided to open a guild branch in the neutral territory of Kazdex. This would allow guild workers to act as intermediaries, and trade would occur without legal complications. He was confident that such a step would bring great benefits to the guild, and the bloodless would immediately start acting. Aru Nachin said she was going to prepare goose eggs for dinner because some of them were soulless. Usually, she added them to soup, but this time she wanted to try them boiled because she heard they were tasty that way too. He also envied her ability to use magic to determine whether an egg had a soul, and recalled that Aru Nachin once used this magic to find out that his soul was female. Sini and Khan said that the newly hatched chicks were very cute and followed their parents. They noticed that Dias was so fascinated by the process that he himself started running after the chicks, which embarrassed the observers. One of the characters thought that if he worked without breaks, he would break down physically and morally, and at the same time reflected that if caring for chicks is considered childcare, then Dias's actions could be called fulfilling parental duties. Ar Unitine said she would not mind if someone played after good work. Meanwhile, another character noted that Arona Chen was very hardworking, and he wondered whether a hardworking girl could be considered brave, and how Arona Chen and others evaluated the concept of bravery. Aruna asked how Tian shows his masculinity, and requested details, and Tian replied that it was actually a short story. Aruna added that her family was poor, and as the eldest in the family she had to work, so her activities were usual for her. And she was called not so much brave and serious as jokingly, because unlike most girls, she participated in hunting and patrolling. Aruna laughed and admitted that thanks to this work she met Dias and now did not regret it. And another character asked if she could tell why their family was poor. Aruna said that the reason for her family's poverty was one man whom she called a parasite. She explained that it was in the past, but then the family suffered greatly. The girl added that her father was an ordinary man with ordinary courage and could basically support the family, but that did not happen. She admitted that the word parasite does not convey how terrible her older brother was. Aruna said that her family became poor because of her older brother who spent money on women and got into debt. She added that now, thanks to Dias, their family no longer starves, and the interviewer noted that it was good that Arunas was able to talk about it. Aruna said that she could not thank Dias and Mora enough for their help, explained that Mora was the chief of the Oni tribe, a very caring woman who sympathized with her and tried to introduce her to Dias, added that perhaps the help was more for her than for Dias himself, and recalled that Mora gave Dias a valuable pair of animals, Francis and Franca. The heroine thought that Aruna's situation was similar to theirs when they were orphans, and perhaps that was why she could not hate her. One of the women said that Aruna reminded her of those rescued by a prince on a white horse, and explained that it was a metaphor for the sudden appearance of a person of fate. One of the heroines dreamily imagined him on a white horse, seeing nobility and strength in him, and was sure that it was true, while another girl smiled and remarked that her father seemed to have considerable courage. The heroine admitted that she got carried away with the conversation and forgot to boil the eggs. Another woman decided that she could no longer hate her, and was surprised at how quickly they became friends. She decided to show the girl how to properly boil eggs, although she thought to herself that she was not going to do it again. Finally, the heroine resolutely pulled herself together and helped her father with Aru Nuchan. When they had free time, one of the girls noticed that dinner was ready. While they were resting, Aruntian took her bow and went to the clearing. She warned the others to step back because she was going to practice archery. Concentrating, she drew the string and aimed at the wooden target. Aru Nat Tayan focused on practicing archery and accurately hit the wooden target. She found free time after household chores and trained diligently every day, not missing a single session. The woman watching mentally praised her for diligence and youthful perseverance, then called Aru Nutian, attracting her attention. The woman asked with surprise about the power of the short bow. Aruna explained that it was due to the materials and the method of manufacture. Their bows and the kingdom's bows were completely different. The woman quickly guessed that different materials were used for different parts, and Aruna approvingly confirmed this. Carefully examining the bow, the woman noticed that bones and horns were glued to a thin board, and liked such a thoughtful design. Aruna explained the structure of their bow to her interlocutor, saying that on the side that compresses, a hard material was glued, such as horn or bone, and on the side that stretches, it was made of soft material, such as animal tendons, and that the handle and the places where the string was attached were reinforced with appropriate materials. Aruna also added that the shape of their bow was the result of many years of inventions and adaptations because they often shot from horseback. She emphasized that the material and shape changed depending on the strength and height of the archer, so no two bows were the same. At the end, she offered to try to draw the bowstring. The woman tried to draw the bowstring but noticed that it was too tight and almost unyielding, and said that it was impossible to handle with such tension. Aruna calmly explained that this bow was made from the materials of an earth dragon, and to use it, the string had to be charged with magic, and she added that this happened often because only Dias could immediately prepare this bow. The girl explained that dragons and higher-rank monsters not only have very hard skin and shells, but also muscles and tendons, and move thanks to magical power. When the interlocutor heard about the earth dragon, she was shocked and could not believe what she heard. Aruna explained that when you draw a bow, you need to pass a certain amount of magical energy through the body, which weakens the material and allows it to move. She said that when you shoot, the magical energy is released, and this creates great power. The interlocutor was surprised and doubted whether it was too difficult, since one still had to draw the horse, aim, and simultaneously infuse magical power into the shot. But the girl said that although it requires practice, in reality it is not as difficult as it seems at first glance. She added that just 5 days after starting training, Celia and Aiken hit a bird flying by with an arrow while they were riding. Aruna explained that their tribe naturally began using bows and the children quickly learned to shoot. She advised Ellie to try shooting while riding a horse for an advantage in battle. Admired the children's skill. Although they were not very strong yet, their shots were frighteningly accurate, especially when they used the wind to adjust the arrow's flight, and the conversation was interrupted when someone shouted and asked where Aruna was. When Aruna and the others heard the unfamiliar voice, they became alert. One of those present said that such behavior was unacceptable for the Oni tribe. Aruna recognized the returned man, and thought with a smile that it would have been better if the beasts had eaten him. The angry man loudly declared that he came to save her, and accused Lord of daring to approach Aruna during his absence. The hero recalled the traditions of the tribe to which Aruna belonged. The youngest child became the head of the family, and was supported by the elders. And when the elders started their own families, they moved to other settlements. The hero saw Aruna's engagement and those of her younger brothers and sisters, but was not very concerned about it, and until that moment believed that there were only 6 people in Aruna's family. Dias called the children and reminded them that it was time to return for dinner. At that moment, a frightened puppy ran up to him and said that something bad had happened. Aruna attacked a strange man with a horn who suddenly appeared. Dias, noticing the commotion, anxiously asked what was happening. Billy explained that a stranger had appeared and suggested that it was probably Aruna's older brother. Meanwhile, Aruna was fiercely beating her brother, despite his attempts to justify and explain. He admitted that he was surprised by the appearance of Aruna's older brother, whose existence he had previously known nothing about. Eri was surprised by his ignorance because she thought he had at least heard of him. He thought that Aruna was ashamed to talk about his brother or afraid of ruining the marriage, and added that he did not see Aruna's brother at the wedding ceremony, and then Aruna did not mention anything. Meanwhile, Aruna's brother was desperately asking her to listen to him. Dias tried to convince Aruna to listen to her brother, explaining that otherwise Sani and Ikan would see her in such a state and it would be undesirable. Aruna was very scared, so the 2 girls approached her and asked what had happened. Dias thought that mentioning certain names was too painful for her. Aruna, trembling with emotion, silently lowered her hand and could not hold back tears. Dias looked at her sympathetically and understood how hard it was for her. Aruni's brother, filled with anger, accused Dias of corrupting his sister, who was once modest and sweet but now, in his opinion, had become a cruel woman, said he would never forgive Dias and called him an evil lord. Dias, puzzled, asked again about modesty and sweetness, not quite understanding what it was about, and thought how much the brother and sister looked alike, so that if Aruna were a man, she would look exactly the same. Dias believed that the relationship between Aruna and her brother Zorg was tense. Although Zorg sincerely loved his sister, Aruna did not love him because she considered him not manly enough. Dias thought that despite this animosity, Aruna still felt family feelings towards her brother. He also assumed that changes in her character could be a result of his influence. Zorg returned home after a long absence and learned that Aruna had married a much older lord. Relatives told him about it, and upon hearing the news he became angry. Believing his sister was sold for money, Confident that Aruna would not agree to a forced marriage, he left the parental home without listening to explanations, driven by emotions, to bring her back. Zorg desperately tried to get Aruna to hear him, but only made the situation worse because he did not expect her anger. He thought he was acting for her sake and would resolve everything privately. So he found himself in a difficult position. People around began to wonder what was happening, and the woman who was watching was surprised by his behavior. The woman asked if Zorg was jealous of her father, to which he sharply replied that there was no need to talk nonsense. He admitted he was simply surprised that Aruna had a lover because he himself hoped to be a worthy partner for her, and at the same time accused him of hypocrisy, saying that he had previously oppressed his family and now suddenly cared about her, which looked suspicious. Zorg, lowering his head, apologized to Aruna, and admitted that he regretted what had happened, although he knew it was already too late. Aruna said that now there was no point in apologizing and reminded him that his family begged him to stop. Even the chief asked, but he kept going anyway. In response, Zorg tried to justify himself. He said the woman said she was sick and promised to return the money later. He did not understand why her soul rating was also blue. Aruna accused Zorg of making everything up. She reproached him for going to another woman despite her warning. Aruna reminded him how many times she said that woman was deceiving him, and emphasized that she was definitely blue. One of the characters doubted that a single rating could be blue for a person with bad intentions, because he believed that for evil intent the result should be red. Aruna explained that a single rating is just a form of magic, and any magic can be deceived or distorted. She added that there are spells that can interfere with the assessment, and if the opponent is better at magic than the one conducting the check, he can deceive it. She also emphasized that careless use of magic can yield false results. The characters said that Asa knows how to use magic and can resist its influence. They mentioned that her brother was deceived by someone who is well versed in magic. They also said that one must be careful with magic because there are those who can trick it. One of the characters added that he knows the location of the expedition group and is aware of their actions. Zort realized he was wrong about the corrupt lord but did not know what to say. After that, Arna and Zort no longer spoke. At her request, the case was closed. She reminded that they needed to have dinner before sunset, and decided never to worry about the sky again. The characters said it was already late and that the man should stay for the night. He replied that he was used to traveling at night and there was no need to worry about him. Others said that the meadows were dangerous at night because of monsters. They invited him to spend the night in a newly built yurt, saying it would be cramped but fun. In the end, he thanked them and Aaron refused to live together. The characters were tense. The next morning as they set out, one of them noticed the good weather and decided to take Zort with him just in case. Zort irritably asked to be left alone because he did not understand why so much attention was being paid to him. His companion, with a slight smile, noted that Zort had no ill intentions and explained that he could not help but care for him because he was a member of Arunus's family. Despite this, Arunus was still worried. When Zort left, he carried 2 packages with a bow and arrows made by Arunus. Zord looked over this package he was handed. He noticed that the bow was made taking into account his frame. Although Aruna said she would throw away the failed prototype, everything was neatly wrapped in fabric, so Zord decided that she put a lot of care and love into it, and probably still feels warmly toward him as a brother. Zort waved his hand and said, "Let everything go," noticed that Dias looked strange and asked why he was blue, and the interlocutor recalled that Dias had no magic from birth and thought that this meant he could not deceive, which surprised him. Dias confirmed that he had been like that for as long as he could remember, and Zort asked somewhat puzzled whether he felt pathetic. Diaz remembered his childhood. He thought about the time when other children played carefree and increasingly mastered magic, while he himself could not use it at all. It hurt him deeply. He cried in front of his parents and sometimes lashed out at them. However, thanks to kind and warm parents and a strict uncle, Diaz gradually came to terms with the fact that he had no magical power. Perhaps he simply matured earlier than others. Diaz pondered his approach to life. He decided that instead of envying others, he would do everything in his power. He realized it was pointless to waste time on what could not be attained, so he focused on physical training. Thanks to this, he found himself where he was now. His interlocutor noted that even without any magical power, a person can manage. Zort admitted that he felt miserable. He said that the people around despised him for what he could not control, even if he tried. He felt that they were laughing at him. He considered himself weak even now. However, he noted that Aruna and another woman did not laugh at him because of his magical powers, and that mattered to him. When 5 wind dragons appeared in the sky, the heroes were surprised. One of them anxiously thought that it would be difficult to deal with even one such creature, let alone 5. He said it was a real joke of fate. Zort loudly asked his name and ordered him to return to the village where he had people to protect, because that was more important. Diaz thought and realized that he could not just leave, even if he wanted to leave Zord alone. One hero explained to the other that wind dragons first aim at the victim's eyes and ears to deprive them of the ability to defend themselves. Due to their lightness, they cannot kill with one strike, so they gradually exhaust the prey. The archer noticed the target approaching and told him to watch carefully because it was a wind dragon. The heroes realized that their weapons were ineffective and were surprised by his strength. They were told that the bow was made from earth dragon material and special arrows were needed. One of the heroes decided to deal with this later. One of the heroes hit the enemy with a precise shot, pierced his body, and joyfully informed his comrade that he managed to eliminate one of the opponents. After one enemy was destroyed, the rest of the enemies began to move faster, and the hero noticed that the loss of a comrade made them more serious. One of the giant dragonflies suddenly accelerated and flew towards the hero, so he tensed and prepared for battle, noticing the enemy's sudden movement and reacting to the threat. The heroes noticed that the enemies had become even faster. One of the heroes, tense and collected, repelled a fierce attack from a dragonfly-like creature. At the same time, another character thought that a fierce attack by Vindhya Ragnon had begun. His chest was opened, and he felt shock and pain. At that moment, strange insect-like creatures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching. The man screamed in despair, remembering that the clothes he wore were specially sewn for him by Arunak. And at that moment, monsters appeared in the sky. One of the characters tried to say something but froze at the sudden appearance of a huge horned creature rapidly approaching. After a powerful blow that shook the ground, the main hero remained unharmed. He noticed that his eyes had already adapted to the enemy's speed and doubted whether this was the limit of his abilities. Meanwhile, another character was confused and shocked by what was happening. In this scene, one of the characters, worried about the approaching enemy, shouted to his ally to retreat immediately, and the main hero, assessing the situation, calmly said that although the enemy was a bit stronger than expected, he would handle it and confidently struck the insect-like enemy, showing his strength and confidence. The heroes discussed why the dragonfly dragons no longer attacked. One said that if the attacks continued, problems would arise. Another suggested that they were afraid to approach because they knew they would be killed. And the first noted that the enemies, being dragons, could attack from the air with fire. The heroes wondered why the enemy dragons did not shoot fire from the air. One explained that their flames were weak and ineffective from a distance because they were adapted for close combat. They also suggested that the dragonflies were attracted by the smell of human blood, so they did not retreat. Everyone agreed that the enemy must not be allowed to escape because if it attacked the village, it would cause enormous damage. The heroes discussed how to fight flying enemies if they did not come down from the sky. One admitted that he had relaxed but promised to improve. Another suggested throwing a battle axe at the dragon hoping it would work. The comrades doubted the idea's effectiveness, but he insisted that it would at least distract the enemies. One of the heroes told another to trust him, then stood up with a battle axe and ran. The comrades watched in amazement as he threw the axe into the air with incredible force, hoping to hit the flying enemies. One of the warriors shouted and threw his battle axe into the sky, aiming at the enemy. His comrade watched in amazement, not believing that the throw could go so high. The axe, accurately thrown into the sky, hit one of the flying targets and caused amazement and admiration among the observers. And one of them, watching, could not believe the success, and called the thrower an incredible fool, not understanding how he managed it. The heroes noticed the approach of new enemies. Giant insects were flying from all sides. Someone anxiously said that they were flying closer, and everyone immediately prepared for battle. One of the fighters rushed at the enemies. His eyes were wide open from tension and determination. Diaz fiercely attacked the insect and showed his strength with a powerful blow. He was full of determination and focus. Meanwhile, another hero, without wasting time, knocked one of the enemies out of formation with a precise throw. But one of the monsters still sneaked up and grabbed the fighter from behind. This was an unexpected and dangerous moment for him. One of the fighters found himself in mortal danger. The insect grabbed him and stung him, and then his comrade, without losing calm, aimed and decided to save his friend by delivering a precise strike. He thought about how rare their achievement was, because a wind dragon was usually seen once a year and not everyone managed to see one, and they were lucky to meet 5 at once. He admitted to himself that he never imagined he would become a dragon hunter like the real men of the tribe. And now, having saved his friend, he felt that he would change the whole village's opinion of himself. He tried to understand why everything was happening so strangely, because his idea of dragon hunting was completely different. He considered this method stupid and clumsy and felt that it was somehow wrong. When his partner began to behave roughly with the fallen creatures, he was outraged, demanded to treat them more carefully, and reminded how much they were worth. DS sincerely did not understand what was wrong with him. During the conversation, one of the heroes admitted that he became who he is thanks to meeting Aruna and owes her a lot not only for support, but also for doing the housework every day. So out of respect and gratitude, he did not even dare to say anything to her. And the interlocutor noted that this was not very kingly, because Aruna had sewn his shirt and pants with her own hands. One character notes that Diaz's name, his behavior, and everything else seems strange to him. Then Arna appears, noticing Diaz's wound, anxiously asks what happened and asks to show the wound. Diaz calms her down and says that there is no problem with the clothes, they can always be replaced. Another character notes that the wound does not look deep, but needs to be disinfected immediately. Aruna proudly said that she expected such courage from a man, and added that this was a small price for destroying the wind dragons. One of the characters joyfully informed Aruna that he also killed a dragon using the bow and arrows she gave him. Aruna thanked him for delivering the materials and explained that since they killed the dragons together, half of the loot belonged to him, and then Aruna's brother replied to her, and she irritably asked what he needed. Diaz told Aruna that she could treat Zorg a little better. In his opinion, Zorg had no one to show his courage to, so he sought recognition. She believed that if he really cared about the family, he should first go to the village of Oni and take care of his younger brothers and sisters, then he would become a real support and head of the family. In this case, he should find a suitable partner in the village, because if he needs support, it is definitely not her. Zort, although the wind dragon was weaker than the green one, still fought with him, and this made an impression. He noticed that the 2 boots Zort brought were expensive, and maybe this influenced Aruna, who did not show it openly. But she liked Zort's bravery, and therefore she was probably so gentle with Diaz. Aruna smiled and suggested throwing a party. The villagers gathered around the bonfire. The air was filled with music and joy. It seemed that the whole village was ready to celebrate. During the celebration, all the villagers had a good time. Diaz noticed that the atmosphere was filled with joy and merriment. Aruna, as always, was the center of attention and energized everyone. He thought that today's party was especially successful and was glad that everyone was enjoying themselves. Diaz recalled the recently passed party and realized that for everyone it was more than just a celebration of victory over the dragon, and Aruna, in turn, smiled warmly at him and fully shared these feelings. Later, when Diaz stood up, someone present asked where he was going, and he replied that he was going to the toilet. Diaz noticed a sheep standing far from the others and was surprised by its appearance because he thought that Francis, with Francois and others, should be at the celebration, not here. He asked the sheep if it had accidentally gotten lost or decided to live here, but he still doubted because he did not remember seeing it before. Diaz tried to understand what the sheep wanted to tell him, but admitted that he still did not understand the language me. He suggested going to the square where everyone was and assured her that she would definitely be heard there. The sheep, irritated, tried to convey her thoughts, and was upset that he himself did not understand. In the end, Diaz was surprised that his plan to quietly leave this question unresolved failed. Diaz was in complete shock when he suddenly heard the ram speak. He could not believe his ears and did not know how to react. Meanwhile, the ram calmly approached and handed him a small pouch, which completely confused him. Diaz only whispered in confusion, trying to understand what this object was. The ram told Diaz that he had proven his courage by killing the dragon twice in human form. He explained that he acted under the orders of his master, and for his bravery would give Diaz 3 leaves of the Sanjivani plant and 1 seed. The ram also warned that if Diaz tried to sell these gifts for profit, they would quickly wither. Diaz was stunned by these words, especially the mentions of the master and the children, whom he supposedly guarded. Diaz felt dizzy and tried to understand what was happening to him, thinking about the words Sanjivani. At that moment, Aruna approached him, noticed that he was far from the toilet, and asked if he was okay and hungry. He tried to explain that he had just spoken with Aram, but Aruna decided that he was simply very tired after the battle with the wind dragons and wounded, so she advised him to rest at least for today. Diaz did not believe that what had happened was real. It seemed to him as if it were a dream or a hallucination. Clenching the bag in his hand, he realized that it could not have been just imagination. At the meeting of the dignitaries, they discussed the restoration of the empire and concluded that despite all efforts, they had not found even a hint of a solution. One of them proposed an idea, but immediately warned that it could have negative consequences and harm Diaz. Aruna asked Diaz how he felt, and he admitted that after the battle with the wind dragons, He constantly felt weakness and malaise. The girl said that he was tired and ordered him to do nothing today. Diaz tried to object and offered to clean up, but she insisted that he rest. Then, smiling, she added that even if he stayed at home he would still want to work, so sometimes it is better not to go anywhere. At the meeting they discussed the threat from Diaz. One participant suggested using people dissatisfied with him to eliminate him. They noted that dissatisfaction was growing in the factions, especially among Mace's supporters, and finally proposed getting rid of the conspirators to avoid exposure. The officers discussed their attitude toward Diaz. One of them recalled that he was the enemy of the general's father, and the general replied that Diaz really was the enemy of his father but at the same time was their patron, and doubted that he would agree to cooperate just to harm Diaz. One of the men said that his father suffered greatly because of Diaz's strategy, and after the battle even thought about ending his life. He had to resort to many traps, which contradicted his principles, and the general reminded that Diaz saved his father, although he went against the enemy and exposed their plan. The heroes approached the lake, and one of them enthusiastically said how beautiful it was. Diaz thought that although the lake was not suitable for permanent residence due to fluctuating water levels, it was still worth visiting from time to time. One of the witnesses recalled how Diaz fought the father honestly, without resorting to meanness. He gave all his strength in battle and went on a direct attack like a true warrior. And at the moment of their clash, the hero's father died but preserved his dignity, and the narrator still remembered Diaz's facial expression when he fought as a loyal comrade. Diaz explained that Aruna gave him a day off and he was going to rest. He also allowed the group to take the steep route. The others were surprised, and one of them, looking at Diaz, wondered if he was all right and mentally noted that the water was cold. The interlocutors talked about the unstable political situation. One of them said that of all the princesses only Isabel was active. They proposed to eliminate the Mace faction if they were enemies of Diaz. One participant emphasized that he did not seek revenge for offenses. The girls, together with the dogs, squealed joyfully and rushed into the water. The men discussed that Maisie needed to focus on capturing the throne, not on trifles. One complained that without a meeting it was impossible to get even a modest budget. Another reassured that everything was under control and there would be no problems. In another room they said it was easier to get rid of the entire royal family, but one of those present objected that it was impossible. The heroes enjoyed a quiet day. One of them was fishing. A girl sat nearby watching what was happening. Not far away a man was feeding a dog, and a pair of sheep peacefully grazed near the water. One of the conspirators was outraged that their contribution to the war was underestimated, and that they were not properly paid. He said he would start with Kadesk, who would come to the capital and not even greet him. The second interlocutor suggested doing nothing for now, just waiting and watching, because someone in the kingdom would sooner or later start acting. The third participant reminded that at the previous meeting they talked about the impossibility of killing the royal family, but agreed that it was worth reconsidering this issue. Richard noticed movement between the Empire and Mace, and that Asnari Yisa continued to act. One of the interlocutors was surprised that Richard knew this, and suggested that Mace was also connected with the Empire. Richard said that if something happened unnoticed, it was all the more important. He added that they would not suffer a great defeat, but would not be able to win if they remained tied to the West and allowed the Empire to accumulate resources. One of the girls joyfully reported that she had completed a runahorn, and another enthusiastically said that it was very similar. Meanwhile, another girl enjoyed the pleasant feeling of drifting in cold water after diving into the sand and cooling off from the evening breeze. One of the men said that this would not end just like that. Later another was told that now he would have to watch over the miners and help them depending on the situation, and he in turn worried that it would be hard work. A young man shouted joyfully that he had caught a big fish. The girl nearby encouraged Klaus to try harder. Meanwhile, another man silently observed and pondered the situation. The man reported that, as planned, they would set off to Diacedono early in the morning and ask to prepare everything necessary, while the old man noted that Eldon and Sama should not rush so much, especially after several days of rest. One of the characters asked if anyone had caught a fish, but Uncle Ben mockingly replied and called him a fool. Then another man explained that he sets the hook too early and added that it should only be lifted when the fish really bites. In response, the hero realized his mistake. One of them enthusiastically says that he wants to visit the village of Dimacedono as soon as possible, and cannot wait to leave. Another says that he has too many state affairs and they need to be resolved first. He honestly admits that he would also like to go but cannot. The third says that it is none of his business. The man anxiously thinks about the condition of his master. He feels helpless and bitterly admits that he can only watch him suffer. He recalls the legend of San Giovanni. a mythical remedy supposedly found on the mountain of the gods and capable of curing any disease. He thinks that if they had this remedy, the master could recover. However, he doubts that even the gods would give this remedy to Eldon Sama. When it was time for dinner, the girl called everyone to the table, said that the food would help Diaz regain strength. The children asked if he had caught a fish, and others talked about the strange leaf he brought, suggesting that it might be a valuable specimen. The hero, entering the tent, was surprised why the chief had called him. He was already tired of lectures and mentally asked for no more. The chief, seeing him, said he had changed his opinion about him, added that he could not forget the past, but admitted that the capture of the 3 wind dragons was a worthy deed, and as a sign of gratitude gave him a gift, asking him to accept it. Diaz tried the berries and said that they tasted simple as always. He asked if they were picked from the mori tree. The girl replied that she picked the berries herself and was surprised by the strange reaction of the adult. Meanwhile, one of the elves explained that Diaz was so strong that it was harder for him to notice changes in his body, and asked him to be sure to tell her if he felt unusual. One of the characters handed another a dagger with rings and explained that it was proof of a candidate for chief, noting that the number of rings showed that he was in 3rd place, adding that if it were not for financial problems, he would have made him chief immediately. But as he said, so far everything was going too badly, so the matter was limited only to the status of candidate. The woman reminded the man that they were family and spouses, so he should not apologize to her. The man was initially surprised but later agreed with her, thanked her, and admitted that she was right. The chief confidently said that there was nothing shameful in the fact that the main hero killed 3 dragons, because it only confirmed his strength and courage, and added that with such merits, determination, and experience, the hero would definitely become an excellent leader. The young warrior decisively clenched his fist and said that such was the character of the chief. The chief, standing opposite, calmly looked at him. Others, obviously satisfied with what had just happened, cheerfully discussed that it was time to return because it was almost dark. Diaz was asked if he had rested well today, and he smiled a little, said he hadn't had so much time to rest in a long time, thanked the interlocutor, and added that from tomorrow he would try again. On this page, Diaz suddenly loses consciousness, shocking the people around him. Diaz wakes up in bed after fainting, with worried Arna and the children nearby, and she's glad he woke up. According to Arna, he had a high fever all night, and on the way home from the lake he suddenly fainted. Diaz still looks tired and tries to understand what happened. Diaz was injured during a battle with wind dragons. It is believed that an infection caused his decline. The poison could have entered his body through a plant or an insect. This caused a high fever and loss of consciousness. Aruna, feeling guilty, admits that she did not notice the deterioration of his condition and still sent him on a long mission. She is struggling with this and says that all the blame is on her. The woman tried to calm the girl who blamed herself for what happened and said that everything was not as it seemed to her. If the illness had manifested during work, it could have been much worse. But thanks to timely rest, his condition was noticed immediately. The woman also reminded that the girl had not slept all night caring for the patient, and now she needed to rest, and she apologized with tears in her eyes. 2 girls approached the patient with a cup in their hands and carefully gave him medicine, asking him to drink. At first, he thought that even a sip of water was beyond his strength. But seeing their efforts, he did not want to trouble them, thank them, and although he was weak, gathered his strength and began to drink the potion. The man was surprised by the taste of the drink offered to him. It was strangely sweet, yet refreshing and easy to drink, even when he was exhausted. He noted that usually medicinal infusions have a sharp smell and bitter taste, but this remedy turned out to be completely different. The girls smiled and explained that the drink was made from leaves they took from Diaz. He thought he did not understand what kind of leaves had such a taste, and why they were taken from the medicine. Diaz again felt himself drifting to sleep. He was hot. He knew the medicine was working, and he wanted to sleep a little. Although he tried not to wake the girls, but fatigue prevailed. They wished him good night in response, and he quickly fell asleep. And after some time, someone began calling him, hoping he would hear. When Diaz woke up, he felt unexpected relief. The fever that had tormented him earlier was completely gone. He even noticed that he felt better than usual. Examining the wound, he realized it had not yet healed but seemed to be healing soon by itself. Arum, worried about his condition, asked what had happened to him because he had recently had a fever. Arvena strictly asked Diaz not to make her worry, noting that he recovered too easily after such a serious illness. She suggested that he was recovering faster simply because he was Diaz, then asked if he had taken herbs or something similar, to which Diaz replied that he had eaten nothing. hinting that he was fine, and added that the wound was healing strangely fast, which surprised him. The heroes discussed how Diaz recovered so quickly. One of the characters recalled that Sonoyant Azian gave him a healing potion. Someone apologized for the oversight and for not checking what exactly was given to him. Meanwhile, someone reported that news had come from the neighboring territory. Duke Kazadex would arrive soon, and if Diaz was still ill, action was needed immediately. But it turned out he was feeling well, so someone ran to inform everyone in the village because they were very worried about him. Runa was still worried about Diaz and asked him to inform her if he suddenly felt unwell. Diaz thanked her for her concern. At that moment, a luxurious carriage arrived, and one of the arrivals sadly said he wanted to come earlier, but couldn't due to many matters, and apologized for coming only now. Eldon greeted old acquaintances and apologized for the sudden visit. He explained that due to a tight schedule, he could not give notice, and they said that he and his friends could come any time. Eldon admitted that actually the trip was insisted on by his mother, who wanted to see Diaz. He added that although he cited important matters, it was still hard for him to get away. The narrator mentally noted that he rarely heard Eldon complain, and recalled that although his mother was strong and strict, she had a soft side. Eldon explained that he came on official business and asked for permission to stay for a few days. Added that he first wants to ask Diaz something. Diaz replied that Eldon can stay as long as needed, and is sure that the guests will not cause any inconvenience. They also agreed on permission to set up camp and provide food. In this scene, Eldon added that he had one more request, asked for permission to go to the village of Diaz, and his words were very emotional and caused a strong reaction among those present. The hero says he has long wanted to see this village in person and couldn't sleep without a look. In the next shot, he organizes a small walk for Eldon. One of them thanks loudly in amazement, but is asked to speak more quietly. The elder explains that everyone is busy with dinner and other matters and will first go to the field. The younger hero curiously asks what is with these fields and looks down at his feet. One of them explained that no one knows why the crops form circles, and there is no explanation yet. He added that over time the villagers stopped thinking about it and accepted it as a matter of course, saying that's life. The scene shifts to a quiet moment where one of the characters gently touches a cow and enjoys the simple joys of rural life. One of the characters noted that all the animals looked well, and that, in his opinion, was the most important. He added that they had expressive faces and beautiful fur. Another character agreed and said that the animals looked well fed, cared for, and happy. That was exactly the impression he had, after which the group slowly continued to stroll around the area. He sharply turned around and looked surprised at the horse, whose coat, as it seemed to him, resembled that of a royal mare. He was clearly nervous but decided not to say it out loud. His face was tense and he tried to stay calm. When another asked what happened, the man quickly waved it off, pretending that nothing had happened, and left, loudly saying that he noticed nothing strange. In his thoughts, he decided to pretend that he saw nothing. Diaz notices that Sanai and Akan are worried about this place. He recalls that it was originally a small field, but over time it expanded, and now he is not sure what exactly is grown there. While another character says the fields look good, so they are allowed to do whatever they want. The animals happily say that they have fun every day and are glad to be in the village. I bow. One of them thanks Eldon for everything. Eldon says it is nice to see everyone in a good mood and cheerful. Then a man approaches him and says that the construction of Skylia is completed. Diaz thanks him, but after some time he feels unwell and shakily kneels on one knee. Aruna anxiously asks if he is okay, and Diaz says that most likely it is just fatigue because it is not hot and his heart does not hurt. They continued to try the drink. One of them said that the taste reminded him of strong black tea, and admitted that he had never tasted anything like it before. The elves gladly confirmed his impression. He thanked them and added that it lifted his mood, and at that time Diaz and Aruna stopped them. Diaz apologized to Eldon, said that the girls might have given him something strange and asked for forgiveness, but Eldon reassured him that he was fine, and that he drank the drink consciously, explained that he would sense poison by smell due to a special sense of smell, and added that he knows. Sinai, Sama, and Aiken always cared about his health, so he took it as a kind attention. And another character recalled that he once tried a similar tincture Sanajaban, and was sure it was not poisonous. The heroes continued the conversation about the mysterious herb from which the drink was made. One of them, surprised, suggested that it might be the legendary Sanjivani from the times of the gods, and that they were extremely lucky then. Eldon explained that most likely it is just an ordinary herb with a similar name, because the real Sanjivani probably does not exist. One of the characters recalled that he once prayed for the real Sanjivani, but admitted that it is more likely a legend or a fairy tale because no one has ever found anything like it, and said that this remedy caused a special feeling that became synonymous with Sanjivani, so it was believed that the person who gave this remedy to Diasami could call it that because of these feelings. The girls replied that they did it with permission. He noted that they just wanted to help. Their actions were dictated by a sincere desire to ease his pain. When Ardias was sleeping, the girls asked for permission to take the leaves and use them. He confirmed that he allowed it and gave them the leaves. Then they prepared a healing tincture together and later discussed it with Ima and Grahamamaya. The hero thinks that the girls should not be blamed because it seems they had his permission. He also says that earlier they promised to use medicinal herbs only in the presence of Arunas because herbs can be dangerous. At the end of the scene, he asks the children if they are ready to go to sleep and suggests turning off the light. Dias notes that although Sinea and Akin now look cheerful, they actually lost their parents due to illness. He understands that they still have feelings for their family and painful memories. Thanks the children for their support and says that despite the recent decline, he feels good now. The girl smiles warmly in response. The man tightly hugs two little girls and sadly feels miserable, tells himself that he must protect everyone, but he fails, despite the inner struggle. He smiles, hugging the children as if drawing comfort and warmth from them. He felt that despite everything that happened, now he was truly happy. As if invisible but strong bonds with the people around gave him deep inner warmth. In the circle of relatives, the man gently embraced his loved ones and realized that their family ties were strong and unbreakable. He called them family, emphasizing the depth of their bond. In the morning, a man named Eldon lay in bed making strange sounds, as if something unusual was happening to him. One of those present anxiously wondered if it was related to Eldon having taken some medicine, while meanwhile Diaz felt lightness in his body and remembered that he had returned to youth, when he was full of strength and could do the impossible. So one of the people nearby, frightened, hurriedly called for help. Eldon suddenly became energetic. According to the Kamalats, he was fine. Another character noted with surprise that yesterday's medicinal infusion really worked that way. They said Eldon had to take medicine daily, or he would feel bad. But that morning he got up and ran as if nothing had happened, without taking the medicine, and everyone around looked at his unexpected surge of strength. The characters discussed Eldon's condition. One said he had simply overexerted himself and was short of breath. Although the illness had receded, it was still too early to speak of full recovery. Time would be needed. Others doubted whether the medicinal herb was genuine because its effect was too fast. The characters discussed Eldon's condition. One said he had simply overexerted himself and was short of breath, and although the illness had receded, it was still too early to speak of full recovery. It would take time, and others doubted whether the medicinal herb was genuine because its effect was too fast. In the center of the clearing, a large tent was set up where the meeting participants gathered. One of the heroes called the attendees closer, after which a man and a woman approached the table where they were already awaited. The meeting decided to discuss important issues, including the king's words. One of the participants thanked everyone for sharing valuable Sanjavanya with him, and admitted that he did not know another way to express gratitude. One participant explained that the matter with Sanjivani was complicated. He said the medicine had already been used and only seeds remained, and he did not want anyone to think that he was profiting from it. The characters discussed that now, knowing about Sanjivani's effect, it must be acknowledged that without ill intentions it is difficult to cope with it. One participant noted that the medicine was not used by them, but by others, and that the seed probably did not sprout because of the hay. So they proposed leaving the decision to those who used Sanjivani, as they acted with good intentions. The characters decided it was better to forget about the existence of Sanjivani, because it was unknown what could cause its withering, and they left the decision about the plant to Sani and Ikenu, promising to help if needed, but not expecting thanks or official recognition. One of the characters warned that if the existence of Sanjivani became known, it could attract unwanted attention and cause conflict, so he hoped others would keep it secret, while another, reflecting on the possible benefit of the plant, gave the example of a dying man whom Sanjivani could have saved, and wondered if this would change their policy of silence. They decided that saving all the sick was impossible even with Sanjivani, and it was too great a burden for one person. One of them said that obtaining Sanjivani was fate, as was the fact that it ended up in the hands of Sani and Ichin, and expressed trust in the good intentions of the children, deciding to leave everything to fate. Dia thought that if someone was destined to be saved, fate would bring him to Sine and Icon, and even if the children made mistakes, the adults would accept it as inevitable and say that it was fate. Eldon said that he wants Kamalos to inform all the villages as soon as possible about the necessity to keep everything secret. Kamalos replied that he understood and promised to adhere to this decision. Then the meeting resumed, and one of the participants said that he came to convey His Majesty's words about the rights of the Duke, in particular about the right to take a new surname, and added that he decided to forget everything he said earlier. Diaz said in surprise that he was being offered the title of Duke, and admitted that he never thought he would become a nobleman with a family name. Others also reacted with misunderstanding and embarrassment. He tried to explain that he was just a simple citizen and did not have a family name, but he was told that he should be registered as a nobleman of the Kingdom of Sansarif and noted that Diaz should already have a family name. During the conversation, one of the heroes reminded Diaz that if he has possessions, he must have a surname. Others were surprised that he never called himself by a surname, and finally it turned out that his surname was Natris, and Diaz himself recalled this with surprise. The characters continued discussing the issue of Diaz's surname. He admitted that he had not thought about it before because he was suddenly put on a plane. One of the participants reminded that Diaz must accept noble status as indicated by His Majesty, and in that case nothing can be changed. Finally, he was asked to read aloud the letter that explained his status and position. One of the interlocutors said that Diaz received the title of Duke, the right to choose a new surname, and exemption from attacks for 3 years. He was also issued a document with a seal confirming his status and a letter with the words of His Majesty and details of the orders. And it was noted that obtaining this title must have required considerable effort and hinted at hidden motives. In the conversation, it was said that due to mistakes and the struggle for the throne, the king found himself in a difficult position and may soon abdicate. So it would be beneficial for him to secure the support of the Duke, in particular Diaz. And the interlocutors suggested that the monarch might have deliberately granted Diaz the title to gain an ally who would have the right to oppose even the royal family. At the meeting, the participants discussed the situation with the fund that was supposed to be transferred to Diaz. One of the interlocutors explained that time was needed for new preparations due to previous losses, and added that the king asked to provide mutual assistance, and Diaz replied that he did not need either the fund or people, and that the king's help was quite enough for him. Diaz reflected that if he had come to the village with royal gold and people, perhaps she would not have met Aru and many things would have turned out differently. One of the men said that he was glad how everything turned out, and that he liked life in the village of Iluk, and also suggested that she might have had personal motives related to William. The hero said that he wants to protect the villagers and build his future together with everyone. The characters discussed the importance of independent actions. One of them said that although they are grateful to Eldon, everything must be done by themselves. Another emphasized that he must manage the people and finances himself, so he accepted the duties of lord of these lands. Una felt the sincerity of Diaz's words. The interlocutor assured Diaz that he understood his feelings well, but said that he was mistaken in 2 things. He noted that their relationship was never one-sided, and reminded that many resources and victories were achieved thanks to Diaz, and Diaz thought that it was probably about Sanjibani. He explained that a state loan is a credit for the country, and the more a nobleman has, the higher his status. He added that this mechanism strengthens the right to vote in the country, assured that he would have the right to vote when voting on the budget to support Diaz, and therefore no losses are expected, and also noted that an alliance with him would give the king an advantage and strengthen his influence. At the meeting, it was discussed that the government loan does not need to be repaid, and it will not cause losses to the king. One of the participants noted that the aid was not without benefit, so Diaz should not be too modest. The girl proposed a compromise that would take into account the wishes of Duke Kassadek and her father's desire to independently develop the village. During the conversation, the woman emotionally mentioned the poor condition of the road to the village of Ilutz, saying it was completely unsuitable for carts. Her interlocutor was surprised, but those present noticed that even the Duke Kassadek's carriage passed with difficulty, confirming the need for repairs. One of the participants proposed building a large road to connect the village of Iluk with the nearest city. He explained that the current path was difficult to travel, and the road would ensure the development of the region. Others supported the idea, noting that with the road, resources, and workforce, any plans could be implemented. They decided to take a state loan because they lacked their own funds. Eldon agreed to the proposal to build a road, saying it would improve logistics and make it easier for him to come. Others joined the discussion and suggested a guard post and a resting place with a well. All this reminded the observers of the DS style, and one of them noted that it was quite impressive. The participants agreed to immediately go see a suitable place for the project. One of them recalled that, as promised in the letter, he had brewed fresh tea. Then they started talking about Yuha, noting that he was not always easy to work with. but his teachings were of great value, and one of the interlocutors emphasized that despite some carelessness, Yuha was talented and had inspired and taught many of them. The characters talked about Dukkha. One said he liked his desire to avoid war and put peace above all. Another was surprised that a military scientist could hate war. They explained that Dukkha considered war the most ineffective thing in the world and insisted on avoiding it. Otherwise, humanity would be defeated by monsters. It was said that he believed avoiding war through diplomacy was the highest form of military science. So thanks to his abilities, he served on the royal council and insisted on a quick peace. But later, he was accused of incompetence and forced to resign. And one of the characters received a letter requesting a surname to get a response. One of them noted that they were given the right to take a new surname and advised choosing a beautiful and meaningful surname that would be passed down from generation to generation. Others also intended to take the same surname. One of the characters was so overwhelmed by the responsibility that he could not come up with a worthy surname. So the other characters laughed at him, noticing that he seemed to have lost his courage. Diaz understood how important it was to choose a family name, as it would not only represent his family but also become the name of the territory he would govern. He believed the name should be suitable for passing down to descendants and knew that obtaining a family name was a rare and honorable privilege. Diaz sat at the table trying to come up with a surname but admitted to himself that nothing came to mind and thought it would be better if someone else thought for him. At that moment, Uncle Ben entered the room, apologizing for the disturbance. Uncle Ben said he came up with a new name. He explained that before deciding, he consulted with Arn, Uno Y, Sun, Son Ne, and Iain, so he asked them not to object. Diaz was surprised and wanted to find out which name was chosen before it was officially entered into the documents. The old man remembered that he had already asked Diaz not to speak to him formally because he was an adult and dignified, and in the document he recorded the chosen surname Mayabadal, adding that it suited both Diaz and the land he governed. He heard a new name and asked what Miyabadal means. He was told that Miyabadal combined means a hero who protects Mia, and Badal is an old word meaning brave or heroic, and the old man added that the name Diaz Miyabadal sounds good. Yaz asked why the word Mia was chosen for the surname. He was told that it is important to establish good relations with the tribe living on this land, and that the name hero who protects Maya would be perceived positively. They also noted that the old name of the plain meant useless, and the new one sounds much better. He wondered if there was some hidden meaning in the choice of the surname. He was explained that the name Miyabadao for branded fabric could be very useful because it would easily associate the product with this locality. Ben admitted he had thought about it, but added that it would take a long time before he could implement this idea. The old man said he wanted to build a beautiful temple and would be grateful if Diaz kept the family surname until then. The narrator noted that in the village they often consulted with the uncle and expected that sooner or later he would want to create his own place, a temple or something similar. His sermons and parables were well received, and advice based on experience was respected. The old man explained that the temple in the future would be dedicated to Meha because she was a messenger of God, and the Arab Sanjikavani were considered a gift from the gods, and added that if Meha really spoke the divine language, then there could be no doubt about her authenticity. So in his opinion, it was logical for the name of God's messenger to be included in the surname of the ruler of these lands. The old man admitted that a long road lay ahead and said that temporarily he would remain an advisor to all. He added that for the sake of the interlocutor's parents, he hoped to become a worthy lord and justify the new surname. He considered the surname itself good. In his opinion, it made sense, had a good sound, and was connected with the veneration of Meha. A woman asked Diaz if he had completed the registration of his surname, and he confirmed that only the documents remained to be submitted to the king, adding that an evening banquet was planned in honor of his title and new surname, and Eldan and the rest would stay in place to celebrate solemnly. Diaz asked if they had an equivalent of patronymics, and if it was related to the surname. The woman explained that in their culture they do not use surnames, so it was hard for her to understand this custom, but she thought it would be good to name the plain Mayabadal. The girls who were listening to the conversation quickly understood and explained that it was about patronymics. The girls gladly reported that they, Diaz's children, take turns calling themselves Sine and Ikan. Diaz explained that a name indicating whose son or daughter a person is called a patronymic. The woman added that if there is a great-grandfather, his name can also be used, and upon marriage, it indicates whose wife or husband the person is. She praised the girls for how well they managed, and they, happy, said they really succeeded. The characters discussed that passing the surname to children means official recognition of them as heirs. They also said that the one who takes the surname must behave like an aristocrat. and the woman was interested if she could take the surname of a noble family, and if Senai and Aiken could become heirs. The man said he did not mind if they took this surname, but emphasized that the decision must be made by the girls themselves. He added that aristocratic behavior is very complicated and should not be imposed on children. The woman smiled and noted that over time they would understand how annoying it is. At the party, one of the guests thanked Diaz for the invitation and said he was having fun. Diaz replied that he was glad to hear that. Later that man noticed that the children Sinai-chan and Ihan-chan sometimes looked at him and at Kamlats as if something interested them. Dia assumed that Sin and I were happy because Eldon and Kamlats, who were sick, were beginning to recover, and added that children who lost their parents to illness were especially moved by the recovery of others. The man agreed, said he now understood their smiles, and added that he was impressed by the friendliness of human dogs towards other races. The hero admitted that he previously did not know about the problem of small species, and thanked for the help. He assumed that perhaps the environment was suitable. Another hero realized his inexperience and understood how much he still needed to improve. He was also grateful for the opportunity to be among others and felt joy from what he saw. Feldon admitted that he could not express gratitude with either money or words because he was given new opportunities for the future and was overwhelmed by this realization. He said he had always strived to end discrimination and conflicts, but deep down knew he would not manage to do so in his short life. When he saw how different races united and smiled together, he felt humility and decided to work even harder to spread such harmony throughout the world. The hero addressed Diaz with a request for help and support, said he wanted to meet not as a representative of authority, but as a person, admitted that he needed him, and another character in response promised to do everything possible, showing serious intentions and readiness to support. The heroes gathered for another lesson about aristocracy. One of them said that he still had a lot to learn. The teacher explained that the aristocratic system was created to govern the country and encourage competition, showing the hierarchy from baron to duke. The lesson explained the structure of aristocracy and focused on the title of duke. The hero was explained that the duke is the highest rank among the nobility and has special privileges, primarily the right to manage land, which allows freely buying, selling, or developing plots. And this right was important because it contributed to economic growth and strengthening power. During the lesson, the hero proposed to apply the theory in practice, pointed to the map, and said he wanted to sell part of his territory, asked to name a suitable price, and explained that he was doing this not out of gratitude, but for his own reasons, which surprised the interlocutor. During the conversation, one of the participants noted that the wood used by Diaz and others was from the village of Arunak. When he asked where Arunak was and how others got it, the interlocutor began to suspect that it might have been taken secretly. When it became clear that the wood was probably used without permission, the girl apologized for the silence and offered to sell the required amount of wood to avoid problems in the future. And Diaz said he preferred compensation and mentioned the possibility of buying land to avoid bureaucracy. Diaz explained that he understood the need to buy the forest, but emphasized that being a duke is difficult, and one must consider the interests of both sides. He added that one cannot simply manage the land at will if someone lives there. The girl admitted that she did not know the price of the land, and Diaz pondered what price they could offer. Diaz proposed to pay with materials from 2.5 wind dragons, which surprised the interlocutors. However, one of them admitted that at the real value this was more than enough, although such a decision was unusual. At the meeting, Eldan called this training and suggested discussing formalities, but Diaz was not ready for negotiations and felt out of place, so he eventually decided that such matters would be better entrusted to L.A., who successfully gathered materials to pay for the wood. Eldan, having finished the negotiations and training, went home satisfied with the result. Laura apologized to Diaz for not telling him about the forest, but he replied that he was not offended, understood the situation with the single tribe, and believed that one should not interfere if Eldon himself had not explained anything. Diaz stated that he would honestly resolve territorial issues with the Ogrami. After that, the village returned to its usual rhythm, but the peace proved deceptive. The girls constantly demanded adventures and forest trips, which caused many problems. The narrator said that preparation for winter includes gathering salt, hunting, and preserving food, and that there are important rules, including not disturbing other villages and being careful during hunting, and that this should begin with the arrival of migratory birds. 2 girls enthusiastically asked to be led into the forest, but the man explained that the registration of rights was not yet complete and he needed time. He added that the girls could not wait and were determined because they had once lived with their families in the forest. The girl pleased everyone by saying that she was allowed to enter the forest and emphasized that there was no time to waste because autumn was approaching. She added that they would have to harvest every day and might need Maya's help. Aruna gladly announced that they needed to prepare because from tomorrow, they would have to go to the forest every day. Everyone was happy with the anticipation of the harvest, and the adults noted that it was time to work and make winter supplies. One of the adults explained that the forest has not only food, but also poisonous plants, mushrooms, insects, and monsters, so they must be careful and follow the rules. And despite his concern, he admitted that the girls would be able to manage and walk safely through the forest. Diaz tells Aruni about forest mushrooms and says that there are edible mushrooms in the forest. He explains that he knows forest food well because he was an orphan in childhood and had to survive alone during the war. The girl nearby listens in surprise and says that there are many forests in the east of the kingdom. The narrator reflects that working in the forest requires knowledge and the ability to recognize edible mushrooms and other food. The man in the photo turned out to be a good companion and advisor for pregnant dog people, and as a former priest, he used his experience to help others, including Francie, who was about to give birth. The heroes were gathering edible mushrooms in the forest. One of them said he knew forest food well because he was an orphan in childhood and survived in the forest during the war. The girl was surprised and admitted she did not think she would eat mushrooms. They discussed how to cook them, frying, boiling, drying. The heroine tried to find out which mushrooms were edible and decided to use cleansing magic to distinguish edible ones from poisonous ones. Her companion noticed that she was too suspicious of the mushrooms, and when she pointed to one, he quickly stopped her and explained that it was poisonous, adding that although the mushrooms look similar, they can be distinguished by small signs and the one with the fluffy cap is edible. The heroine suddenly realized that she was now receiving knowledge from Diaz and saw him in a new light as a reliable person. Although she had previously thought she knew more, she now felt respect and gratitude towards him, while the girls continued searching for food together and found a nut tree. Children were gathering nuts, and one of the adults noticed that they had collected only about 30% of the fruits, leaving the rest. He was surprised that Sene and Lycan already seemed to understand the rules of preparing for winter, and thought that maybe they knew about the rule against overharvesting. One of the heroines explains why it is wrong to gather too much, because it disrupts the natural balance, hinders the growth of new plants, and threatens the animals that feed on these fruits. If the animals die of hunger, it will affect the people too. The children try to follow the forest rules, and the adults clean up the trash and prepare for winter, taking only what is necessary from the forest. The heroine explains that today's outing was supposed to be only a review and study of the rules, but there is still much work to do. They discuss firewood harvesting, hunting old animals for meat, and hunting rules. Females during the breeding period are not touched, so they prefer old individuals to avoid wasting young meat. The characters talk about preparing for winter. A man says that the forest is rich, and with diligent work it is possible to stock enough food. He mentions a powder for attracting animals that requires skill in tracking their footprints. A girl praises his masculinity and says that without a strong man in the family, winter becomes especially hard. A woman confessed with relief that she used to worry a lot about the lack of supplies and could not sleep peacefully in winter. Now, thanks to the man's efforts, she felt safe and called this winter the happiest in recent years. At that time, the man thought that the supplies had not yet been checked, and the preparation for winter was just beginning. The man thought he had to meet expectations and not let people down, so he worked hard and tried not to succumb to pressure, while other team members were also gathering resources in the forest. Diaz was inspecting the dug-up potatoes and wondered whether to leave some as a reserve. Two girls approached and asked if he really found potatoes. He kindly invited them to look at the find. The girls began to carefully examine it, smelling the tubers. The girls explained that the important thing is not the taste, but the strength of the tuber and its ability to grow, so weak tubers should be eaten, and strong ones transplanted to other places to multiply the harvest. The girls said that if you plant too much potato in one place, it will weaken. It is better to scatter the plantings across the plot, then the harvest will be bigger, and the tubers will grow strong like trees. Diaz noticed that the girls earlier mentioned trees, and thought that they grow better when there are fewer of them. The girls replied that it is important to maintain moderation so that sunlight passes between the crowns. He concluded that maybe there are too many trees. Diaz noticed that there are many mushrooms in the forest, but they are not very tasty. The girls explained that due to the density of the forest, good trees do not grow there, and medicinal herbs become rarer. Then Diaz said that next time he would cut down a few suitable trees to free up space. The girls responded that you cannot just cut down suitable trees like that. You have to choose between those that interfere and those that are weak. The hero laughed when he was told that in the forest Sanai and Aiken were teachers, because they were the ones explaining which trees could be cut down. The girls were surprised that they were called teachers. Then the adults suggested trying again, praising the girls for their efforts. Aruna noticed strange mushrooms and thought they might have appeared recently. Suddenly, one of the mushrooms began to move and transform, which surprised her. She realized these were not ordinary mushrooms and tried to defend herself from a sudden attack when one of the mushrooms released a cloud of spores or smoke. The hero shouted upon seeing what had happened and called out anxiously to the girl named Aruna. He saw her motionless on the ground, and nearby was a creature resembling a huge mushroom, which caused confusion and horror among everyone. The girls warned Diaz to stay away from the mushroom and explained that it was a new species called the magic gas mushroom, emphasizing the importance of not getting into its powder. And at that moment the mushroom began releasing a cloud of spores, and Diaz rushed into attack without hesitation. Diaz lunged at the mushroom and with a powerful strike cut through the cloud of spores. The mushroom resisted and released even more gas. Focused and determined, Diaz swung his sword to deliver the final blow. After the battle, comrades rushed to Aruna and anxiously inquired about her condition. Fortunately, it turned out she was unharmed, and then one of them explained that they had been attacked by a magical gas mushroom, a poisonous forest monster that sprayed toxic powder. Diaz anxiously asked if the mushroom was poisonous. He was told everything would be fine, although AR would feel unwell for some time, and at that moment she began to regain consciousness and weakly uttered Diaz's name. Aruna, half delirious after poisoning, looked at Diaz and said he resembled a prince on a white horse. Diaz asked in surprise if she really considered him a prince. Aruna, under the influence of a poisonous powder, began to say that Diaz is very brave and knows no limits, while others noticed that after inhaling this substance a person can start to hallucinate and behave strangely. Aruna, still under the influence of the powder, behaved strangely and spoke confusingly, claiming she had no royal origin. Meanwhile, the girls sang a mysterious song about the jealous king of leaves. The stranger heard an old song and was surprised that someone else was singing it, thinking the performer had magic. The girls said it was not their magic. One of them decided to postpone it. In the camp, they noticed that Aruna recovered quickly, and someone said they were not worried about the strange events. Diaz asks if these are the same mushrooms they gathered yesterday. The girl confirms that she fried and salted them on his advice. Everyone gladly tastes and praises the flavor, but Aruna, one of the girls, still feels uneasy. The main character notices that since returning from the forest, she avoids his gaze and wonders why. The next day, the hero sat in the yurt and looked at the map or the sewing scheme. He was thoughtful. Sheep lay quietly near him, and when he was thinking about something, one of them made a sound as if wanting to find out what was troubling him. The main heroine considered someone else's proposal to build a road. She wanted to connect the east and west so that trade would pass through the village. She noticed that there was already a road in the forest, and according to the plan, this route would go through the center. She hoped to develop the village by selling local goods and expanding her influence. He wanted to improve the lives of everyone and develop the settlement, but he did not want to harm Mia's sheep in the meadows where they grazed. He understood that these pastures were irreplaceable and did not want to cause them serious harm. He was also sure that the Oni tribe also sought to develop their village. While he was thinking about this, the sheep began to clearly pay attention to him and interrupted his thoughts. Diaz was still thinking about his plans and did not quite understand what the sheep wanted to tell him. So he thought they were trying to say, "It is important to think about yourself before caring for others," and decided that the crossroads themselves were not bad. So he began planning how to divide them, pondering his next step. The hero thought about a possible lack of money, but the sheep behaved as if there was no need to worry if everything was planned, and he was distracted by being told about the meeting and the upcoming dinner. Diaz was asked to be careful with the valuable map. One of the council members agreed with his plan, but noted that the opinions of other representatives, especially Aruna, are also important. Diaz inquired if there was anyone else whose opinion could be asked. The girl added that Aruna would speak for her village, and the decision should not depend on just one person. Zort said that thanks to another, he was able to try the food prepared by Aruna, and was surprised at how tasty a mushroom dish could be. Also added that now he can distinguish edible mushrooms from poisonous ones. Diaz reported that he wanted to talk to Chief Moru, but has not yet been able to. The attendees were surprised at how quickly Zort appeared, and the dog confirmed that the chief had earlier asked him to contact Diaz as soon as possible. Arun's brother noted the interlocutor's achievements. He received a surname, became a duke, and is engaged in road construction and village development. Diaz and another hero said that the idea of roads had previously been discussed with the residents of the village Iluk. They planned to build an intersection between the villages to improve the movement of people and goods and turn this place into a trading center and warehouse. The characters discussed the road construction plan, initially wanting to lay the route from west to east, then north and south. One noted that if they started building themselves, a single tribe might object. He planned to get permission in advance, although he did not expect it to be easy. The interlocutor said she did not want to create conflicts and that they wanted to establish good relations with the tribe. Another suggested that there is still tension between them. They continued the conversation, and one of them admitted that he did not know what to do about the road issue because it raised the question of who owns the land. He tried to figure it out, but it was difficult for him. Another advised to start with the simplest and directly say what he wanted to talk about without complicating the conversation. One of the heroes proposed to divide the plain in half between the village and the single tribe and explained that the center with roads would be shared. But the interlocutor pondered because with such a division, it would be difficult to lay a road to the north or from east to west. Diaz explained that the territory appeared to be divided into 4 parts, but in reality it was not so. He suggested using the roads at one's discretion to avoid disputes, and it was also reported that they planned to make an accurate map from the air and mark the boundaries with white stakes using their pigeon friends. One of the heroes asked if the others approved the proposed plan, and he was told that everyone had been consulted and no one objected. He clarified that even Aruna agreed, and this was confirmed. But it was worrying that those who had lived on this land before might think that the only tribe was taking half, to which another character asked in surprise if they had quarreled. The hero admitted that he hadn't come up with anything better, so he proposed the simplest and most understandable way to divide the land in half. He explained that as long as the kingdom does not fall, one half will belong to a single tribe. He added that he can freely manage his part. Zord said that if he were the leader, he wouldn't even discuss the situation, but would simply agree to the proposal. Another noted that in case of war with the kingdom, they would have no chance to win, and getting half the plain was already more than they could hope for, and added that from a certain point of view, it could be said that they conquered the entire plain. One character reflects that if Aaron's children ever inherit this land, the tribe's blood will pass to her relatives. He suggests that this might have been her plan from the beginning, and it is also mentioned that after Diaz and Aaron's wedding, it was decided that such a transition must take place. He now understood why Aaron shared resources and allowed them to live together because she had planned everything from the start. He realized that his leader would be tied to another tribe as if it were his own, and he asks to be told more about the Duke and the kingdom's laws to later negotiate other terms. One character says that he will settle everything and defeat the old woman. Another is happy in his thoughts that everything is going in their favor. Then the scene shifts to the city of Malangal in the western part of the Cascades territory. A group of people with faces hidden under hoods met in a secluded place. One of them, turning to another, demanded payment for services. The interlocutor without objection took out a pouch of coins and handed it over. Then a man with long blonde hair appeared, who was respectfully called Miza-sama. In an alley, a man in a cloak named Norius, a trusted person of the first Prince Richard, observes the actions of some Miza, believes she has already started acting, says that even if people begin to die, he will be powerless, and adds that they are in a forbidden place where trade is prohibited, so if Miza's goods appear on the market, it could cause mass poisoning and complete chaos in the city. Several interlocutors spread rumors that Eldon Sama has started horseback riding and fencing, which had not been noticed before. One of them says that today Eldon looks more noble. They also say that the economy is improving, and someone suggests that Eldon has decided to become a duke. The characters talk about how life in the city has changed. Even exquisite food is now considered ordinary. The residents look happy, and the city has become livelier. One of the interlocutors admits that although he does not like the city, he feels comfortable here because different species live in peace, and the environment is safe and welcoming. A man with a mug contemplates the situation, respects Eldon, and acknowledges his merits, but must carry out Prince Richard's order to destroy the city. He doubts because the city has become safe and prosperous, but if Eldon continues to spend the Empire's funds, damage will be inevitable. A man notices a rhinoceros woman with children and is surprised that they are walking so late. At first he thinks they are a family, but then realizes they are different species. He is impressed by how calm and safe this city is because even at such a late hour, one can see this. He observed how different species interact peacefully and mentally admitted that he could not resist this. He felt that he had succumbed to the city's atmosphere, and although his mission was important, he realized that now he would not be able to change the situation. The man read the document and understood that someone was smuggling contraband into the city. He ordered his assistant to leave and wondered who was behind it. He was struck that this unknown person could threaten the city itself. The tribal chief says he is here to fulfill the remaining terms of the agreement and hand over part of the plane. They do not intend to formalize the process, but when they are ready, they will do it officially. He adds that in the future they will either create their own state or come under the rule of Diaz. The elder asked if all the villagers agreed except Diaz and Aruna, received confirmation, requested evidence, checked it, and said everything was in order. And the interlocutor was promoted and became the second candidate for the position of chief. The elder announces the redistribution of duties. He leads part of the expedition and entrusts the leadership of security to his interlocutor. This is related to the expected influx of people after the completion of the road and the possible increase in problems, including unstable behavior of dragons. Strengthening security is necessary to reduce the burden on the expedition group and ensure safety. The elder discusses future relations with the new ally and emphasizes that in case of threat, the guard will provide assistance. He notes that the allies voluntarily gave up land, which indicates their prudence, but warns to beware of attempts to exploit this. One of the warriors says that the elder is still a strong and far-sighted leader. During training, Elden fainted from exhaustion but insists he can continue. His comrades are worried about his condition and advise him to rest, reminding him not to overexert himself. Elden, though tired, decides to continue training because he believes that otherwise he will never catch up with Diaz. Diaz sneezed, and everyone started asking if he was cold. The girls laughed and offered to warm him up together with Aruna, and Aruna shyly asked to stop the jokes.